This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
뭐하지? 일단 빠른 거 풀템 무조건 잭스인데. 잭스 너무 많이 했거든. 사람들 보터 없나? 징크스 괜찮다. 그냥 AD템 사면 되겠지? 내려가고 어디 가서 UP 왜 소풍 안 보이냐? 없어졌나? 하고 선체파괴자 템 뭐야 이거 이름? 선체파괴자 여기 있다. 이거 그거 안 되죠? 봇 깔아도 캔디스? 봇 어딨지? 애니미 봇? No? 오케이. 너무 쉬운데? 미리 해도 되나 이거? It's fine? 오케이. 이게 맞나? 이렇게 하면 빠르 맞아? 이게 웨이브가 안 들어가네? 이걸 한 번에 보내야겠다. 이걸 한 번에 보내고 영향 안 마셨네? 이 웨이브로 끝내야 되는데 그래야 타임 어택 될 것 같은데. 잠깐만. 정도면 됐나? I'm done.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Welcome back to the 5-second rule. This time I've got the MCOY bottom lane, the Classics and Super Nauro from my home regions. Good to see you boys, and you boys have made it. Now here at the EWC we've got another game, and we've been playing games all day. This one is all about answering within 5 seconds, but it's about confidence. You've got 5 seconds to answer the question. From the time you press the buzzer, you must press the buzzer once you've finished your answer. If it goes over 5 seconds, other person gets a point. If you get it wrong, other person gets a point. We've got 5 questions. If we go to a tiebreaker, the 5th one is going to cook your brain. It's something I made quite annoyingly.
Okay.
But let's start off, right? Let's start with something easy. First question is, name 3 Yordle champions.
Nar, Lulu, and Tisana.
Perfect again, big 1 point. Alvaro, nice, see, gets it. All right, second question, 1 point, starting with Alvaro. The champ with the lowest move speed. Now, before you press it, I said it was demounted rel. That was wrong. That's just
It's
a hint.
base, no? Yeah,
Your base,
champion.
yep. Champ with the lowest move speed, base. Now, because even though it's valid, there is a champion with lower move speed than demounted rel. She's at 315.
Okay, I will flip. Kled.
Press it again. 1 point. Well
I was
done.
gonna say Kled.
I got it. I got
I was
it wrong.
thinking Yumi as well, but no.
And demounted Cled's 285.
Yeah, I was thinking if it comes with the speed or
It
not.
does count. It does count. So apologies to the FlyQuest, the FlyQuest guys. All right, third question. Name 3 dragons.
Ocean, Infernal, and Hexe.
Boom. Easy question. I know. 2 points. I know. Some of these are going to be
You need
like
to be fast.
But
stupid.
this fake. Smolder, Aurelion.
Oh, okay. I would give you a point, but otherwise it's not going to be fun. You're on match point. 3 champions to start with L.
Lux, Lysandra, and
Oh, missed the point. That's 2-2. Lulu would have been a good one.
That's why I didn't want to flip.
That's why. That's the
That's why.
flip. Here's the hard question. This is the tiebreaker. The winner takes this, so really think about it.
I wanted to hear this question, that's why I did.
Oh, this is why you did it, for content.
yeah.
Maximum
For content.
Listen to the context. If I took every dragon on spawn, dead on the spawn, I one-shot it instantly on spawn. Think about when the first dragon spawns and every dragon would spawn afterwards. What is the earliest time Elder would spawn?
25.
Incorrect, it's 26. Elder is 6 minutes from the last dragon.
Oh, I thought it was 6 minutes after you kill the Elder that it spawns.
It's 6 minutes after the last dragon soul. No!
It's fine.
No!
I want to risk, you know? I
No!
wanted to risk.
That's what Dan said backstage as well.
I was thinking it's 5 minutes for everyone, and then when the Elder one is like dies, it's 6 minutes after.
Nice.
I didn't know if it was 6 minutes, but it makes sense.
It makes sense, bro. Shake hands. All right, Super's a winner. Well done.
I mean,
Good
well
game.
done. Does it,
this is a good example for Alvaro. Patience gives you the win sometimes.
you gotta remember. All right, 5 second rule done and dusted again. Congratulations, Super, our next winner.
Week 2 of the Esports World Cup has reached its conclusion. It is Championship Sunday. You can feel it in the air. Legends will be made today, not just in Free Fire, but here in the STC Arena. It's a nice, shiny, beautiful stage, but it will actually be a battleground. Two titans going at it. AGAL versus Gen G for a brand new League of Legends EWC winner. Who's it going to be? Let's get into it.
Hey everyone, I'm Kitty.
And I'm Atlas.
And today is the grand finals for League of Legends. Yesterday we saw 2 frames get put into the totem, and of course we have to mention MLBB Women's Invitational having Team Vitality win their grand finals against Gaming Gladiators 4-0, meaning they get $150,000 prize pool.
Oh my goodness. Alongside that as well, yesterday we had the Dota 2 title winners announced as well, as Team Spirit managed to take down the club championship defenders in Team Falcons, and they took home $1 million. It's insane.
I wish I had $1 million. Anyways, in League of Legends, since we have the grand finals today with a $2 million prize pool, let's see who can come out on top. By my side, the Club Championship trophy. Gen G currently hold their top spot in the Club Championship leaderboard, and they're looking to secure their spot even further through winning the Grand Finals in League of Legends tonight. On the other side, we have Free Fire, where AGAL and Vitality are still looking to get some points over Team Falcons. However, it's looking hard because Team Falcons are firmly in the lead, and they are looking to get their EWC Club Championship trophy once again.
We started with 12 keys and only 2 remain. We will find out today which one of these keys will survive and which frame will be immortalized in the totem. Yesterday, we saw AGAL take down the title defenders T1. They will be still fighting for that 3rd place spot, though.
Yeah, that 3rd place match. Of course, G2 joining the ranks there after a very hard-fought loss, but a good one for an EU fan here against Gen G. That 3rd place match versus T1 will kick us off before we get towards the finals.
Yes, then we will have that best of 5. AGAL taking on Gen G, a rematch from MSI, but we'll see which team is going to be the new winner here at EWC for League of Legends.
It's been a long journey here at the Esports World Cup. We started with 12 teams from around the world vying for the 2nd ever title of winner of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. There are the former defending winners in T1 looking to try and bounce back today in the 3rd place game. Now arriving to the Boulevard thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. And here is G2 as well, bouncing back after a close, tough loss against Gen G. Thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. You need to make a deal, head on over to Jamil, grab the wheel, take a steal. It's Jamil. Fans have started to show up at the Boulevard as well to watch 2 of the most famous teams across League of Legends to do battle. And we are so excited to kick off Championship Sunday with such a storied matchup between 2 fantastic organizations. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It is League of Legends Championship Sunday, where a new titleist will be crowned. I'm Digon, here with Medios, Wolf, and special guest straight off the plane here in Riyadh. It is Doublelift. Welcome, brother. How are you feeling?
I'm great. I'm not that fresh. I was here yesterday filming some other secretive content that might be posted later. But I'm feeling amazing. You know, I'm fresh. I'm ready. I'm excited for these games.
Yeah, excited to have you and get your insight. And also just, Wolf, being in the presence of these two guys who are the pillars of North American League of Legends.
Yeah, I am from North America myself. I kind of sold my soul a long time ago, moved to Korea to work on StarCraft, League of Legends, a bunch of other games. So I feel more Korean than North American now, but I guess we're all from the same place, you know? We're all on the same team.
Yeah, Medios, I mean, again, getting to do stage stuff here with Doublelift, I feel like you guys did so many different battles. How does this feel?
It feels pretty natural. I mean, we've been doing the co-streams for LCS, or I guess LTA.
Medios is a little more buttoned up than I'm used to, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's a little bit higher production value than we usually do, just pajamas from our bedrooms. But yeah, you know, it's cool.
Yeah, very excited to have both of you here. Wolf as well here. I'm just loving the fact that this is going to be my desk for our pre-show. As we get into the third place match on Championship Sunday, let's see how we got there with some of the top plays from Kadia yesterday. We had some huge matches. It was Gen G going up against a big one here. In G... Who did Gen G play yesterday?
G beat G2 yesterday.
Yeah, Gen G, G2, that's what it was.
Or sorry, not TL's not here. T1. You messed me up, Digon.
Messed you up. Gen G, G2, AG, AL versus T1.
Yeah, it's the heat. It's the heat. It's making us lose our minds.
So for me, like, I wasn't on the desk. I didn't say it, but you guys know I've been walking around saying it the whole day before. I thought that AL were the massive favorites coming in. They've just looked cleaner this tournament. T1, on the other hand, really sloppy game one. Game two, a lot closer, had a really strong draft, but played fairly desperately. And AL's team fighting has just been so good. Even with a draft like this where they have a Yorick, they don't have Senna damage until later on, they were still able to outclass T1.
I was super impressed with AGAL as well. I didn't really think they would beat T1 personally, because even though they're good, they lost to them last time, and I feel like a broken record at this point, but T1 at international events is just a completely different monster compared to every other team. But I think the fact that AGAL beat them so decisively 2-0 is a huge shock and really shows just how legit this team is.
Yeah, and then in our second series, it was that Gen G versus G2 match, and it was so much scrapping, so much fighting, and in the end, Gen G ended up coming out on top. G2 feeling pretty good about it. I mean, Doublelift, when you have matches like this and you have international experiences, win or lose, it still allows you to grow because you're playing against some of the best teams in the world, right?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think anytime any team is going to these events, they never go in expecting to lose. And I think, like, you know, you basically just come with the confidence that, like, we can win this, we are going to win this. And then if you lose, it's always shocking, it's always disappointing. And then you try to come back stronger the next time. But I don't know what is going, like, my read on this G2 team is, like, I feel like they're missing the magic from the previous iterations of G2. Like, that X factor that they had before it's kind of fizzled out a little bit, and I don't know, like, some of that spark feels different this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like matches like what they had against Gen G, pushing up against the wall and just a team fight away from possibly winning, compared to earlier in the split where it felt like G2 was still trying to figure out how to work together, might be what they need moving on to the summer, as those were some of our Crunchyroll top reactions. Now, Doublelift, since we have you here, and, you know, you might play a game or two of League and might know a thing or two, there might be things that you also don't like. And so for our doctor's notes, we have Dr. Doublelift joining us to give us insight on something that maybe he would change within the gameplay of League of Legends. So Doublelift, Dr. Doublelift, what would you change?
Wow, that is a tough question. What would I change about the game? Okay, well, I think right now, from a spectator perspective, maybe I could be in the minority thinking this, but I feel like the game is a little bit formulaic in terms of strategy. Like, there's only one way, like, I would diagnose, like, the game only has, like, one way of playing, which is just to stack every objective possible, right? It's very much like Drake, Grubs, Drake, Heralds, and then a team is usually at 2 Drakes. They play for Soul Point. That is like an extremely big lock-in. And then the team that gets Adacon and Soul generally just like closes out the game. Or, you know, the other team outscales. They steal away a Drake. They stall the game out. They're playing late game Jinx or something like that, late game Azir. And then I generally feel like the game has that kind of formula. And how I would go about fixing that is I would probably just knock down the power of objectives a little bit. I think they should be important, but I don't think they should be the only thing that matters. I generally feel like there's so many games where I see a team loses 3 people. It's like 3 for 0, but they get the objective, and overall that seems worth it for them, which feels wrong. So I think that could be changed a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of balancing of the objectives. So thank you very much, Dr. Doublelip, for that. For you all at home, remember, he's not actually a medical doctor, but for all your medical doctor's needs, head on over to Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group. Now let's turn our focus on over to our matches here in Championship Sunday. It all kicks on off with our 3rd place match based off of the bracket that we had filled out with yesterday's huge semifinals. It was Gen G against G2. G2, great attempt, but Gen G, the best team in the world, back-to-back MSI champions, proven why, as they booked their ticket into the grand finals. And then AGAL upset T1, not 2-1, but 2-0 here in a very impressive showing, Medios. And when we think about yesterday's semifinals, how would you kind of summarize that?
I think yesterday was pretty interesting semifinals. I think it wasn't easy to predict what was going to happen. I think G2 overperformed expectations. Taking a game off Gen G is huge, especially from a team that was struggling through MSI. They looked like they were playing way better than they had been, and they've just been leveling up, you know, every single series they play. Whereas T1, on the other hand, kind of did the opposite. I think they underperformed expectations a little bit. Granted, they probably have the highest expectations of any team ever, but getting 2-0'd and, you know, kind of having lackluster performances wasn't really something I expected.
I think there's a huge momentum difference between these two teams right now, right? Like, T1 got absolutely blasted 2-0, right? It wasn't close. Yep. It was one of our more close, or rather one of our more one-sided matches that we had at the tournament. And then G2, most people expected Gen G were just going to roll them. They had a great series. Even the final game was definitely winnable, was definitely playable. Hansama ended up getting caught, right? Chovy's got the flash taunt. That's a defining moment, and G2 were so close. I feel like when your expectations were lower as G2, you still perform well, and now you're going up against T1 again, where people probably expect you to be the underdogs. I feel like you have this extra mental edge.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see the stakes that they're playing for now. We have our Esports World Cup Club Championship points, as well as the prize pool. You get extra chunk of money here for that victory. It looks like $70,000 more here from 3rd to 4th. So still significant stakes to play for between these two squads in our 3rd place match as we get on into T1 versus G2.
Please come over here. Welcome. This is the pre-match interview for G2 versus T1. We've grabbed Hansama for today. So it's almost like this red string theory that you guys will meet T1 at the international stage. You guys just beat BLG, unfortunately falling to Gen G yesterday. So how are you feeling coming into today?
Well, I feel excited to play against T1. Yesterday was very sad, but today, yeah, we're just gonna do our best to enjoy it and yeah, fight for the 3rd place match.
Thank you. And of course, you guys will be laning up against Gumayushi and Keria. So what would you say is going to be your biggest advantage going into the bot lane 2v2?
I mean, I think we have a great form right now, so I think we didn't do that bad against BLG bot lane or Gen G bot lane. I think we can definitely beat them today. So keeping our confidence there and playing the matchups that we really want to play would be what would make the difference for us.
And what does it mean for you to be able to get that 3rd place in the Esports World Cup?
Oh, well, for me, it's gonna mean more to actually beat T1. more. I think about that more than just getting the third place match. And yeah, we're gonna do our best to beat them.
Best of luck, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Kitty, as we will see Kitty later on in the show, and we're going to see Han Sama in action against these guys, the reigning back-to-back world champions in T1. Even though it's early here in Riyadh, the fans have shown on up, and it's going to be packed. A lot of eyes on that man, Doran, in the top lane, trying to bounce back from and regain some of that form that we've seen in the LCK, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we saw from T1 at MSI was a lot more of the driving force that T1's so famous for at international events. Coming into this event, like Hanwha Life Esports, who fell even earlier in the tournament, it feels like it's a little bit sloppy. It's not as calculated, and it felt to me like AL wanted it more. And that sounds weird to say, given that T1 is the most winning League of Legends organization of all time, and this is like basically the longest standing roster that we have in international events right now. But they just didn't play as cleanly. There wasn't the crisp sort of team fight calls that you expect from T1.
Yeah, which is unique, because when you look at the opposite side of G2, it feels like as a group of new guys kind of coming together, 3 vets, 2 new players integrating on in, they played more like a team. As we pull up the G2 rosters, they have been surprising in this tournament, and I think it's mainly due to the baseline that they've set through 2025 up until now. And then, hey, look, things are starting to work out.
G2's been a cool team to watch this tournament. I really liked when we had Scuman on the desk earlier, because he talked about how at MSI, he admitted he got gapped by Inspired Canyon, but he learned a lot from them. And he even said some of the stuff he learns was, you know, if he walks in my jungle, I'm going to fight him. I'm not going to overly respect him or give him, you know, too much space, which is a really common thing when you play against these teams. You know, the best team in the world, you don't assume they're going to be making a mistake, right? When they're walking into your jungle, you think, oh, like there's probably a reason for that. I should back out. But we saw him in Game 2 yesterday against Gen.G when they came out ahead. Canyon tried some invades, and Scuman saw him, and he just ran at him and started fighting him. You know, I think it's so cool when you see somebody able to learn from past games and put something into practice and then see the results for it. So it's been really awesome watching him grow these tournaments.
Doublelift, you've played across some of the biggest orgs in North America, which meant you had to kind of recalibrate with new teammates and get used to them, have them get used to you. What is that process like if you're trying to do it the most efficiently, I'd say?
I would say there's like a baseline, and sometimes you just click and you don't need to put in any work. It's just like instant chemistry is established without like any games, any reps, not even like any discussion. You just play well together right off the bat. The toughest stuff is when like you join a team, or you know you're part of a roster, and like things kind of, you know, it's like you're doing the dance and you're stepping in each other's feet constantly. You're talking over each other in game. You always have different ideas, and that is, I think that ends up really testing how you are as a pro player, like really like how professional you can be, how understanding you can be, how well you can meet in the middle. Like in the beginning of my career, I was never really able to, so it was like my way or the highway. But then as I got older, I was like better able to kind of like find that middle ground with teammates and find something that works for everybody, or honestly just like articulate myself better or listen to their perspective better and be like, you're right, or I think I'm right and this is why. So that is honestly the sign of a great team. Now, like the best teams in the world, it looks like they're 5 players, but it's like one mind the whole time.
Yeah, I love how you pointed that out. Maturing with time, which is kind of what we're seeing G2 in this iteration of the roster do live here in front of us as we take a look at some of their stats from EWC compared to MSI. We know that MSI, it was in that play-ins run where they had the scare early by GAM Esports, they had the scare early by Furia, and then they got bopped by BLG here, Wolf.
I've been really impressed with G2's bottom 2v2s. Like, Han Sama has looked really good. They've been taking the right trades, the right fights. You can see they have an increase in first blood. A lot of that is in the bottom lane. And they also are playing super well well in terms of macro trades around turrets. They've been able to get a lot of first turrets this tournament, and they're not afraid to actually scrap. In moments like this where you could see Hansam is getting collapsed on, he realizes, okay, I'm dead here, I'm going to go for the flash play on the ruler. It's a little bit of help from Labrov, and barely they're able to take him out with that ignite. Plays like this where it looks doomed, they're able to turn it around. It's the confidence that this bottom duo has right now, especially against a bottom duo from T1 that's underperforming right now, that should give the G2 fans a lot of hope, I would say, here.
Yeah, this is the potential that when this roster was created, G2 and G2 fans hoped that they would reach. Now they got to do it more consistently. That's always a different talking point. But we finally got to see it at a high level, at an international tournament, with pressure on here, Medios.
Yeah, and one question I've had is obviously going from MSI to EWC, they've done a lot better. But part of it wonders is, like, was there troubles at MSI exaggerated? Because if you look at what they were playing, I think their drafts weren't that great, because especially early on in tournaments, people don't always have the right read on champions. You know, they were playing a lot of TF, a lot of Callista, these champions that, with what we know now, are kind of free loss champions, right? So you're going to look a lot worse if you're playing weak stuff. So it does make me wonder how much of that was exaggerated. I think Hansam also had some really weird builds in MSI, whereas at EWC, he's looked a lot more refined. You know, he's playing the crit carries, he's building Lord Doms, doing 80 carry things, and yeah, I think they just look a lot better when they're maybe not overcooking their strategies.
Yeah, I like that, because we know that Dylan Falco is one of the most long-standing and consistent coaches in the West. So those changes, as well as the gelling of this team, does make it scary. But speaking of scary, is the man in the mid lane for T1, the legend, the GOAT, and he was standing by earlier with Ox at the Players Hotel.
Hi, I'm here with Faker prior to his third place match against G2 at the EWC. Faker, we wanted to get some insights into your thoughts on the match. So first up, you've played against Caps many times across your career. What do you think makes him stand out as an opponent?
이제 캡스 선수를 또 커리어상으로 많이 만나보셨는데 캡스 선수가 가진 강점이 좀 뭐라고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
캡스 선수 같은 경우에는 경험이 많고 또 여러 상황에 유연하게 플레이하는 것을 좀 좋아하기 때문에 그런 점들을 염두에 두고 경기를 할 것 같습니다.
So he's very experienced and he's also very flexible in many situations. So I'll try to keep in mind on that.
T1 consistently find a way to level up their form when heading to international events. What is it that allows you to always be an international threat no matter the circumstances?
이제 어떤 상황에도 불구하고 항상 T1은 국제전에서는 항상 폼을 계속해서 끌어올리시는 모습을 보이는데 그럼 국제전에서 좀 폼을 끌어올리시는 좀 비결이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
국제전 기간 동안 최대한 컨디션 관리나 경기력을 올리는 데 집중을 하고 또 최선의 경기력을 내기 위해서 열심히 준비하는 게 큰 것 같습니다.
I think that's because we are trying to be in shape as much as possible in the international land and trying to focus more on trying to bring our best condition as much as possible.
G2 did not perform too well at MSI, but did significantly better at EWC. Is there anything from your perspective that you've seen them improve on?
이제 G2가 MSI에서는 좀 많이 아쉬운 경기력이었지만 이번 EWC에는 상당히 좀 좋은 경기력을 보여주고 있는데 G2가 이렇게 좀 발전된 경기력을 보여주고 있는 이유에 대해서 좀 개인적으로 뭐라고 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
뭐 MSI나 EWC나 둘 다 짧은 기간의 국제 대회이기 때문에 경기력적인 부분에서는 사실 크게 달라지긴 어려운데 단기적인 대회다 보니까 뭐 컨디션 관리나 그런 측면에서 잘 준비된 게 아닌가 생각합니다.
I think in terms of both MSI and EWC, it's very short-term competition. So I think there's not going to be much of a difference in overall performance. But I think mostly, it's overall condition-wise, or even trying to be in shape or form in that particular period. So I think that's the one, that's the difference that makes.
Thank you very much for your time and good luck in your match today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ox and translations by Maddox with Faker, again, the face of EWC, probably the face of esports here. And for him to give the time before the match, after yesterday's tough loss and losing the opportunity to be defending title winners, still giving insights on how he continues to grow and what he wants to achieve against this G2 roster. As we take a look at the T1 lineups, it is Doran, Owner, Faker, Guma, and Keria. This roster that we've just gotten so used to. Even with Doran slotting on into the top lane here, Wolf, you just know kind of the magic that they bring at international stages.
You say that, but I feel like Doran in the top lane is the thing you know the least about. And when you doubt him, he overperforms. When you're ready to trust, then he underperforms, right? But I feel like he hasn't really been the main part of T1's woes. It's been some of the bottom 2v2s. Like Guma will have a game where he and Keria get crushed in the 2v2 lane, but then the next game, he's the best performing member on T1. I felt like that was the case in AL in game 2. He looked really good, but the team was so far behind. We're just not seeing the same level of coordination and great objective setups that T1 is so known for, right? You know, the bottom 2v2 really tricky to pull off in situations like this. The flourish misses, you know, Guma ends up getting taken out. It's these small edges that AL got over T1. It's not to say that Keria and Guma are having a bad tournament or they're playing really badly. They just got outclassed, and you don't expect to see that.
Now, you know where I'm going, Double. If when you've had long-standing partnerships and all at bot lane, and then it starts to not work, how do you work through that to get back on track?
Dude, that first clip was so tragic. It's so hard to hit skill shots off of Rel's RW because it's like moving them twice and they're knocked up at the end, so you almost have no idea where the hitbox should be.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, like I feel for him because that's a very easy mistake to make. And, you know, those are the kinds of mistakes you can make playing against the best in the world. You do a small stuff like that, now you're 2v2 killed, now the game's kind of over. So, I mean, like, yeah, how do you like lock in with your support? I mean, it's just through a million billion reps. I think, like, probably at these tournaments, on average, you know, you're doing your scrims and you're doing 2v2 practice afterwards, you know, finding a bot lane to kind of just, like, do 2v2 sparring with. There's just... There's no replacement for just like good practice, and then when it's time to perform, you got to lock in and you just have to make it work.
Yeah, Medios, when we take a look at this T1 roster, Owner, usually one of the good parts there and has been one of the most consistent parts, but in yesterday's match against AGAL, Tarzan got the better of him. And how do you try to navigate that as a jungler and have that conversation? Because it's not just you that can fix that 1v1 of the jungle. What are those conversations like?
Right. I think Tarzan played really well yesterday. I think it also came down to the drafts and the champions they were on, because in both games, Tarzan was on the stronger early game champion. He played, I think it was Trundle and Xin Zhao. And when you have those jungle discrepancies, you know, it's not like a lane where there's hard counters, but based on whoever's stronger early game, you can kind of dictate where you're allowed to go, right? Because if you know, like, okay, if I face check this guy, I'm just going to kill him, it's a lot different than, okay, well, I got to be scared of every bush because if I walk into him, I'm dead, right? So I think that part gave Tarzan a little bit of an edge just based on the champions, but he also just made really good decisions. And I think that there was a lot more than just the jungle that made it hard for Owner. I think, you know, it was like that picture of the dog with the kitchen on fire or whatever. It's just
everything's
like,
fine.
You know, it's really hard when you're just losing because there's no right play, right? It's like people will ask me, hey, Minos, how do I win this jungle with 3 losing lanes? And it's like, well, spoiler alert, you usually don't. That's just how it goes sometimes. So I think Owner's really good, but Tarzan just had a better day.
As we turn our focus now to getting on the stage pretty soon here, I want to get the final thoughts from our analysts, about 2.5 minutes away. So, Double, if you know G2, you know T1, when you think about these two teams and two orgs, what comes to mind? And then what do you want to see happen today? I won't even make you make a prediction. What do you want to see happen today?
I just want to see some G2 magic, you know. I think it's good for the West if we get some Hopium going, and G2's always, for me, been the most exciting Western team to watch. You know, Heresy, I know, from being from NA, but, like, you know, G2 has done crazy things. I was on the receiving end of the fastest BO5 in history.
Oh,
I don't even say that proudly, bro. That's embarrassing, but, like, that, like, the team is historically just so insane sometimes. Like, when they are on, they do stuff that no other team can do, and I honestly think the main guy that I, like, you know, that I attribute that to is Caps. He's a long-standing guy at this point on the team, and he's played at an elite world-class level for so long. So I just want to see a little bit of that coming back.
All right, some magic there from the G2 side. Wolf, let us know your thoughts here using the word magic with about a minute left here.
I mean, the magic for me would be for T1 to bounce back, right, and end up getting third place. They're our defending winners, right, from last year. I want to see the LCK rise to the greatness that we saw at MSI. I mean, they were one win away from winning MSI itself, right? But if you compare expectations to what we've got, I feel like I'm kind of leaning towards G2 potentially making that magic happen, making the upset happen today. They just look like they are so locked in right now, and T1 are going to have to recover.
All right, Medios, 30 seconds. What you got?
I think it's kind of a battle of attrition at this point. You know, both these teams are coming from MSI. They've been traveling a lot. It's kind of hard to work with motivation when, you know, you're not playing for the finals, you're not playing for the win. So I think it's just whichever team can like really dig deep and want to win this match, even though it's not like, you know, the ultimate stakes.
All right, well, here we go. The third place match. Two teams very familiar with each other. It is G2, the pride of Europe, against T1, the reigning champions of the world.
It's Championship Sunday, the end of the road in League of Legends at the Esports World Cup, and one final opportunity to leave on a win.
Absolutely. We got two giants fighting for the third place medal. They have been through it all, but now it's time to see who walks away with the win.
It is indeed. Look, it's about legacy, it's about pride, it's about all of that good stuff. But let's address the elephant in the room here. A win is worth $320,000. That's what you get. Come on. That's what you get for finishing third.
Well, look, on one side, we have League of Legends royalty. They have etched their name into the game's history for so long.
Yeah, on the other, you've got Europe's final hope. They are determined to make sure that their region has a podium finish. The time is now. Let's bring out our contenders for our third place matchup.
For our first team, it is a team that suffered 2 losses, and they need this win. The Masters of the Rift, please welcome T1!
Their opponents defied expectations and reminded the world exactly what their badge is all about. Please welcome G2! All right, the mission is pretty simple. Leave Riyadh with a dub and a big fat bank account. The fight for third place begins.
It's the West versus the East again. It's our third place match as we welcome you to the 60K difference that is on your screen. The winner of this best of 3 locks in, and although they can't win the tournament, they at least get themselves a little bit of extra dub. My name's Asterix. I'm joined by Finn, and Voldemort is alongside us as well. Vold Analyst, as he's known in his local language as well.
Hello, sir.
Hello. I'm very excited to be here and be doing my first cast at the Esports World Cup for League of Legends and be an analyst at the same time alongside of you, Hysterics. First time. And yeah, just really happy to be involved today.
Yeah, also really nice getting to cast with Voldemort here by my side. We've been sitting on the desk together throughout this event, and now we will be casting this generational battle between T1 and G2. I think just such a long-standing rivalry, and now having both me from Europe representing G2 and Voldemort here to my left.
Yes, it really has
how long we're going to keep this up.
It took a minute, but that name is stuck. That's locked in.
Obviously, your expertise on T1 is unmatched, so I think we're going to have a great show.
I hope so, because, yeah, T1 needs something of a good show, right? When they versed AL the other day, it was a stomp. It wasn't close. Game 1, so one-sided and a quick, 27, 28-minute game. Game 2, a little bit more competitive, but still there was no hope. And T1 getting 2-0'd when they've just had a matchup against anyone's legend at MSI, whereas a 5-game series, is incredible to see the turnaround from the LPLC. But for now, they've got to beat the West and show again that they are still worthy here in this tournament as we go into draft.
Yeah, look, already targeting Skewmond in the draft phase. The Maokai being taken out, which is his classic, by as well as we see the Pantheon Varus bans, as long as the Talibans. My eyes are on that Faker Azir right now. Talia being taken out so early really sets that champion up for a strong first pick. So now let's see with G2, do they want to take that out, or do they want to kind of limit the jungle pool even more, so at least they can kind of hinder Owner's options a little bit?
Yeah, I think Owner has been one of the most consistent players we have seen at this tournament, and it's actually going to be his Lee Sin that is taken away. We did see a top Lee Sin, but we don't really want to talk about that all too much. The issue with this, of course, is that you're giving Faker Azir for game number 1, which is going to be huge comfort for this player.
Caps has been very adamant about this Annie counterpick, which fundamentally is a little bit weird just because how hard she gets outranged. But with the jungle meta being so fight heavy and you pick all these skirmish bruiser junglers, Annie works great in tandem with them and really makes taking those fights a lot easier.
But with the setup, the Trundle gets locked in as well. We're thinking about things like the Wukong, Sejuani still up and available for Azir pairing. Where do we go next? We're talking about Owner and what jungle pool we can add with the two already taken out. As T1 just say, no, ignore that for now. We're going to pick up the Lucian. And the Brom pairing has been the most popular.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the big one. We saw that Ruler and Dura went back to this in Game 3 against G2 yesterday and were able to capitalize on it. And they picked it relatively early, just like we see here. I think it might be a little bit difficult for Owner. You know, this Trundle is rough for him. He loves to play the Xinjiang, he loves to play Pantheon, but it's banned or it's not good into Trundles. So they're going to forego his pick for now and just pick a strong bottom lane duo instead.
Senna being a champion, Hansama utilized regionally very well. Just getting those stacks can be difficult when all these swaps end up happening, so you really want to solidify those lanes and keep them there, try to get all those stacks on that Braum in the early game. Allowing now, probably look for a support counterpick on 4 and a counterpick for Broken on 5 later in the draft.
On the note of Senna, I feel like it's been the pick of the tournament so far. You know, it's 4 out of 5 win rate, but more so it's just been the games and the impact it's had. Set safe scaling, and with Hansama, that's what G2 need here when we're already starting to ban away some long-range options that maybe can match into it. Rumble's the first one to go. What is that setting up for with Alistar also on the side? Maybe a pairing that G2 could utilize?
Yeah, I mean, crucially, they're still targeting the junglers a little bit there from Owner, but champion that has been very popular for the man in the top lane for T1 is the Gwen, something he has relied on a lot. Dying to the Krugs and then reaching his final form as first G2 must pick their support. Nautilus Senna is just such a classic combo here. You are against the Braum, usually Nautilus into the Braum is not really favorable, but you just want something that has a go button to really help to bounce off that pillar.
Yeah, and definitely we have our eyes here on what Owner is going to pick with all these bans against him and having to deal with the Trundle. The Wukong you mentioned might be an option here, and also with Doran, he does have to go ahead and blind pick into Broken Blade, which is never a comfortable spot to be in.
Xinjiang will be some comfort here for Owner. He does love this pick. It's, Trundle does often get picked into this, so we'll see how Owner deals with this matchup.
Yeah, G2 really like pivoting the draft so he was forced to play Xinjiang there, giving them a favorable matchup despite blinding. Now, if you pick Gwen here, you run into really scary Jax on 5. So I could see Doran really looking for something else that has a little bit more lane control in the top side, being the Aurora that kind of had struggles against yesterday, and now get to see what Broken Blade has in mind.
Broken Blade has a plethora. The problem is, like we've seen with the Warwick top in certain matchups, sometimes he goes too far. Jace yesterday we didn't like against the Gwen, now up against the Aurora. Option could just be safe, play a tank, and I think Broken Blade's one of the best role players.
Yeah, sign into the Aurora is a little bit hard before he gets his first base off, but when he gets that MR, when he gets that MR Sunfire cape and he starts one-shotting those waves, he can really dictate the lanes in the mid to late game, but that early laning phase will be really tough.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough. I think Doran has an opportunity here to get things going and start winning that lane. I think especially when you've got Lucian Braum on the bot lane at the same time, you have a couple of lanes that should be comfortable early on. Definitely a lot of eyes on the mid lane as well. You mentioned how Caps is loving this Annie into the Azir. How can Faker do? Faker's gotten some solo kills himself, but he's also been solo killed as well by some players. So we'll be looking to see how volatile that mid lane matchup does get.
It was that rough Rise flash, remember the other day, versus Jojo Pyun. EU's already tested and thrown out the works into Faker. Like, is he going to have a better final showing here at the Esports World Cup? Their final game, their final series, rather. For third place, G2 versus T1. Finn, you already talked up the rivalry. I remember back over to MSI 2024, they blasted G2 into the ground. Yeah, there's been some series, some games close over the years, but T1 really have felt that they've had their number. It hurts EU. T1 are definitely behemoths of the region.
Hey, reminiscence back. Reminiscence back to 2019.
Oh no!
I remember at MSI Semifinal 2019, where G2 really had their number, followed by a World Semifinal 2019. Sure, T1 has had recent success in this matchup, but let's not forget that G2 was the one that tested them on the world stage back then.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. That was a very long time ago, and you mentioned the recency from T1 has been big. Yeah,
2019 with Europe.
Yeah,
we still think about it.
Shout out to the crowd. We got the Hanadu set today. I don't know if we got it yesterday. Orcs and I have been searching for it.
Yeah,
but we obviously here we can't hear crowd as much. So shout out to the grand fans that came in. Yeah, 2019 is a big meme for Europe because we latch onto it, you know. I know you being LCK caster, Voldemort, you honestly, you get to lather up each year and just go, yeah, the 2024, yeah, good year. 2022, yeah, not bad. 2022, yeah, great year.
Yeah, but there are definitely some scars, you know, some years where it didn't go all so well. We do not like to think about 2018, 2019. That wasn't exactly the heyday for LCK, but still had some strong teams in the mix at that time. But it is really about T1 and G2 today. Both of our analyst desk members were talking about the magic, the magic of G2. Can they rekindle that? But also the magic of Team 1, where it feels like they're inevitable. But they have fallen here to the third and fourth place match, so that is one step down. I do wonder where their mindset is going to be heading into today.
As you say, it's very true, Valdez. I think right now, though, maybe we have a fight here already. This is cute.
Yeah, Winter's Spy, they probably stopped it there for Carrier. Gets some autos down, and nice from Guma as well, but it's only onto Lebrov and Han Summer. Gets a bit of soul usage out of that trade as well.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is that I feel like T1 at this tournament isn't really showing that performance that we kind of expect from them. Meanwhile, G2 came in as looking as massive underdogs, but really stepped up this tournament and showed why they should still be respected on that international stage, showing why they once were a team that was threatening the international competition, and showing why you don't count them out that easily.
Yeah, this is one thing I was looking forward to for T1's lanes. They're already dominating bot, as you would expect. Picking the Nautilus into the Braum can sometimes be difficult. You have to take very short trades there. And also, as you were mentioning, Finn, up in the top lane, Doran is going to bully Broken Blade a bit in the early game until he does get that first back. So maybe gives a little bit of extra room for Owner to move around the map and make some plays happen.
Broken Billy will suffer for... Doran has chosen that Grasp rune, which is not scaling as well in the damage department, but getting that health, just keeping the lane state solid and having that defensive capabilities in case Sion wants to go for a heavy trade. It's really nice for the early game, but I don't think it scales as well. You don't really get that burst damage when you get your items as much.
Seeing more trading down bot. Heal's going to be burnt by Carrier, Owner on a ward. Spotted is pathing down bot as he clears all camps down here, and noticed as well that being matched by Skumon, but naturally the Trundle, as he gets to some of these solo camps, will blitz through. Doran, it just continues up on top as Broken Blade, gets shredded a little bit, and I feel like the only other Aurora that in counter matchup has really been bullying and being that successful in this tournament has been Keen. We saw him in a different matchup versus a Rumble, but still, like, his Aurora was very clean in lane. So far, a similar start to Doran here, as with the Grasp, he's making full use against Broken Blade.
Baker going in for some of these trades. There's been so much action around the mid lane whenever T1 is playing. It's either T1's, or rather Faker's teammates trying to help out Faker and get ganks going. We saw multiple ganks from like Owner and even Keria coming in some of their games, but also teams trying to punish Faker and trying to gank him. So expecting a lot of action around the mid lane. As once again, we're just trading down in the bottom side here. Faker will go back mid.
I feel like Owner's been a helicopter parent. You know, he's just always there for Faker, and Carrier's like the brother that just drops in unannounced. As I give him a quick root, and there you go. Faker's going to do it himself, actually, and Caps has no stun. Ordered to death with a lethal tempo. If there's another soldier to arise, yes, Faker hits the high note for first blood.
Massive by Faker, finding a solo kill onto Caps. Caps disrespecting that lethal tempo damage. He thought he could take one more auto attack, but had to respect that, had to flash out. Faker knowing his damage so well and really getting a small little lead here for T1.
And this is what it's been about for Faker. He's been getting those solo kills. Yes, he has taken some himself, but that is a massive start. As I mentioned before, supposed to be winning a couple of lanes. And yeah, it's just Caps not respecting Faker's TP back here to the lane.
Yeah, Caps wants to crash this wave and then base so Faker doesn't clear it, but he wastes the stun on the caster minutes, and Faker sees a moment to pounce, sees that he can go for the play here, and that soldier and the lethal tempo little thing flies at him, and
little thing,
ends up falling to that extra damage. Perfect play by Faker and at just the right amount of damage.
He's also falling behind in CS, so that feels like a kind of a revival for the lane. And Faker as well. He goes back, gets the recurve bow with an amplifying tome. Those autos are going to be a little bit more dangerous and precarious for Caps, considering that, as we're talking about, Faker gets a lot of attention. Caps did hold on to that flash, but Faker, as he approaches ult, it's danger territory for G2 as Skumon starts Drake.
Yeah, Skumon starts Dragon, but G2's bot lane has so much control in this matchup. One potion up on Hansama versus Gumayushi, constantly pushing him on their tower, using that Cryo now to secure this first Dragon. And once you get this Dragon, that is when you can really look for these swaps. And I think Broken Blade is going to need some relief. He's really struggling in the 1v1 in the health department. He's getting a lot of the creeps, but he will want to base really soon and maybe look for an ult down to the bot lane. And if they can manage to mismatch these lanes, I think Sion will be very happy, while Aurora, leaning against that Senna Nautilus, she might have a bit of a roughie, one might say.
Yeah, you could definitely feel G2 taking over control of the bottom side of the map and able to get that objective off of the back of it. Faker does take the Tivers to the face, but he's just fine. He'll go for a back himself. And here's that swap we were talking about. Not really much going to be missed at all. Looks like maybe 2 minions in the top lane for Hansama, but he's totally fine after getting through that early stage of the Lucian Braum just fine.
Despite the mid solo kill, feels like G2's kind of dictating this early game, and it's all on the back of G2's bot lane's really strong laning phase. Really impressive to go against that Gumayushi, Keria, Lucian Braum, and just has so much impact in these first 8 minutes.
I feel like, again, you know, a lot of center lanes haven't been punished. We'll pause on that, though. Owner's coming in. Caps Tiver's already out, so he doesn't have ulti to bring in, but Faker's just getting a bit of support. Morally from Keria and Owner again. There's a quick drop in from Keria. And Owner, once again, making sure the boys are playing well. But for G2, they're hovering out because Skumon has his ulti. Owner does not. The difference here could be bigger. Stretchline pulls in, but 6 now. Crescent Guard pulled out straight away. They turn onto Labrov, but as he flashes away and the Piercing Darkness flies through, a turn onto Owner who has the flash as well, and Caps gets the electrocute with the ranged auto.
One for G2 here, 40 seconds before Grub spawns.
The owner levels up the moment Labrov hooks in, really baiting that, but the Senna ult from Hansama is the difference maker. Caps getting the kill at the tail end of that electrocute proc. Really impressive play here and great team play. Hansama did get a little bit chunked to the top, Senna is going to have the base, but I think all in all, you're really happy as G2 to really stabilize this early game and get a little bit of kills back.
Yeah, T1 definitely underestimating the potential damage that would come out from the Senna and from the Annie over the top, and so they're just able to get Owner down. He felt so safe with this Crescent Guard coming out at exactly the right moment, but it just was not enough. Now, with that chunking on a Hansama, there's a massive wave in the top lane that's being dropped here. Hansama is going to come back and catch some of it, but yeah, leaving Hansama here, as of course Labrov was in mid with that fight. A lot of pressure around the Grubs right now. It does look like Owner is able to start it up, and Dorn is able to push them back as Hansama was chunked out earlier.
It'll be really hard to contest this.
Hang on, flash away from Guma. Broken play with a nice decimate, and he's going to turn it into a smash at that. Guma max range, cleanses. Broken blade out of mana. The Roar of the Slayer will not reach either, and Guma gets out alive.
I was looking for it. He wanted to throw the minion at his back, but in the end, didn't have enough damage. But still really good getting both of Gumayushi summoners there with that play. Gonna make it really nice now if we can match the lanes as we see this replay. Look, the moment Labrov hooks in, Owner levels up, but here the Dawning Shadow from Senna comes in and does so much for this team. And the Electrocute attack is just enough to kill Owner with another little rune thing.
T1 fan. Oh, okay, maybe she's a G2 fan. I don't know. I don't know. I see some betrayal, but I see Caps now, who's up 250 gold after that earlier solo kill from Faker. Remember, he was maintaining a CS lead in this lane, so just because he's been able to match the kill, now gold in his favor, and the Caps good start, I would say, but he has his flash available, might have to burn it as the Emperor's Divide. No, he's going to stand his ground, doesn't want to lose the Summoner, and Owner takes him down.
Yeah, Caps should have been able to flash away from that one. He just didn't have any vision. He's sitting in mid against an Azir. He has to flash that Emperor's Divide, but instead he just kind of accepts his fate. He will hold on to his flash, but now he's dead again.
Divi2's going to begin though. Meanwhile, Carrier has ultimate available, layers it on top of Labrov, who flashed before. No escape for him. A free kill over to Guma on Lucian. And T1 in this early game starting to race a bit as Hansama. Winter's Bite causes the flash. T1 getting a lot out of their 2-2, a very different story to the Anyone's Legend series so far.
Yeah, big mistake by Labrov disrespecting there. Despite the early lane going so well, you are still only level 5. You can't walk up and take that fight. You do not have your ultimate ability. And Senna ulted before, it was on cooldown when the fight started. I think they got a little bit too confident because there was no summoners on Gumayushi, but still, that ultimate difference is just too vast, and you gotta play a little bit more respectful in these situations.
It's got turret plating as well, by the way, thanks to the 2 Grubs, so again, another lead to talk about here for T1.
Yeah, it's definitely a very nice spot for them as Guma's going to eat a bunch of damage with the Dawning Shadow to his face. But yeah, definitely got to be careful into the Braum. Even if he didn't have the ult, he can get stunned up. Labrov was sitting there with no sums. Definitely a bit of a risk. So he does pay the price, and that does mean that T1 in a pretty comfortable spot in this game. We're able to pick up a couple of the Grubs as well, and are holding on to a lead in this one.
Imagine Broken Mid opens topside here and then G2 tries to secure this second dragon. That would be great, really solidifying that dragon win condition that we so know well. Trundle's gonna finish up his full clear. A Sign goes to match the Azir. He's gonna be very fine against that, just clearing the waves, and we look to join the fight with teleport as there is ghosting on Caps.
Yeah, but Winter's Bite's out of range. Good pillar to disengage from Skumon. That dragon mentioned before, number 2 here for G2. But they're not going to get anywhere near it for now. T1 hold themselves pro. Really important lore here in the game that we've missed out on. Guma and Hansama have matching skins, husband and wife goals for the Senna Lucian.
Very important.
But they didn't talk before the game, at least as far as I know, so that's just a happy accident. Not like marriage, by the way. Marriage is definitely not an accident.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be...
I'm setting it to a marriage, you know.
And it is a Cloud Soul that is on the way, so pretty incredible soul for both sides, I can say. Definitely going to be fighting for that one here. It does look like Skumon is able to pick up the final sad, lonely Grub that was waiting there in the pit for quite a while.
It is sad, isn't it? What do you think he was doing while he was waiting?
Thinking.
Grubbing about?
Grubbing about, yeah. What do Grubs do in their downtime?
Caps accepting the wave. Look at T1, the setup here on Broken Blade. He went for the plating and he thinks, okay, maybe I can just ulti out. And I think Carrier knows it. So yeah, he walks it out. Good plating picked up. And the fact that he's within reach when the early part of the lane was so bad. These mismatched, these swaps seem to be working out pretty well here.
Yeah.
G2.
And this is kind of what you want to do with a sign. You just want to preferably... Guma goes for the cooling here. I don't think he's going to get that much.
Yeah,
Hammer will heal
okay.
him and walk out. Caps ults the bot to try to get a chunk on Doran, knowing they have the numbers advantage. But Guma and Carrier are trading down bots at river potentially, so dive would be difficult, as it's probably just going to be a deep vision take here from Scuman and Labrov. Walking together, something that we really like to see, and a big of the criticism towards G2 has been Scuman and Labrov not working together well enough.
The gate, all it takes is a pillar. One hits, the other does not. And I was looking for that depth charge, but because there's no dredge line, T1 are just going to walk this out. Unfortunate for G2.
Yeah, I really like that angle. I like how they're playing around their vision and trying to look for pockets where they can really abuse where T1 do not have the vision. And it kind of worked, but their engage is not there if the Nautilus doesn't work. But now Scumont
runs into Carrier. Again, that layering of the ulti. He flashes, but into a Winter Spike concussive blows. Scumont nowhere to go. T1 give another over to Guma. And slowly but surely they keep picking up the kills here as Faker looks for Broken Blade. He's got lethal tempo up and available, but there won't be enough damage to cut through as, again, another kill over to Guma is big news.
It's a sad day for Scuman as Broken Blade is getting a little bit surrounded here. I don't think they can dive him. He's a little bit too tanky, but I don't know if you saw, but Gumayushi actually stole his chicken while he was hitting it and then killed him after. That's the biggest disrespect that can happen to you. That's very unfortunate.
It's the worst thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ona just picks up all the rather jungle camp from top side in the meantime. So that play of Scumon getting caught out means he loses 2 camps, he loses his life. Gold lead for T1 is about 2,000 gold as well. I think outside of, Caps finding that kill with a return onto Ona, everything has been T1 favored here in the early game. We see an Azir, we see an Aurora, we see a lot of team fights set up here. I think they'll be chilling with how this early game's going.
Yeah, they're in a very comfortable spot. I mean, their Lucian is gigantic right now. Guma just so fed at this point in the game, as now we got a TP up to the top side, but that is a Scion, so he's just going to run away.
Oh, yeah.
So a lot of the lanes here being controlled by T1. It does look like G2 at least able to invade once again. They've had control of this jungle for quite a while, funnily enough, so they'll sit there as if it's their home.
Guys are both in TP on mid, and Annie's walking up. They don't want to give this Herald for free.
Onto Gumi. He's just going to walk towards his jungler. Broken Blade teleport now down, which means Faker might open up for the next wave. The Herald is the next call, right? Shelly has some business to do. Maybe with G2 as Ona just backs off, and they're going to receive waves first, but someone has to receive top because G2 are losing a bit of minions, bit of XP, bit of gold for this.
It's pretty awkward for G2. They use both their solar lanes to rotate towards mid, but they don't really get anything with the time that they both use. Meanwhile, Doran and Faker is pushing both side lanes, and now while G2 has to go and catch those waves, T1 is going to take control of mid, take control of the top side river, and most likely gain control of this Herald. I don't think Skuma can walk in there, especially with no flash.
Yeah.
You just gotta give it, and that's what happens. If you use your turn to walk mid, and you don't actually get something,
depth charge.
The next 45 seconds.
Maybe they get something afterwards. Decimating smash needed though. Ona hasn't pulled the ulti out. T1 want to turn it 2 versus 4 for now, but Doran's in. Carrier Guma on the way in as well. Faker's bought time with the wall up and available, and the layering of Carrier. It turns into a T1 masterstroke. Doran with the follow-up after Caps finally joins him, but he has no stun. He's got no stun, and he ain't here for fun. The exhaust is down. He's going to take a while to stack up, but before Tivus is out, T1 launch on the mid laner. Guma will be the sacrifice. His life is now forfeit. Hans Sama playing it back. Tivus was angry. 4 members low of T1. G2 might have an angle, but as the dredge line comes in, Labrov getting bursted down. Faker flushed away, dies, hits the ground, but the stun up, and there's still good damage. The rain from Doran keeps him at bay. G2 sending back here. It's a messy one, but the Herald still was secured by T1.
But it's not a bad fight for G2 at all. They actually trade evenly and manages to keep the tempo now on the map, looking for this top lane tier 1, looking for some chunks.
No. Unsum of the target. Doran ultied up, decimating smash, but under turret. Broken Blade's now caught here, and Kerry's going to get a couple of concussive blows. Auto attack after auto attack, and this Aurora does do damage to Broken Blade. Meanwhile, Han Summer dies to the jungler. Decimating smash onto Carrier, blocked away by the Unbreakable. Broken Blade is trying, but Guma has respawned. We are devolving to chaos, but T1 like it.
I mean, this is a super messy fight, but T1, they had it calculated the whole time, or at least that's what I'll tell myself. They baited them in 2v4. They brought them into the river. Faker looked like a tasty piece of bait there, and G2 did get run down, but they were coming back. And then eventually they just pushed it a little bit too far. And T1 are getting massive wins all across the map after this. They get that kill on a Hansama. They get the mid lane turret as well. And it does look like Skuman was able to sneak in here and take down the Drake, but that is just a consolation prize at this point.
So Finn, still G2 favored? Like, where did we end there? Because there were two parts of the fight.
That was maybe my first caster curse there. Slight solace for Trundle getting that dragon, but I mean, that is a T1 classic. I feel like they play so well on max range with low health bars. Like, you see all these low health bars.
And we're doing it again, aren't we? Look at the layering. Carrier just sends out the ulti, but Guma comes in. Culling is now layering down too. It must be a day of cake in game one, because I love the layers that T1 are bringing in for fun. A double already. Guma going to send it for Relentless Pursuit, and with the piercing darkness, or rather light, he almost finds Broken Blade at the end and oversteps under the turret. So T1 do lose their jungler, but it's the cost of 2 for G2. Hang on, 3. Oh, we're doing it again. Carrier, Winter's Bite. It's a bait in. Faker's backing away, by the way, so it's just Guma, but he's got 7 kills.
Yeah, we saw G2 do this to Gen.G yesterday, and Gen.G could not keep up, but T1 are keeping up with flying colors. They say, bring the action. It is fine for us.
And they feel like they caught Owner here, but Owner just decides to go in before he's retreating, and they get a good chunk of Faker here, but here Doran comes with a massive Between Worlds, and Carrier with a massive ult, and all the Avengers come to help them, and Capsteep is in there, but he has no stun. He can't look for big Tibbers because he needs time to stack that. He tries to flash away from the Carrier's concussive blows here, but in the end, he gets a lot of damage out just before he dies. And look at his Tibbers. His Tibbers makes it really difficult for T1 to kind of approach, and it kind of leaves Carrier out to dry here because Tibbers is just so tired of T1.
I'll quote Medic a little bit. That TP sucked. I think that TP from Caps was a roughie, especially when you don't have stun up and available. This is going to go on for another 5 minutes because we...
Yeah, and here it's where it kind of devolves and ranges a little bit.
What do you mean here it devolves? I think it devolved 5 minutes ago, brother.
Broken thinks has enough damage, but Carrier saving the heal, breaking in, and now Hansama is just left alone with an angry man with a spear, trying to chase him down, and despite the flash and despite all the attempt from G2, there's just not enough damage in the bank right now.
Yeah, and guess who gets the kill? It's Gumayusi after all of that. I think that was kill number 5 in the game as he's sitting on, I think, 7 or 8. Yeah, he's on 7 at this point.
Wow.
On the Lucian. One of the early picks in the draft. Guma's running away with this one.
But now we start Atakan and T1. We've already come back and it's a 5K. G2 have to walk into this. But again, Carrier sets down the Glacial Fissure, the Unbreakable as well. Dredgeline in after a decimating smash, and Carrier will die, but Atakan is secured. T1 still looking for a fight, however, and onto Cap, who again doesn't have his stun available. He's in trouble. Decimating smash, a 2-man though, G2. Whoa. This could be their time. Faker though, auto-attacking after a 3-man knockback is big, but G2 have 5 still strong. Oh no, where did he go? He got sent upwards and now escaping in the Herald. Not only have we devolved, we have evolved in this game 1. As he's also going to look for something mid. I don't know, he's just traveling and getting out of there. G2 won the fight.
He's an astronaut, he's a driver. What does an owner do?
I thought we had a Poppy in the game. Where did he go?
Way up in the sky, it looks like. Yeah, T1, that's some classic happy gaming right there. They lose Carrier, they're like, you know what, I think we win anyway. 4v5, let's run straight at the Annie and all group up for the Timbers. Not the best decision from T1, I'll say that. As we'll take another look at the fight here.
We're gonna be able to break it down there. T1 starts Atakan and G2 approaches for this really tight choke point, and it becomes really difficult for them to approach, and T1 just finishes it now. Carrier gets caught, but now they're like, as you say, Valdes, they're like, okay, we can maybe fight still, but now look at this Q from Broken Blade, getting so much knockups here, and the Labrov follow sends Owner into the stratosphere, goes to the moon and back, and they don't know where he is. There he is! Now he's back, and suddenly he picks up his car and takes for drive.
And the fact he gets out after coming back from the moon, maybe we should just salute, I don't know, like, stranger things that happen in League, I think not. We're fighting again. It's been a great 3rd place match so far. You know, I've got the perfect co-casters with me for this as we're going to just send it out. Okay, Culling into Skewmont. He's stunned up. It's concussive blows. Carrier, the Brom is adding so much value as Owner re-engages Crescent Guard in. He fears not as Doran's angle is now there too. Labrov gets him with a hook in. Again, the Dawning Shadow helps out G2, but not enough. Labrov still too squishy as the Between Worlds is going to find Broken Blade. He's slowed down to Bugger. He flashes out, gets out. T1 still winning fights. It's still their game despite the goal being closed. And they're going to head towards the Dragon to make number 2.
Yeah, I think G2 just overstepping a little bit there. It just feels like a very brawly game. They want to bring the brawls to T1, but there's just so much lockdown between the Braum and the Xinjiao, and they have a lot of ways to keep guys like the Nautilus around. And so Labrov, you know, trying to make things happen for the team, he's just the sacrifice. And that does mean that the first Cloud Drake here for T1 will be given over to them. Still a relatively close game when you do look at the gold, but a very fed Guma, a very fed Owner as well, who's got the biggest lead right now. On top of that, Otacon is going to be pretty huge for T1.
Yeah, the big solace for G2 is this Senna that is stacking. 83 stacks at 23 is actually a really good number. Usually the breaking point is 60 at 20, that's the median. So 83 at 23 is super strong with him. Really hard for T1's comp to kind of catch him unless they get a lot of different angles, and he's really scaling, having a really good game so far, and this is the avenue where G2 can kind of get the way back into the game.
And so on top of that as well, I mean, Broken Blade, although he still can be killed, we've got Nazir, there's constant DPS. I feel like Broken Blade, who's in a good position, who's still quite tanky for the game, also adds to that flavor, right? And what did you call him before? Broken Billy? Like, he's getting to his third item. And for Broken Blade as well, like T1 we've seen, he's already quite hard to kill. So he's got a bit of time to play with, and I think for G2 that can only be a plus. So the game's not over yet. 2k gold lead for T1, that's it for now. 2 Dragons apiece. The fact that G2 got earlier Dragons does seem to lend itself to their win con.
Yeah, it does feel pretty good for them. I think they're in a relatively comfortable spot. I do worry, you know, they have the scaling of the Scion and the Senna, but yeah, you really can't get too far behind. This is going to be the really critical part of the game where it's like, okay, we got Baron spawning, the Drakes are kind of even, and we're just going to brawl again, I guess.
Sumon, he gets the 3 Talon strike, Crescent Guard out again, a root in for Han Sama, but he's not with the rest of the fight. Doran's in first, and I was just talking about Broken Blade being tanky, but versus 5 members of T1, it's unbearable. Between Worlds for Doran, he jumps in, then jumps back out. It's a ruse with Kerrigan, the Glacial Fisher for Owner to snap in. T1 made it messy at the start of this game, but that was the cleanest fight we've seen.
I mean, Owner's just an assassin on this Xinjiao. I mean, he spots caps and he's like laser focused onto this Annie. And I mentioned how this was going to be the critical time. Yes, you've got your scaling elements, but you're giving up Baron. You're giving up so much here to T1 as G2.
It is like the backline of T1 has just so much damage. Whoever they're hitting, the front line of G2 just can't keep up here. Look at the skirmish in the top side of it. G2 doesn't want to give up this red buff. They don't want to concede this, but Owner decides this is a great time to fight. Dashes over the Decimating Smite from Strike from Sion, and here Faker just goes in, and Broken Blade, you might be tanky, but you still get shredded.
Yeah, and then look at Caps here. He's like, okay, I should be okay, right? Bit of damage comes in from Doran, and then take a look at Owner, how quickly he kills Caps. Look at this. This is insane.
You're right. He's an assassin. Wow. I can't believe it was the last pixel as well before Caps flashed. Unlucky for him, but great for Owner, who, as you said, 11 out of 14 KP is having a great game.
It's a tough position to be in for G2. They have no flash on neither Annie or Senna, so it's really difficult when your 2 main carries just has to be so far back because, as you say, Owner's an assassin. There's a Doran that can jump on you at any time, and as we all know, all roads lead to him Fake. You can also look for the shuffles now with those flashes down, so G2 really needs to try to stabilize the map right now, and they need more time to scale up.
You're right, because the damage on Owner is not enough. The range from Han Summer doesn't seem to be enough. Even on Guma, he has to kite his way through just to do something in the fight. I mean, yes, there is some good follow-up damage as soon as they have that disengage, or rather lack of, but Labrov walks in, and when concussive blows, he's going to get stunned up again. Owner, the perfect ult, the Crescent Guard to keep G2 away as he dives in again. He's unkillable, unmatchable. Owner is the one on this Zen. Zhao Skewmon can't hold the pace as Doran flashes in for the final piece. Faker, meanwhile, is having a date with Broken Blade, and I think Broken Blade feels a little bit shy versus the GOAT. Kerry has joined in with his unsealed TP, and And that'll be all from G2, as this was the most entertaining game we have had at EWC so far. Game 1 over to T1.
Just fantastic stuff. A very entertaining game, very back and forth. Props to G2 for sticking in it for a while, but the damage from the Xintao and the Lucian was just too much for them to handle. Guma and Owner having a day out here, and the rest of the team also playing extremely well for T1. It just felt like they kept opting into these fights, and T1 kept knocking them down.
So good team fighting from T1. Just all these skirmishes, they're so precise in their clicks. They know exactly what everyone's role is, and they always look for the proper fights. Gummayushi Doran doing so much damage, and Sama tries to kind of match that, but I mean, these Doran ults in fights, they kind of went a little bit unnoticed, but that damage just adds up so much. Everyone is just getting so slowed and makes it so easy for the carriers of T1 to follow up.
My only regret with this after watching this is that we do not have a best of 5 between G2 and T1. It has been glorious. It has been a beautiful game 1. You're watching some of the highlights after, again, Owner put on a masterclass. Voldes did it himself. He was Assassin's Intel. He was just that far ahead. God, hot damn. Let's hope we get a little bit more. Let's hope G2 can stand up to the plate. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to a short break, but when we return, our third place match moves to match point for T1.
Hello everyone, it's Mirwin from Movistar here, and I'm here today to do a challenge. I have to find as many figures as I can in 1 minute, so let's get started. 1 crazy minute, and I will make sure I will find as many as possible. So the first figure I can see is in the red base at the start. I'm looking for more here close, but I can see another one here in this flower. For now it's really difficult to find them. Okay, another here. Now we have 3 for now, 4 in this bush, 5 in the Nash pit, 6 in the ground. And let's see. 7 in this tower, 8 here, 9 here, 10 in the base. In this angle I don't see. Okay, 11 here, 12 in the red, 13, 1 in the raptors. So basically I got 14. I don't know how many there are, but I think I found actually many. I don't think it was really difficult, at least for me. Hopefully I'm the top one, we will see.
Okay, so we're looking for fakers. I already see 1 faker here, 2nd faker here, 3rd faker here, this faker, yeah, it is 4th faker, another 1, 5th faker, so they can also be on the towers. Here 6th, 7, 7. I see more. I don't really see more. Oh, here 8. On the edges of the map. Okay. 8, 9. I see the 9. Oh, 9 it is. Pretty hard. I had to really look into it.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, so 1 picture of faker. One of these. 2 pictures of faker. 1 here. 3 pictures of faker. 4 pictures of Faker with Nexus. 5 pictures of Faker. 6 pictures of Faker here. Okay, now it's getting hard actually. 7, 8 pictures of Faker. 9 pictures of Faker. So another one here. 10 pictures of Faker. 11 pictures of Faker. 12 pictures of Faker. 13 pictures of Faker. 14 pictures of Faker. 15. 16 pictures of Faker. So if I'm not wrong, I think I got 16 pictures of Faker. I'm not sure if it was the maximum. I probably think I missed a few of them, but I think it's like pretty decent score.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We've got our third place match underway. T1 up 1-0 over G2 in a scrappy, very, very entertaining battle. Digon here alongside Medios and Wolf to break that last one down. Medios, what'd you think of it?
Well, it was a little underwhelming, I fear. It kind of felt like a lot of Western games versus the top Eastern teams where you just do nothing and lose. I think that G2 drafted somewhat of a low damage comp. They had a lot of crowd control and like team fighting capacity, but they just weren't able to get it going. I think they didn't have a lot of prio in their lanes on top of T1 having a fairly slippery comp. So, yeah, I mean, they tried a little bit of stuff early game, but ultimately they just kind of rolled over.
Yeah, well, we actually have right now standing by live from the STC Arena. It's Atlas and Kitty for their thoughts on that last matchup. What's up, y'all?
G'day, Dagon. It's pretty loud in here as some of the MKOI folks have come in with banging some drums, making sure that they keep the hype levels as high as possible. And we can see LEC representation. It doesn't matter where it comes from. It's all here for G2 today.
Respect to the fans from Europe because they always show up to any arena in the world. And of course, we have T1 fans on the other side that are just as excited.
Exactly. Of course, the T1 fans feeling a little bit better after that one. I agree with Meteos. It was certainly looking a little one-sided.
Maybe a bit too one-sided. However, it is a best of 3, so like yesterday, G2 might just get a better draft for Game 2 and bring it to a 1-1.
Exactly right. I mean, this is the best thing, right? You lose Game 1 and then you come back. It's like the reverse sweep mentality. This is how G2 did it, right? They got that one win and then that was all they got at MSI. You turn it around this time, and then you can possibly make that comeback. So hopefully they can cling on to some of that energy, make something happen.
And I hope people at the desk aren't going to be Game 1 Andes, because G2, what are we going to do to T1? Let's go, G2!
They almost followed it. T1 fans, are we just going to clean sweep this one? Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right. Thank you very much, y'all, for the check-in from the STC Arena. We'll get to hear from Kitty and Atlas later on in the day. Now let's go ahead and break that last one down. Kitty's suggesting maybe a different draft here, Wolf.
Well, for me, I think whether they call it a Game 1 Andy, I think the game, when you look at the end result, you look at the 7 kills on the Lucian, you think, okay, this game was incredibly one-sided. But several of the fights were actually pretty close, right? T1 almost getting caught there around the Baron pit before Otacon. It looked like the fight was definitely winnable for G2. If a few things go a little bit better, if it's a little bit tighter play from G2 or a little bit faster on the rotations, they might have won those fights swimmingly. They might have been the ones that people are saying they took a one-sided game. So I feel like despite the issues with the draft that Meteos already brought up, it was playable. They just got outplayed by T1.
Yeah, and we have examples of that in a couple of our highlights, starting with highlight number 1, which was a very long, extended fight that it felt like G2 looked good early on, but a big Emperor's Divide by Faker changes things.
This was a really interesting fight where, in theory, G2 should be better because they're starting with a 4-man engage onto 2 people from T1, but it kind of goes down to them just not having that much damage outside of caps. So they started the fight without Annie, and then Annie TP's in late, doesn't have the stun ready, and they just end up in a horrible formation. So what could have been a good play for them just ended in tragedy.
Caps, he shows up right after taking a backswing so late. He has a good angle, but like you mentioned, he doesn't have his stun prepped. And Doran's ult on the Aurora actually just bought so much space for T1. Same with Faker, right? And these are the T1 quintessential plays where it looks like, oh, T1's out of position, they're caught, and then they buy enough space for everyone to rotate over, and they end up having the man advantage. They have the advantage in positioning. This was a bridge too far from Broken Blade as he leaves Hansama out to dry and also dies himself attempting to get that kill there, but ultimately gives it over to Gumayusi, and it's just a bit of a disaster here. I feel like it was pretty rough after the loss in the fight, but this made the game almost unsalvageable.
Yeah, and I think the tough part from this, if you're looking at yesterday's matches, G2 had a long, drawn-out fight in the top lane where it was very scrappy, and they ended up coming out on top, and it turned the game back around. So I think maybe a little bit too much focus there on trying to flip the coin early. However, over at Otacon, the game did stall out a little bit with a huge stun by Caps.
This was a perfect example of the Dr. Double Lift, what he was saying with objectives, where T1 just recognized Otacon is so strong. In my mind, it's one of the strongest objectives right now, you know, almost as good as Dragon Soul, maybe better than Baron, because the fact that they get it, even though a lot of them died afterwards, and, you know, since Xiao went for a crazy ride right there, T1 is pretty happy with it, you know? It's an insanely strong buff. It gives you a lot of scaling, a lot of XP for your whole team on top of the takedown AoE slow. So yeah, you know, I think that definitely reinforces Double's point that it's okay to lose a lot of people for an objective.
And we did see at the very end of that fight, the combo that Labrov gets the dredge line, the ult does come through, the stun rather comes through from Caps, but there was so much time where he's trying to stack the stun up, and everyone in T1 knows he doesn't have it, so they can fight through that choke point. It did ultimately end up going poorly in the fight for T1, but they got the objective. Owner's able to sneak away, and it's just these fights I'm talking about where it's so close. If that stun is prepped, if G2 are a little bit better set up, then I think they can get the punish.
Yeah, and then from there they had a definitive gold lead. G2 clawed back a little bit, but then here at the red buff is our third and final highlight, where we get to see Assassin Xin Zhao. This is a jungler's dream. It has to be.
This whole moment is really all about the Baron. Like, yes, they fight over the red buff here. This is what it looks like is happening, but T1 have control over the Baron pit. They have deep vision, and so G2 kind of have to leapfrog their way step by step closer. And these are the kind of fights when the game is basically over, the winning team gets to force and dictate, and man, bye-bye Caps.
He exploded there at the end. I wasn't sure if there was like an Aurora Q still on him, because that was more than just Zhao damage, but I think that was another fight where Caps just wasn't there at the beginning, and when you have one of these comps like G2, who you've got a tank, Nautilus, Scion, Trundle's like, he's kind of a tank. He doesn't do that much damage at this point in the game. You really need your Annie there to start things off, to just get a lot of damage in, get that initial CC, but he wasn't there. Broken Blade ends up just getting jumped on by everybody, goes down before Caps has even arrived, so it just, yeah, I don't know, they just weren't able to find the right setups, and T1 just did a good job finding those fights.
Yeah, G2 with one more opportunity to try and bounce back, get together as a team, and send off with a good note back to the LEC, or will LCK's really big darlings of the league be able to close it on out here at EWC?
Oh, I did not know T1 were LCK's darlings, but I understand why. Thank you, Dagon, as Voldemort and Finnegan alongside me. Hysterics. What a game. What a day so far. What a good time we're about to have for game 2. Don't you think?
We just watched a spaceship owner in the last game.
We've just come back. We've just come back from visiting owner in outer space.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, God, like that was just, I don't know, that was a bit
So
of spaghetti.
brave. So brave.
So brave of
So
him.
brave, yeah.
So brave of him.
He was running the Challenger 5 into space.
Isn't him. G2 got to be brave here up against T1 in game 2. I think that the draft was fine. Like, I think what all of our guys on the desk were saying was absolutely correct. Like, T1 up the tempo, G2 up the tempo, and then G2 just couldn't keep up. They took a lot of fights where they didn't have some of their main damage dealers, and T1 just ran them into the ground eventually with some really fed players. Owner, consistent as always, very reliable. He picks the Xin Zhao to the Trundle, says, I don't care, I will carry this game, and that he did, alongside of his 80 carry brother. And now we'll just have to see what their draft looks like from the red side.
Sure.
Yeah. Now G2 kind of has the ball in their court. They can kind of dictate what they want to do with draft, going on the blue side.
Maokai.
Most likely there's going to be similar bans as the previous games.
Yeah.
Usually on red side you end up banning that Barriers and Pantheon, having that third ban that is a little bit more flexible. Here we see targeting the Nico of Keria and taking out the fake Orianna.
If I'm T1, I would ban Maokai. That's what I'm saying. The EU tree, Finn. That's surely got to be the priority.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the third ban coming soon. I imagine it's either going to be the Maokai like they did game 1, or it's going to be the Varus. I mean, in general, Varus is the stronger pick, but GG's had so much success on that Maokai, and it's such a comfort pick. And going down 0-1 in the series, you really need to put your players on something that they know works, something they can perform at, and something that really pulls the team together into one unity. And I think for G2, that pick has been Maokai historically, but obviously it's never going to be easy against T1.
And they're going to leave the Maokai open, actually. It definitely looks pretty enticing, but I'm not sure about a first pick here. The Varus not going to be on the cards. Still some strong stuff left available. I mean, we only saw Lucian Braum and the Senna down there, but also some strong mid lane. Control mages still up. So what are G2 going to go for? They're spending their entire time, and it is the Maokai choice.
What a classic.
I think we might see a Vi as a response here that would be quite standard for T1. Also, the Gwen is now up and available, something Doran has played a lot. Gwen and the Vi work pretty good tandem, but you can also try to secure bot lane. Varus is out, Senna is out, which is like two of the prime AD carries. If you want to pick a strong laning AD carry, Guma had a great game of Corki yesterday, despite them losing in the end. Something you could lean towards, but the Gwen is something they've picked so much, and something that most top laners at this tournament seems to think is the best top laners blind.
And generally, as a rule at the LCK, you don't give Owner Vi. He is one of the guys you do not give this champion to. I know the champ has fallen off a little bit in terms of priority, and that's why it does fall through the draft here, and with the prio on the pick of the Maokai for Skumond, it does make sense in that facet, but I think it still does stand that you do not want to give that pick over to Owner, so a fantastic 1-2, extreme comfort for the side of T1, although BB at least will be playing that Jax into the Gwen.
And Glad is moving away from the Jace that we saw yesterday. Didn't really accomplish much. Didn't really do what we wanted to see from a Jace. I was screaming at him to pick the Jax, but he ended up doing it now. It is something he's had so much success on. Solo killing Bin in this matchup, being really comfortable in this. Now Caps doesn't have to pick his mid lane if he doesn't want to. Alistar kind of, when Rel is out, Alistar kind of rises in prio. That Rel and Nautilus is like the main two supports, and now Alistar Rakan kind of starts getting their way back into the drafts in the second and third games.
So for T1 here, I want to advance the draft. I was going to say, do you take Silas here with Alistar locked in blind? Normally it's an Ahri pairing, but Faker on Silas here, what an angle.
I mean, it's gigantic. I think it's a great call from you, Asterix. Not only is the Alistar there, which is really the main pick you want, but it's also better Maokai, as we love to call it, especially when Maokai was very meta. You know, they throw out a Twisted Advance, you throw out a Twisted Advance. Or, if you're in a better spot, you have the Unbreakable Will, you can frontline for the team and you have incredible engage and tankiness with your Vi. And I don't know, it just feels like a slam dunk pick for Faker in this game.
Yeah, a lot of options for Faker with the Silas pick, is as you highlight beautifully. And now we will see what Caps wants to play into it. I was thinking about that Yone, and is rightfully being taken away quite fast by T1. Ryze as well, something that Silas could struggle against. What I see in T1's comp is a pretty short range comp that really wants to dive, so I don't know if Caps wants to pull it out, but I'm thinking like something like a Cassio would work great into those champions that really can kite back. We're gonna see what he wants to play. Meanwhile, they're just targeting the strong pairing with the supports. The Karma Estral that we saw yesterday, or the Syra Khan that has been very prominent this tournament, is being taken out as Gumayushi returns to one of his comforts, I would say.
That's a bit of range into there as well for G2. I feel like they're going to throw a Hail Mary here as well. Hansama last game, having the same impact. That is not what we mean.
We might see Corki come out.
That is not what we mean. Hans Draven. What do you think about the Draven angle here? Ah, Sivir too safe. Okay. Also a popular AD carry.
Sivir is great against all the dive that T1 has. One of the AD carries that has a little bit of security with that spell shield, also really bounces off. But the Tristana is something that Caps really plays a lot. And the Caps split push is something that is such a menace in Europe, but he disappears for 5 minutes, goes to side lane, and suddenly re-enters the game with a 10,000, no, not 10,000, 1,000
gold lead.
Gold influx. And now Skumond is going to be that solo ape Maokai, probably going to go towards the Leandris and Bloodletter's Curse, and we're going to have to see how Caps plays this matchup, because while Caps is stronger in 1v1, we know that Owner and Keria really likes to give Faker that extra hand and really likes helping him get through those early lanes.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a lot of help with that Vi and the Bard, as you did mention. Bard, it's Jhin Bard. Like, we've seen this so many times from the side of Guma and Keria. Can be a little bit iffy into the Sivir, for sure. I think she can dodge a lot just by running away from the Jhin and being able to dodge a lot of his abilities, but also the ult from the Bard we saw, unfortunately, in some of our past games here at EWC. Not very good into Sivir, which is not a big surprise, right? So, at least the ultimate part of his kit. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I think it's a lot of comfort. It's a very nice composition rounding out from the side of T1. You have fantastic follow-up with the Jhin Bard behind it and tons of setup for pick potential with those things. But there's still a lot of tools on the side of G2 that can kind of keep T1 at a distance as well.
Bard, something that usually comes out later in the draft, but it is really good against these immobile AD carries and mages in general. And you might think, well, G2 doesn't have that, but how the Tristana W interacts with Bard ult is that because of the big wind-up with the Tristana jump, she just gets knocked down if she tries to jump out of it. Yeah. So it kind of works as a great picking tool against Tristanas, because a lot of them tries to get out of it with the jump, but they just end up being caught by it and then standing there without jump after the effect ends. So I like the pick, and To me, Carry is one of the only people that is allowed to play Bard. He always puts on crazy numbers and a crazy show playing this champion. I remember some of the amazing plays he's made at Worlds with this champion around the bot lane tier 1. And going to this game, we need to see more from G2 than we did in game 1, that's for sure.
We definitely do. The onus is on them. It's a single best of 3 elimination, but also the final destination is 3rd place. T1 with a win here secure. G2 with a win go to game 3. They put up a brilliant fight against Gen.G only yesterday, whereas T1 got blown out of the water by AL, who are now waiting in the finals after this. Remember that finals will follow this series. This is going to be the last game's biggest question. I see Comfort again. You guys are talking about the Bard on carry. I see Goomer on Jhin. I see Faker in a great Silas angle. Volta, as you were just saying, that Owner, a lot of people do not give him this champion.
Leave him alone, it's fishing.
Oh, 1. Oh. Hang on. Hold.
I love the grin.
Does he get the 10? Wait. Hold. Hold. Oh.
No, that's a trot.
Hang on.
That's a trot.
No, wait. He's got one more in him.
One more try. Can he do it?
All eyes on him.
Broken play. You make it or you fake it.
Oh, hey, show me.
Hey,
fishing.
Don't worry about the invade. Go ahead, he's out. Hey, what did he get? Oh, okay. Thank you. Observers, actually, go to Big W. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, if the invade happened, chat, don't worry. Wouldn't have covered it. This Skewmon, the late invade. Oh, Faker's on him. Flash away from the abscond duct, and Caps can't do a thing but watch. Now, Skewmon has no flash, and he's got no camp to start. At least Caps gets a good trade on Faker, but that's about it.
I mean, honestly, he got away with only flash in there. That is not too bad.
Yeah.
I was really scared that they would end up more than that, but I guess Vi level 1 isn't that powerful. Also, Gwen doesn't want to go too far away from her top lane when Jax is standing here on the wave, so we'll just be the flash and a little bit of delay on the clear, but they're trading on the bot lane here. Hansama using that barrier early and probably using the heal. It's pretty tough for the T2 side at this early levels.
It's going to feel fantastic here for Guma and Keria. There should be able to hit level 2 here first, which Keria already did, so he's getting in their face, as you do against the Alistar. Very curious about the Gwen versus the Jax. Broken Blade very confidently in the draft, immediately picked up the Jax into this blind pick Gwen, who has gone for the Ignite, actually, so Doran does not have the flash in this matchup.
And the logic with the Ignite on Gwen is that normally when you go play Gwen, Jax can just jump on you and kind of trade you, but with the Ignite, suddenly if you just hold your ground, you have enough damage to kind of win that extended all-in, so makes it a little bit harder for Jax to just force trades onto you as you kind of gotta keep that jump, but Faker is, you know.
Wait for the abscond abduct. It matters everything here as Owner comes in, and Volt Breaker trying to predict. Instead, Caps doesn't get out. Abscond abduct missed, so Caps actually gets away with a light trade.
Yeah, kind of interesting there. There was a ward in the river that did spot Owner, which is actually pinged by T1. It looks like he was able to hop over the wall and avoid it. So Caps didn't know, but he was also very safe, and Skewmon was right there. So at the end of the day, not amounting to all too much, as the bottom lane still going pretty well here for T1.
Really good trades here. Nice. Doran is getting very chunked. Probably has the base now, he's going to get dove, so... not found the base. He's probably gonna get either a Ruby Crystal or an Amp Tome. Come back. Let's see if Broken can deny that cannon minion. Well done. And now Doran is a sad scissor lady, and she's gonna have to come back with just a little Amp Tome, and probably Broken can get a better base here and probably start really getting control of this matchup on this bounce, because that's when Gwen kind of struggles, when Jax can just walk up on the wave and she has to fight you, and if you manage to actually queue those Gwen snips really well, then you dodge a lot of her damage and can look for the all-ins. Obviously, with a Grasp, you don't have that really extended all-in threat, but still, Broken quite happy with his lane state, I would say.
Yeah, he picks up a bit of cooldown reduction and a longsword as well. Sorry, ability haste. As I'm completely wrong. Owner, we're back to the scene of the crime. This is where Skewmon lost his flash earlier. But Bramble Smash is so good at camp taking, and Skewmon just smites down for the steal.
Yeah, I mean, any amount that you can steal away from the Vi and delay a level 6 spike for Owner is going to be fantastic, obviously, as that gank potential from the Vi just levels up so much from there. As once again, we see Doran kind of struggling in this one, looking for another trade. He's down a level.
That ignite. Oh, but he flashes behind the snip, waiting for the counter-strike. It's Broken Blade. Not sure on the time, but as he bops away, Doran wins it out.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Ignite. Suddenly, you can't just jump on Gwen and fight her, because Gwen, if you jump on her and she just keeps holding her ground, rubbling and looking for the play
strikes back up and available. All it takes is a jump in, but Broken Blade has had to jump back. Now Owner's here. No flash for Broken Blade, up against the wall. A Vault Breaker simple, but Owner autos in for first blood. Lebrov's come up to help out, but Kerry is quickly behind. And G2 uses it as a swap, but it's still T1 walking away with the gold.
It's a disaster for Broken Blade. He was feeling confident because Lebrov was coming there, but Owner was a little bit closer. And now he dies, and it won't be in time to catch that big bot wave that Gumushi is now crashing. And a big lead for T1 already. Impatience by Broken Blade, and I feel like if you play it a little bit slower, your bot lane is coming, Gwen is stuck there, she has no TP, you would be fine there, but he really saw kill with his eyes, but wasn't good enough at this time.
Yeah, I mean, Broken Blade has had some star performances on the Jax, and I think he saw it as his moment to look for the outplay. It can be a very tense matchup, especially when the Gwen does have the Ignite, but instead, as you mentioned, he oversteps, and Owner's right there ahead of the play, makes it happen, flashes in just to make sure 100% that Broken Blade would be punished for the play. And so that's going to be huge. I mean, you got this Gwen now ahead. The Vi also is accelerated. Doesn't have a splash, but he's going to hit level 6 relatively soon and might look for a follow-up gank at some point here. Area just hanging around mid.
Quite sad for Skew, when he was doing really well in the early game, taking away the Raptors from Owner, but now Owner getting one kill kind of equalizes that lead and going to come into the next fight kind of on even terms. Both hitting level 6 now. Vi needs 1, maybe 2 more camps for level 6, so Skewman having that slight lead still is going to try to get that dragon while Owner is stuck farming camps.
Skuma just pulling out the summoners out of Hans, and simply Hans just doesn't want to fall too far behind on HP. As we talked about, Dragon, the next objective, sitting there waiting, already started up, and Skewmon has brought Scuttle in with it as well, so a nice Bramble Smash here to continue the aggro, while Lebrov's sitting on a ward, but for T1, trying to play this through multiple angles for now.
It's very bold of T1 to try to contest. His Owner's only level 5. He's a little bit away from level 6, but...
Yeah, and Doran just walked in. I mean, this is just bad from T1. Doran, I don't know what they were thinking here, but bold, definitely a short word, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have flash. I don't understand where all that confidence came from to walk up against 4 people. Big punish by G2, getting the dragon and that kill onto Doran is really nice for Broken Blade. Now he's going to be left alone with his bottom tower. Probably with Demolisher going to get 1 or 2 plates and come back with probably a Sheen and almost a Phage. So really nice for Broken Blade to kind of get back from that early little mishap.
Yeah, the comeback is pretty huge here for G2 after what happened early on. I think that he was standing next to Keria, who's Bard, and he's like, oh, I can Magical Journey out of this. It was like some very kind of... you know, this false safety in his mind, especially because his team was trying to collapse and trying to make their way into this fight, but obviously it's a mistake, and Keria just leaves him alone. I don't think even a Magical Journey gets him out here, and it comes out late, but yeah, just a bit of a mistake from Doran. He knows it, and G2 will capitalize.
It's like when you and your kid did something naughty when you were young, and then the friend you went with just runs away and leaves you there to face all the consequences.
Sure, not my problem. T1 dropping that kill didn't really lead to anything apart from losing the dragon. Now, of course, a bit of gold for G2, as we're saying, but grubs are being taken. And against Tristana, against the Jax side laning, I feel like T1 getting all 3 grubs, or at least 2 here, is still a bit of a win. Caps, Abscond of Duck not going to find him, as Buster Shot taken away by Faker. And Owner is going to go for all 3.
Look at Skewman on bot. He's looking for this Gwen without flash behind there. They try to get a cross map going, but Doran respects, but he walks over a ward. And I think Broken Blade is going to try to step up now. Difficult to get the ult on Maokai because of the immune, but
I mean, the counter-strike is not going to be difficult. It's going to run right into a circle. Doran sends up, and he gets the armor MR from his lovely circle, but he's on the wrong side of the rift. Nature's Grasp will lay her down, and now that Needlework's done, there's no extra healing, no incentive. Owner's coming in, but not in time. Kill, unfortunately, goes over to Skewmon, but more AP on G2. Might just be what the doctor ordered.
Impatience by T1. It reminds me of that play yesterday where Owner was getting a dragon, and then Gumushi and Keria ends up dying on the weak side. Now Doran does the same thing. Owner was coming there to help him push out the way, but 5 seconds away, he gets a little bit impatient and tries to go for it before he actually has the help close by in proximity.
Yeah, G2 now up about 500 gold. Guma's doing a good job in this lane. He's going to open up with the ult.
He's going to at least find the minion wave. Maybe Hans, if he can dodge everything, which he does. He barriers in the end. Fancy feet, but nervous fingers. Pulls out another summoner.
Aria's still here. I mean, Hans is extremely low with no barrier. There's a chance.
Oh, they want to 4-shot Q this. There's no ignite from Keria, though. There's flash from Lebrov onto Guma.
Guma is on the way, though.
Probably thought something else was happening.
Reward.
Ball shot. Deadly Flourish will not kill here. Guma does not have himself to collect it yet, but meanwhile, Caps in mid lane. Vault breaker there, flash from Owner. No chance to react with a chain lash. Well done. I mean, there's the reason you're telling me that Owner should not be given by.
Yeah, I mean, he knows all the angles. And Tristana, you think about one of these very safe mid laners, especially Caps with flash, but just trying again to push in that final wave, and he just gets caught against a Vi who has flash. And Owner's so good at lining up the Q, flashing on in, and just giving the Tristana no chance at all. You think about the champion itself should be fine.
Let me in.
Not Caps this time.
Carrier just wants to stop the back of Han Sama, and Labrov is just the bodyguard.
A great play by Owner here, using sweepers so he knows he's unspotted. From Fog, it's very hard to react to a Vi Q flash.
Yeah.
Can't really do much here as Caps. You can probably hug the other side more, but your Alistar is topside, your Maokai is topside, so it feels very safe to hug that side, knowing that's around the area they are. But.
True. Tempered Fate used. We come back to live and Labrov's scored out. Now, Labrov has no flash. He's got a teleport alternatively. They're not going to help him. He dies, drops down, T1. Crawling in gold again as just members. These carries are getting up. Look at Guma. Guma is 30 CS up, and he just got a kill. So there is a very big problem in the 80 carry position again. It's onto Caps. It's just a dive in. Faker now has the unbreakable will. He gets past the Nature's Grasp, but Owner getting chunked out, Caps at full lethal tempo. It's nice for G2. They've got an angle here, but Faker out with the Abscond Abductor. Meanwhile, Han Summer the dive doesn't go well. Carry a magical journey. Curtain call there. The first shot from Guma takes away Han Summer. A trade cross map here as things are getting a bit bloody, but Faker, Abscond Abduct, he's back in with the Kingslayer. Abscond doesn't connect. Faker now getting space, and Caps knows he has nothing. Waiting for those cooldowns. There's a rocket jump, but Caps will not take it. 200 HP for both as we're diving now. Okay, we're playing bot lane as well. Every side of the map is my map here as G2 get another kill.
And it's actually across the map. So many individual plays happening at the same time. Carrier barely missing that redemption, being too far away to put it on Doran's head. He ends up going down there. Broken, you probably can't get this wave. You gotta be a little bit careful here. There's a Bard Ford and a Vi coming your way. You gotta run away.
Kill again. Broken Blade's just gonna run, but yeah, that was greedy, and he's going to pay the iron price. Owner, another kill as Caps is now getting mid, and I love it. We started a little bit brisk, but we have turned into a full-on jog in Game 2 again.
We're just up in the tempo. You know, game number 1, that's the way it went. Game number 2, we're right back into it.
Yeah.
And maybe some more action here. No, not really going to happen. Oh, I say that. Faker going in, going out.
Boy. Really strong, though. Hitting this tower, that's 3 plates.
It's gigantic. And Kerry jumps in disrespect. The flash away, lethal tempo almost kills him. Kerry's flash now down, and Caps, the Yuntal, is paying dividends here for the mid laner.
It's time to track Caps in the side lane, because he might try to make his magic that he always does in the LEC, where he just goes to side lane and starts pushing. Doesn't have the grubs, but he will still destroy those towers if left alone. And
TP.
It's always been a pressure point. Terra keep is in here, but there's anything to get down there.
Dragon given over. G2 will pick up number 2, and this is kind of like game 1. G2 had early Dragon control. T1 started winning fights more and more, and then losing out as Guma's just jumped on by Caps. Again, we're doing this as Caps has the ulti. There's the flash Labrov. It gets it matched by Guma. The ulti in. Oh, no. So close. The curtain call bring you back. That's revenge in an instant, and Caps just got crapped.
Yeah, I mean, Guma is just styling on them today. He has made Han Sama just a non-factor in the side lane. He baits them in. I don't know if that was on purpose, but he gets the final word in, and the final shot straight into Caps' back. And he's going to be the big carry for T1 if they end up winning this game.
You got to respect that play, surely. That's like looks amazing if it works at the 50 HP. Looks bad if it doesn't.
It was really close. He was looking for the ultimate into the attack that you've seen 15 times, I'm sure. But he doesn't end up getting that attack at the back end of that Tristana ult, and ends up looking a little silly because of it. Doran is up baiting Broken to jump in, but I think Broken sniffs out the carry in the background, seeing those hot chocolates or whatever those are behind him. I don't think he's going to get baited in there.
Is that what they are?
I think so.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back and summarize what happened there. Caps looking for the angle here. You're gonna see really confidence play here. Labrov looking for the flash combo. He finishes out, but now he's looking for the auto, but just out of range to get the last out attack. But no, I mean, you see the confidence of Caps. You know this kind of caliber of player he is. He goes for those plays and sometimes doesn't end up working out, but you feel good having a player like that on your team. You want your mid laner to see those angles and go for them, even if they don't always end up going in your favor.
That bloke knows. He's like, oh, man. You can't love him at his best if you don't respect him at his worst. Something like that. Well, you know, I'm there for you. Skewmon, Bramble smash away. We're fighting again. Really good. Twisted advance. Skewmon outplayed it, but the Tempered Fate is two-man. Caps, rocket jump to safety for a better spot. Owner on his head. He's just got this Caps auto attack after auto attack. Lebrov now in a bad spot. Unbreakable Will stolen from Faker, but Lebrov's will do nothing. He stands there to die as T1 get the fight win, but Broken Blade versus Doran, a 1v1. BB getting redemption for MSI. G2 walking it back with a curtain call onto Caps. It's Carrier, you little rat. He steals it away with a cosmic binding.
Carrier should have had a little bit more trust in Guma to hit that final shot. It would have been, I think, a 4th kill here for the Jhin. But yeah, Faker's TP just a little bit quicker than Caps getting over there. And they're able to not only get the Alistar, but also pick up Caps. And yes, Broken Blade at least able to win the 1v1 in the side lane. Doran now at 0-4. They're going to have to do something about that because that is the big weakness right now for T1.
Will be the feats of valor for G2 taking that tower down there. Actually, maybe not yet. That's my bad. But yeah, big solo kill by BB onto Gwen. That's why you give him Jax. Faker tries to go and has the Alistar. Feels very confident. But
yeah.
Sure, you are tanky, but you are not immortal.
There's 3 people there, and for G2, they're really relying on Lebrov to find a good engage, but Faker's quite slippery. Protobelt in the inventory, and as you said so well, it's the Unbreakable Will that gives him confidence. Faker really the only one keeping trail with their opposite laner, whereas you see on the other side, 80 carry top. Big leads individually. Let's look at this play one more time.
Look at Owner. He actually misses the Q flash onto Skewman. It makes the play look a little bit awkward. I thought he messed up here by missing that combo, but in the end, Carrier's ult buys so much time for Gumayushi to come here, walk up, and all these Thunder Sky procs by Owner, the redemption, the shields. He's so tanky. Despite overcommitting so far with your flash, he doesn't end up going down, and Lebrov walks a little bit too far forward and don't have the boys there.
Maybe it's redemption arc already onto Gumayushi. He's got no flash available. Lebrov's angle is so superb. His pulverized sets up Skewman to come down, but Carrier's ulti. The Tempered Fate. No, it's a shutdown. Han Summer, goal back. And that started off Lebrov being initiative.
Massive pick there onto Gumayushi. Really clever by Lebrov to know that he has no flash, go from behind and headbutt him in first, and then save your pulverize for when he's trying to escape, buying time for Doran to come in there.
You know what?
In trouble.
If there's one member you can keep exposing, it's Doran. Onto Lebrov, though, he's been ignited down. The needlework is denied, and Doran is 0-5 right now. That's G2's hope as Caps is trying to auto-attack this one out, and again, Carrier's walking in. Magical Journey. Caps is going to take it. Owner's following. He's got a cease and desist. Great cosmic binding as T1 bring Faker into the mix.
Yeah, I mean, looking for that angle there was Faker, but Caps smartly is going to back away. It does feel like the tides are turning a bit into the favor of G2, or at least it's getting back towards even, just with how gigantic Broken Blade is on this Jax, and he just keeps getting fed. I mean, Doran's stepping very far up in the lane with no vision in his own jungle, and Broken Blade and the whole team is coming in.
Oh, if he gets this tier 2, he will be a rich, rich man. Try to run away now. The Gwen will TP on him. He will probably die for that. Caps fighting on top side as well.
Ducked, but Faker's taking his ulti. Lebrov helping out, and Faker's just going to disengage him to the wrong side of the rift, but G2 have 3 members, and Faker has no hijack. Nature's Grass going to line as Broken Blade losing on the other side of the map. He got in it for this. It is going to be a trade, but remember, the croc comes out. At least G2 got a turret for it. Faker's buying a bit of time here as Guma's going to push mid. And I think right now, if Faker gets out, it's criminal behavior. Flash match Caps, ordering redemption, heals him up. Faker waiting with the Tempered Fate. Yes. Faker's out. They've also opened up mid lane, and they get Dragon T1. That is for sure criminal behavior.
He can't keep getting away with it. How does he escape these positions time after time after time? There's 3 men on him. You don't have an Alistar ult. There looks like there's no way to get out of that, but he just manages to do it every single time, and it's just... Oh, it just keeps happening. Heartbreaking for G2 because Jax was dying there on the bot side. We get to see this play from the man himself.
Yeah, I mean, Faker does a great job here. You see that Caps has to respect, but really props also to Carrier, who just seems to be everywhere on the map, right? You see the pings coming in, he gets the redemption down, even the Tempered Fate was coming in. He's been in every single team fight, has been Carrier, and that's why his Bard is world-class.
Gromp is a paid actor.
Yeah, for sure. That too.
I mean, the escapes, what a classic. T1, really, they're escaping any allegations that were made after AL. In fact, after the semi-final performance, this series has been a lot of fun, but also for T1 mainly. And one of their cleaner performances here at EWC. Owner again on a carrier performance. Guma, 2 items plus the armor advance. Like, these lanes are big. The only saving grace right now is that Doran is 0-5 on his Gwen, and Broken Blade has 2 items for G2.
I just want to highlight that G2's free out-attack-based champions. Maybe we get a fight there, but yeah, G2's free out.
Tempered Fate, we are going to get a fight indeed. Skewmont has been kept in place, but look at Owner with the flanking angle. G2 getting snipped. Collapse Fake has the unbreakable will. Owner holds his out. Caps gets a buffer, but the rest of G2 are left alone in a pit with the Demon King and his 4 spawnlings. Again, the collapse from T1. Imminent as Broken Blade finally joins in, stops the curtain call, but as he runs in, he finds them all. 5 members of T1. He disengages, but absconded duck, blind in the end. Chain Lash, Counter-Strike, it's melee versus melee, but G2 have lost the battle and the war of attrition as Skewmond will run to his death on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift with Atakan being taken. It's clear that T1 want to show they're the 3rd best here.
Yeah, this is what T1 does. 5 men show up for the fight. They go for it. Even though the Tempered Fate doesn't do a whole lot, it sets them up for success. And Caps has to jump out so early in this fight as he was threatened, and the rest of the team just kind of got left in the pit and alone. Also, Broken Blade a little bit late to this fight. So T1, everybody's there just chomping down on the weak bits.
It's as you say, Valdez, Caps having to jump out in the beginning of the fight just means that despite they're using the Violent on him, they still don't have the damage to fight back. Broken is TP being a little bit too far away as well, joins the fight too late, and it's an easy cleanup for T1. Broken tries to make something happen here at the back end of that fight, but it's just so difficult when your silver goes down so early.
And Finn, I see you're holding your hotel key. You're assuming that right now, you know, T1 are just going to clear this up 2-0. It's obviously not an early night. We have finals after this, but I see what you're insinuating. You know?
What am I insinuating?
Where did that come from? Where did your hotel key come from?
Where are you going, Finn? We got another.
You think it's over?
Left.
No, but
God forbid a man has coping mechanisms for stress.
It's got to be. I mean, fair enough. EU caster watching G2 right now. They're downfall, but maybe their pick off. Nature's Grasp again, but Guma gets out of it. Joe jumping in his Broken Blade rather as he gets out. Guma got out. How did Guma get out? Now he can play Ranger with a curtain call. Dorat, who's been 0-5, adds a bit of flavor into the mix. Owner against the wall. Faker does the same. Broken Blade does get a shutdown, but again, he's got to find a little bit more. Deadly Flourish with the layering of Oli. Doran runs in, G2 getting low, but so are T1. It's scrappy, but Cap ran in against Faker, and he gets shown his maker. T1 with another win.
Looks like Broken Blade was doing so much on the back end there. Solo killing Carrier. I thought he was going to flank and kill them all there, but Faker being so strong in this game. They're really spacing out that Counter-Strike well and ends up killing him before he gets much done.
Look what they get from it as well.
I mean, this game is going off the rails once again as now Hansama.
I see that.
I don't know about it.
I think he might die.
Yeah, I think Doran made the right choice.
Okay.
Not to go in there. He is not the Fed member. He is still sitting on 1 item in this game. And yeah, this just sets up once again over here in the blue side. Carria is just, it feels like he's doing everything when he's playing the Bard. He's setting up the exhaust angles. Guma does get caught, but Carria keeps him alive as well. Ow. And it's like, what can't this man do?
This is an enemy team Bard here. You see Broken jumps onto Gumayushi there and now starts chasing down Carria on the back end, but Doran buys a lot of time here with the Morning Mist, and while he gets knocked out of it, you see Broken killing Carria, and here I thought the fight was really good for G2, but Skewman ends up dying really fast to that Faker and Owner combo, and here, while the stuns land and knockouts collapse, I don't think the CC layering was that good there for G2. I think if LeBron waited a little bit until after the Counter-Strike stun had finished to go for the knockout, maybe that would have been a better fight, but in the end, just really clutch play by T1 here.
So annoying as well, this Bard, as you said, it definitely does feel like enemy team Bard when Broken Blade, their heaviest member on G2, or rather strongest, is being drawn away, but T1, I see red. I see glory for them in a 2-0, and I see redemption after their crushing defeat against anyone's legend as Doran is going in deep, but maybe a flanking angle. Lebrov's going to see him first, but it means they get onto Skumon. No problem. The pop away sends Doran closer to the EU tree. A cease and desist for Caps, who just went on a lovely stroll, but Owner decides to punch him in the face. Fair enough. I guess that's just society for you as T1 are going to look for an Inter and topside. Faker disengaging against Broken Blade. Broken Blade can win this, but never mind. Against the unkillable Demon King who misses his ulti. Maybe not. Forward he goes. Good Zhonya's, but there's an abscond. An abduct Tempered Fate. Carrier saves the day. Only gets Faker, so G2 are waiting. He heals with a Kingslayer. He still doesn't die. You cannot step to Faker and expect to live to talk about tomorrow. He survives, and T1 outclass.
I mean, they are actually unkillable in this game. Faker can do whatever he wants. He's got Zhonya's, he's got Tempered Fate, he's got the Redemption, and he's diving the most fed member on G2 by himself. But he's got his whole team right behind him, and even though Broken Blade's ahead, it's not nearly enough.
It's a masterclass from the unkillable Demon King as Despair starts creeping in for G2. As we get the pro view here, really well played here. Flash W to guarantee the damage, keeping the E until after this. Looks for the E onto Broken, but now the Tempered Fate is the crucial point, and he still has that Zhonya's. He can still play aggressive, and here he lands a beautiful chain onto Ansama, threading the needle, and just goes in, and Carnage follows wherever he goes.
I feel like Operation Keep President Faker Alive was a success, but then again, the president kind of did a lot of that himself. It's a masterclass. 5k damage from Faker, and yes, he is still not dead, but I think more importantly, I can't believe Doran is that relevant this game. It just shows you the rest of T1 picking up the slack, but even Doran in team fights and the Gwen that's scaling is doing a lot now too.
And that was kind of the end result of T1 realizing, wait, if we just match Faker with Broken Blade, all our words disappear as...
And they jump into him. He flashes away. Faker takes away on the hunt, really nice. Gets out of the Nature's Grasp from Skumon. Now the Guma's here as well. The range will start ensuing. Doran ready to follow in with the level 16 Needlework as Lebrov gets AoE shocked. Carrier, a Cosmic Binding, a Tempered Fate at the ready. It doesn't matter, they don't need it. They're going to cease and desist and stop G2 from getting closer to third place. As 3 members left alive, the flash now comes in. Tempered Fate finally used, and on the spot, the Chain Lash abscond abduct from Faker is gorgeous. T1, they didn't come in a strong way, but they're going to make sure they go out as well as they could. MSI beat down, they came second, they came close, but here, while they won't be able to revisit Gen G, they'll be able to remind the West who their father is. T1, your third place at EWC, are still styling.
Props to them for waking up here in this best of 3 and absolutely stomping them out in a couple of games in a row. T1 are back as the victors, at least for this matchup. G2 having some good moments for sure, but they were not able to step up, and in recent times, G2 just can't get it done against T1. T1 are indeed on top of them. And there wasn't much they could do today, Finn. What did you think about G2's performance today?
I mean, as you say, Valdes, while T1 came in and showed domination, I still think G2 was able to trade blow for blow sometimes, but it felt like T1 was just inevitable. They were slowly creeping into more and more dominating positions on the map, and Faker just being like a ticking time bomb this game. Is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. It was G2's plan. I think they were attacking Doran a lot, and that was really working out for them, but the moment they put Faker into Broken Blade and that venue of attack disappeared for G2, that's when the map kind of started falling apart, and it was really hard for G2 to get a single hand into the game.
I mean, again, you could say hands differs like a baseline, but the intelligence from T1, you talk about matching lanes, I feel like Carrier's ability to sync up with Owner throughout that whole game was incredible. It's part of the reason why T1 are just so clean with their players. Now, I'm told that there's an interview on stage, so we're going to hand it over after T1's dominant third place victory.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage after a clean win from T1 against G2, 2-0, locking the third place. I have Kyria with me for our Amazon winner interview. First, Kyria, congratulations on the win. My first question to you, it's not the trophy that you wanted, but it was a statement finish. So how would you reflect on this very long week?
일단 캐리어 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 아쉽게도 우승은 놓치셨지만 그래도 이제 3위로 이제 유종의 미를 좀 거두시게 됐어요. 그래서 이번 주에 여정에 대해서 좀 얘기를 해주신다면 어떨까요?
일단 이번 주에 저희가 또 MSI를 바로 하고 와가지고 좀 쉽지 않은 일정이었는데 그래도 더 잘할 수 있었다고 생각하는데 좀 잘 못한 것 같아서 그런 부분이 아쉬운 것 같고 개인적으로 많이 아쉬운 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's been a tough week that we went straight over to EWC after MSI, so it wasn't easy preparing for it. But that being said, we should have brought it more to our overall performance. So I think that's a bummer that we couldn't bring it.
Absolutely. So you and Gumayushi have entertained everyone in this series. Everyone can commend what you did in that game. So how are you and Gumayushi working together so far after all these years being together with T1?
이제 또 구마유시 선수와 정말 오랫동안 또 듀오를 이뤄서 정말 또 많은 업적을 또 이루시게 됐는데 구마유시 선수와의 이런 좀 듀오 생활이 좀 어땠는지도 한번 얘기를 좀 해주시죠.
일단 뭐 지금까지 잘한 점도 많고 못한 점도 많지만은 그래도 또 앞으로 더 잘할 수 있을 거라고 생각해서 이제 앞으로 더 잘할 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, there's been a lot of ups and downs, highs and lows, but still, I think we can still put up more each other. So I think in that sense, I think we can still achieve more as a team.
Well, you and T1 fans have showed here at full force in this arena. So since this is the end of your journey in the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends, what would you like to say to all of your fans right now?
이제 또 마지막 경기까지 이렇게 또 관객석을 정말 가득 메워주신 팬분들이 또 이렇게 오셨는데 EWC 이제 마지막까지 함께 해주신 모든 팬분들을 향해서 한번 마지막으로 말씀해 주시죠.
일단 또 멀리까지 직접 현장에 와주신 팬분들도 너무 감사하고 또 이제 집에서 또 보시는 팬분들도 많으실 텐데 좀 저희가 좀 아쉬운 성적이긴 하지만 그래도 또 또 당장 한국 가서 또 경기가 있기 때문에 더 이제 이 대회들을 통해서 더 발전하는 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you for all the fans came for us for a long way to cheer for us. I know it's a very long way, but it's been very grateful. And also thank you for all the fans watching over the TV. And I think it's a bummer that we couldn't bring it our overall performance, but there is another game coming in the LCK, so we'll try our best to be in our developed form.
Well, good luck to you and your future endeavors, and congratulations once again on behalf of the Esports World Cup. We would like to present to you the key framed with the bronze heart to cement your win as third place at the Esports World Cup, presenting League of Legends alongside $230,000 and 500 championship points.
네, 이제 3위를 기념하는 이제 브론즈 모양의 키프레임을 이제 수여하시겠고 상금 23만 달러와 함께 T1의 3위를 기념하는 또 이 메달을 드리겠습니다.
Now we will go to a kitty with a broken blade, waiting for our exit interview. Take it over.
This is the post-game interview of G2 versus T1. By my side, Broken Blade. So once again, you meet the same fate versus T1, where you will always get the shorter end of the stick. So what do you have for reflections today?
I think we didn't play as good as we did yesterday, honestly. I think if we did, we could have gone out with victory today. Obviously, T1 played great. They played mechanically very, very good. It's a bit sad to go out this way, especially 2-0. I feel like we didn't put up a fight the way we wanted to, so it's a bit frustrating, but.
And in our previous interview, I know that G2's goal has always been to overcome the Eastern teams, and you guys were able to beat BLG, for unfortunately falling short to T1. So what will it mean next time when you will face them at the international stage?
I think we've shown a huge improvement from the last international tournament, which was MSI, and I'm looking forward for the next one. Hopefully we will qualify for it very soon, coming in Summer Split, where we will take the title for the first time this year. So.
Thank you, BB. And of course, one last word for the G2 fans as G2 exits the Esports World Cup.
Sorry?
One last word to the fans as you guys leave Esports World Cup.
Thank you guys for coming.
G2 gave it their best, but it was T1 coming out on top 2-0 in this third place match at the Esports World Cup. $230,000 going the way of T1, $160,000 going the way of G2. Fourth place, great experiences, great international experience and matches, and they'll go back to the LEC with greater knowledge on what may or may not work for them in the future. For T1, it's back to the LCK as they prepare to qualify for Worlds and defend their World Championship title in 2025. As we take a look at some of these big moments here, Tegon here alongside Medios, Wolf, and Doublelift for the big talking points of that last one. Medios, when we look at this game too, what jumped out at you?
In this second game, I was pretty impressed with Broken Blade's performance. He got a huge lead in the top lane, but that about does it for what went well for G2. Caps actually had a pretty good early laning phase, but after an unfortunate tower dive that he forced super hard, it didn't get much better, and yeah, he kind of became really weak.
Yeah, there were some angles in game one. Like I said, it felt like there were some fights that were really close, and you could really feel like if just a few things went better for the side of G2, they'd end up getting the W. But in this one, outside of, like you said, what happened with Broken Blade on the top side, most of these fights didn't feel that winnable. There were a few scraps, right? There were a few moments where you're like, okay, maybe Caps gets the resets, maybe he could pop off the near catch on Faker, right, while they were losing Broken Blade on the bottom lane. So there were some moments, but T1 were really in control start to finish. You could see it in the goal difference over time here, just how one-sided this game was.
I mean, like, Caps was legit owning mid, like 30 CS ahead. He was plates ahead. He had early Untall. I thought he was in a really good position to carry along with BB, but then, yeah, I think he kind of lost his mind a little bit at one point where he went for the dive. Maybe he underestimated that Jin Rush steal Caps, which was a smart buy by Guma. I do want to point out there was like a pretty cool play that I haven't seen very much. Maokai immune Vi's ulti once with his W. That was really cool, and I haven't seen that interaction very much because it does require pretty fast reactions. So, you know, big props to Scuman there, and I think G2 is going to go back to LEC with some good learnings.
Yeah, well, we have Wolf here with us who's going to be on the call for the finals. He needs to go get ready for that. We also have Caps and Dylan Falco standing by. So we're going to take a short break, reset the studio, get the insights here with Doublelift Medios, Dylan Falco, and Caps, and then start setting up for our grand finals, Gen G versus AGL. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
on, new ones better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pits come on, new ones better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground. Bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, better want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pits come on, new ones better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-pits come on, new ones better.
Hey guys, we're here at EWC for 2025, where we are getting closer to deciding the League of Legends winner for the EWC 2025 tournament. Now, remember, players aren't always on stage at the STC Arena, and although we've had bangers and awesome games so far, when they're chilling out, you must wonder, where do they go? Well, I'm here to show you today where they hang out. All League of Legends matches are happening at the STC Arena, but for the players that aren't playing or aren't involved on the day, they can chill in this nice area behind me and enjoy the games here. They've also got the Heroes Club, which has a massage chair for that very busy and unnerving day when you just need to relax. For many players and teams that are out of EWC, there are some awesome opportunities that Riyadh has to offer, like the desert experiences that it's so well known for, some of the awesome shopping here, the cultural and heritage experiences that are also here to offer, as well as some of the amazing food. All of these experiences and more are available for the teams and players at EWC. Players don't have all that much time to enjoy all this. To a surprise to no one, they have a pretty packed schedule, so usually they go straight back to their hotel. But don't worry, we've got you covered there as well. The Player Hotel has even more stuff to offer, like the big luxury pool, the spa, or the gym for the players to enjoy in the morning. There is also a hotel lounge area where players from different games can meet up and enjoy the games together. There you might meet G2, Gen G, or even T1 who are enjoying their off time and watching some League of Legends. Well, that's all from me. I hope you enjoyed this little tour around, and I'm looking forward to seeing you at the League of Legends final for EWC 2025.
So in our third place match, it is the reigning world champions getting the victory, T1 over G2 after a solid performance at an international event for G2. We have two guests that could speak to that very intimately. Joining us on the desk is Caps and head coach Dylan Falco of G2, joining double lifted medios. This is such a dream right now, everyone. If you're watching at home, you couldn't imagine this kind of desk. Welcome, gentlemen. You guys just finished playing. How you feeling?
Well, not the greatest series for sure. A lot of int, so not the best, but at least happy with the overall tournament.
Yeah, I think, especially because I feel like we've been playing very well this tournament, kind of wanted to come in and win. And I do feel like both games had some good game states, so it feels kind of bad watching from the sidelines and being like, oh my gosh, we're actually winning this game, we can win. And then I guess some fights went not too great.
When it comes to something like that and you had these types of close moments, how do you go ahead and turn those into teachable moments for the team moving forward?
Well, I think it depends. Like, it depends on the way you lose. Like, for example, at MSI, a lot of the games we lost was like some very specific like lane swap stuff or draft interactions and all of this. And I think there you have a very specific point. I think here, a lot of it was maybe we were taking a lot of 3v4s, 4v5s, chasing them a lot around the map. Like either way, you just rewatch the game and review it, right? But I think the types of things you're looking at are going to change depending on, I guess, the way you lose or the way you win.
Caps, I want to get your experience here on what feels like the traveling tournament. You went to MSI and got to scrim a lot of the same teams. Then you come here to EWC. You make it further along, so you still needed to scrim a lot of the similar teams. What is that experience like compared to, I guess, the LEC build-up?
Yeah, it was definitely a bit strange. I mean, usually after the international tournament, we have like a week off or so, and then it starts off slowly with like LEC, right? And playing a lot of weaker teams. But now we kind of just got thrown back in with the Wolves, and I think I was quite curious how we would do just because of how poorly we performed at MSI. But I think we actually took some good lessons away from MSI, and I'm hoping we'll do the same from EWC.
Oh, dude, you want to go? Okay, I mean, like, God, I have like so many questions. Like, one is like, you know, what Dylan was saying, a lot of learnings from MSI and stuff like that. Do you and specifically with the lane swaps, you know, that's like something that I've always been interested in because it really involves bot lane. And I think like in the beginning, people swapped exactly around 7 minutes because it's like it makes sense. It's right before grubs. You want your bot lane to have like tempo and like setup for grubs. And then it just seems to have evolved so much through MSI and EWC that like bot lanes are swapping earlier and earlier. And is that something that you guys actively like sort of like evolved with? And like, why do you think that even is? Like, what is even the advantage in bot lane swapping so early?
Well, I think like we played our first best of 5 in MSI in the main bracket against Gen G, and I think both our top and bot were behind like 1k or 2k gold every single game of all of our losses. And everyone's like, oh, we just got gapped, these lanes, these players are bad. And if you just watch the games, a lot of it was just our misplays, right? In those swap situations. I think a lot of it is just wave management and TP management. If you swap on good timers, you can get TP advantage, or you can get waves frozen and denied to the enemy. And obviously, as it always is in swaps, right? Some top laners are better at handling it than others, right? If you lock in Gnar, I think we had in one of our games and they had Sion. It's like classic, right? Everyone knows if you get a swap scenario in that case, it's going to be better for the Sion than the Gnar. So there's a lot to it, I think.
Caps, I just wanted to ask you, because in this tournament, you've played against some insane mid laners, right? Like your last 3 series, you played against Faker, Chovy, Knight. How has that been? Is that something you think about when you're in the game? Are you thinking like, oh, I'm going up against this like legendary, world-renowned mid laner? I mean, you're in the conversation too for
Absolutely.
that, obviously. But do you think about who your opponent is in these matches, or for you, do you just think about like, I'm this champion, he's that champion, it's a matchup like any other, or yeah, just, you know, what's the experience like?
I mean, definitely think about the players, all right, just because we also do a lot of scouting beforehand. So like certain players have certain tendencies, and especially if you go up against like someone like Chovy, it's like if he ever has a bad state, you know that there's someone coming to help him out. Like he will always try and keep himself in a solid state. So make sure that you are ready for who you're going up against, and like figuring out like how you can actually get leads against them. Also, some side lanes have like tendencies to overextend a bit, so sometimes that can be good to roam on them as well. So definitely try to keep in mind like who you're playing against. Obviously not in terms of like, oh wow, this guy is like so insane. I mean, I think like Faker did a lot of very good things the last game we played, right? But it more just so in like preparation.
For me, and I think for so many of the fans, they want to know what it's like integrating 2 new players to this roster that has been so stable for the longest time. It felt like with the previous iteration of G2, it was about scraping the most out of what the potential was. And moves like this, bringing in Human, bringing in Labrov, feels like a whole new shift and maybe a higher ceiling, but that also means maybe a little bit lower of a floor. So what has that process been like, moving on from older roster and also learning how to grow together here? Either one.
Yeah. So
both of you.
Obviously, it's always a big change when you change 2 or I think before we changed 3 players to make our last roster we were running with. Yeah, you need to learn the strengths, the weaknesses. You need to learn what types of team compositions we're going to do good with, do bad with. Sometimes you learn the hard way, right? You think something's strong, it doesn't work out. You adjust, you keep adjusting. We've had to change our processes a lot. Even from MSI to EWC, we've changed how we do a lot of our match preparation to try and be more adaptable and sharp in the Fearless. So, I don't know. Like, to me, the thing is we changed 2 players this year, but it's also Fearless. And I feel like the Fearless thing is almost just as big. So much has changed this year of how I need to do my job and how we need to do our jobs that, like, yeah, it's just a lot for sure.
And then, Keps, I think for you to follow up on that, how about the personalities on the team? You're the leader, but now you have a different group of people that you need to lead. So has your leadership type changed a little bit?
I mean, I think obviously Labrov is a very funny guy if you get to know him. It's always fun to be around. I think Sku is a lot more serious. I mean, obviously he has fun times as well. But coming into his first year in LEC, he has really high expectations, and sadly we haven't lived up to them. Same for our expectations yet. But we still have a split and hopefully a Worlds as well to really stand out and make the rest of the year count.
So, like with Skuman, right? It's he's relatively early on in his career, and you're literally like a legend. Do you feel sort of like do you feel pressured sometimes to have the answers when he doesn't know what to do, like with the mid jungle situation, or like, oh, like should I skip this camp to do this or that? Like, how's the relationship like? Is it more like mentor and student? Are you guys more equals? What is it?
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I think for sure. I mean, I don't know if there's so much pressure. I think both Labrov and Skuman coming into G2, I think they try to listen a lot. I think something we had, especially in the beginning, was I was trying, and I think we were all trying to get them to speak up a bit more, because like there's a reason we got them, right? We also want to hear their opinions, and I think they have very good opinions. So whenever they share them, I think that's great. And I think in general, I obviously, of course, try to help him wherever I can, whether it be like on how to adapt to like moving to an international tournament or how playoffs will be. And I mean, I guess now there's also the Fearless stuff, which I don't know that much about. I'm still learning about it as well, but there's a lot of lessons that we can learn together, I guess. And also with League evolving every year, like for example, the lane swap thing is a new thing, right? It's like, I don't really have all the answers. It's also something that I'm figuring out as we go along, and with the meta shifting and all these things. So I think all of us are just trying to learn it on the fly.
I wanted to ask a little bit more about Fearless, specifically for Dylan. How has that been coming into this year? Because obviously it's a huge change. And when I'm sitting there watching the games, it seems like there isn't, one strategy for Fearless. It seems like team by team, even just series by series, it's so hard to predict what's going to happen. There's the individual game bans. There's like 40 champions banned going into a game 5. How has that been for you, as the coach is the one who like shoulders the burden of drafting? Just how's that been?
It's been really up and down. I think at base level, I think it definitely just increases the variance. I think if you have the most skilled teams and you can grind the same strategy like 50 times going into a best of series, your chances of winning are just higher in the old format than now, because now there's just so many different variables that can't be accounted for. So I think that's probably why you've seen a lot of different teams win. There's a different set of teams at MSI than at First Hand. I think Fearless definitely has a decent amount to do with it. We've been messing around with a lot of different approaches, like how we use our bans. Are we using our bans for reserving champions? Are we using our bans to try and create better game 2s, game 3s? Are we taking each game individually? I don't know. Like Kep said, we're just trying to learn and develop on the fly. I think this tournament, I'm actually pretty happy with what we've done. I think we won a lot of game 2s, and I think game 3 Gen G draft I'm very unhappy with, but I think the rest of the drafts of this tournament, I think we did a pretty good job with the Fearless. And yeah, we're just going to keep developing our new stuff.
Dude, sorry if this has been asked to you guys before, but dude, this has been talked to death on Twitch, Reddit, co-streams everywhere, and Twitter. What is going on with Kalista and TF and scrims that is not showing up on stage? Are these Thanos champs that are just dropping 20 kills and the scrim ends in 15, or is it just that maybe on stage it's not the right draft for those picks?
Sure. I think for sure TF was doing quite well. I guess we were mainly scrimming a lot of EU teams, before we went to MSI, so we were also just winning a lot of our games. But in general, he was very strong in most of the scrims, and I think like historically as well, TF has been performing very well at the pro stage, and I think similar with Kalista. Of course, it's always like difficult, I guess, going into the tournament to figure out just how nerfed they are, because something like Kalista got nerfed like 10 times in a row, right? 10 times in a row. And I guess finally it hit the turning point.
Yeah, so I think it's different for both. For Kalista, I think it's pretty clear. I think it's a core champion pool for so many players at the tournament. Like we have Hansama on our team. It's his most famous champion, for example. And it's very good into the engage comps, having Rodada. So once there's 4, 5, 6, 80 carries gone in the draft, and they start locking in engaged champs, it becomes very tempting to lock in this champ you have hundreds of games on, especially if the scrims are okay. But it's just been nerfed so many times. That's my take on it. They just kept nerfing it. If you look at solo queue, it's like the lowest win rate 80 in the game by like a lot. So I think it's just nerfed too much. As for TF, I think TF can be viable in pro play. I think if it's picked late, picked in good scenarios, and you have a good TF player, it's buffed in the last couple patches. I think it probably can be played well. I think there's just too many games where TF's just playing against like 5 tanks and a mage and just gets outscaled and just becomes useless. But I believe the pick is not a 0% win rate pick. Actually, neither of them are probably actually are right. It's just also just a bit unlucky.
Dylan, do you read like any sort of like, Reddit comments or community opinions and stuff? Yeah. And if you do, does that ever affect the way that you see draft?
Okay, so it's like hit and miss, right? Sometimes I just won't read social media for a few months because I'm focused on my job and doing drafts. Sometimes I'll read a bit. I find it funny because a lot of the times if you lose, it's just draft's fault, right? Flame the draft, G2 bad drafts because that's why we lose. Sometimes they're right. So sometimes I'll read some comments and they'll be like, man, they have 0 damage in this comp and they just have full tanks. How can they ever win this game? And I'm like, yeah, true. It's not good, right? So we definitely blunder on stage sometimes in draft, and sometimes the community sentiment is obvious and it's just right. And what you guys see is just correct. But sometimes the draft was actually fine and we just misplayed.
And that's kind of what I'm interested in. This is like a new period where G2 isn't dominating and leading the line for all of Europe. Yeah. Has the losses led to a change in the systems that you've created, or would you consider like this whole process part of having new players, fearless, and just some performance, both during the draft on your end and the team's end, and then in the game? Is it changes in systems or is it performance?
So I think our ability to keep drafts, mentality, and performance stable is probably why we didn't win in Europe. I think we're up there with the top teams, and we went winners bracket both sides to finals, right? Like it's not like we're a weak team in Europe by any means. I think the difference between MSI and EWC, we made big changes in how we draft and what we are talking and thinking about and doing in game. Like it's not like we just ran it back with the same approach to gameplay and the same approach to draft. So I think this isn't just random variance performance stuff. I think it's because of the work we've been putting in.
Caps, as we take a look at the prize pool here that you guys earn, getting to play some of the biggest teams in the world, I kind of want to get your thoughts on the event of being able to bring in all these fantastic players, all these fantastic teams, and what it's like. I guess, do you know that? Do you feel that you are participating in a larger ecosystem for G2 since G2 has other teams, or is it just like, I'm locked in on League and we're going to do good for us and our League team?
I mean, definitely focus, I guess, more on us in the League team, but it was cool to, I guess, see a lot of other teams and esports at like the hotel, because we don't interact that much with other teams and stuff. And I mean, just seeing some players, don't know like most of them, but I know a few, I guess, and that was cool to see.
And then specifically for League, were there players here, I guess, over your international travels that you're just excited to meet and hang out with?
Yeah, I mean, it's always cool to see, like, as you said, right, we played against like Fager and Chovy and Knight as well, right? And they are always there every international tournament, so we get to meet a lot. I think a new guy here was Shanks, right, at MSI and EWC, and we actually did some jersey exchange with him, and he is a very funny guy, so that was quite fun to meet him.
Yeah, we saw the Indonesian boat TikTok or Instagram that you guys did. It was just so funny, and Shanks seemed really down. So those are the types of interaction I think are cool about EWC. Dylan, go ahead, and then Medios, you have a question? Okay, Medios, go ahead.
I just want to ask, how do you guys feel about EU versus NA right now? You know, I have to ask it because at MSI, FlyQuest got the better of you guys pretty handedly, but bringing back this tournament, you got your revenge, and just obviously day-to-day tournament results can go either way, but do you have any like overall feelings on the strength of the regions?
You want to take that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely was a bit tough for us at MSI, but going into EWC, like we took a lot away from MSI. We were watching a lot of the games back, and I think we leveled up from it. So I feel confident going into at least FlyQuest, I guess, from NA right now. We also just came with the mindset that like we got cheesed at MSI, so we're just gonna win now at EWC.
Triple cheese.
And it worked against FlyQuest. It worked against BLG. Yeah, sadly, Gen G had a bit more cheese left, so.
Give me like a Dragon Ball Z power ranking here. Like, how is FlyQuest right now compared to like Team Liquid a year ago or 2 years ago? You know, because you played against NA teams almost every single year.
Yeah, both of you are so uniquely equipped to kind of gauge against the history of some of those.
Actually,
which one is like better, you know, in terms of the pecking order?
Actually, last year we did not play against any teams, although they did and managed to make it out of group stage at Worlds. We had some different opponents, I would say.
Oh my bad. You didn't even scrim them? You didn't even like play?
No, we played them. Actually, they were looking pretty good at Worlds. They were very ahead on lane swaps last Worlds, actually. But when we scrimmed them later in the tournament, where lane swap stuff had been more solid, we were doing a lot better, I think.
But yeah, I think FlyQuest is doing very well right now. Like when we played them as well, and Scrims, they're like a good team, right? Obviously not as good as Team Liquid when you were there, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going with.
That's what he wanted. He just turned it into a stream. That's what he wanted.
Yeah.
But almost there.
Okay, thank you.
I think FlyQuest obviously is good, right? Good team. They had a pretty good MSI, and seemed to go pretty close with the Asian teams. Still haven't taken a set off of them. But they did beat us 3-0, so there's that. At least from our perspective, like the goal isn't just to beat NA. The goal is to beat the Asian teams and be even better than that. So obviously it's like a huge failure for us if we're getting knocked out by NA or a Western team in the tournament in general. So good to them. They're a strong team, but we have higher goals.
Last couple
questions. Called us a
Peter,
trash mob. Like actually.
Was it?
You just called us a trash mob. Like, we're not even
but if we died to the trash mobs, then what are we, right?
You got no chance against the boss. I mean, all right, I see how it is.
Yeah, the last several years it's been trash mobs coming out on top against not only G2 but Europe. However, it looks like things are starting to change. Y'all, it has been fantastic sitting and speaking with all four of you here. G2 guys, final thoughts here to all the travel to MSI, to EWC, and all the fans that have supported you. Caps, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, big thank you for all the support. I mean, honestly, it was kind of crazy to be here and have everyone support us. And in between games, there was like so much cheering going on. And I think it's the first time that there was like a cheering section for each team. So it was like very focused as well. So that was cool. And especially when we lost yesterday, there was just so much support for us anyway, and everyone was really cheering us on to win today. We didn't manage to do that, but we will come back stronger for summer.
Dylan?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think both MSI and this tournament have had so much support. There's been so much fan hype, and we've gotten to play so many games with people watching, so I'm really looking forward to it and looking forward to the rest of the year.
Thank you very much, y'all. Caps and Dylan Falco of G2. It has been great watching you play, great watching you grow, and best of luck in the rest of the LEC.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we do have our grand finals coming up here in the second ever Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. We will set that stage for you over the next around an hour, so make sure to stick around for that. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
The next player inducted into the Hall of Legends, in my opinion, should be someone like Caps, someone from the Western scene. It would be cool for sure for the community.
Maybe Ambition, just because I played against him my first year in like season 7. We also played against Haru at the time, like they had Haru and Ambition, and you could really feel the difference. Like obviously Haru was also playing very well, but when Ambition was there, it just felt like they had full control of the map. He would always put very good vision, and it felt very hard to even get a single kill against them.
我觉得下一个能进入名人堂的应该是 Double Lift 或 Caps， 因为他们在他们的赛区都算是很有荣誉的选手，然后都很值得敬佩。
我觉得下进入名人堂选手可能是泽赛吧，因为他也是帮 LPL 拿第2冠军，然后也是非常有知名度，打得非常好。
일단은 페이커 선수와 우지 선수 이렇게 한국, 중국이 됐으니까 제 생각에는 미국이나 유럽 중에서 생각해보자면은 더블리프트 선수가 생각나는 것 같습니다.
I believe Caps deserves the next spot in the Hall of Legends. You know, a player from each region would be a cool way to start the top 4. And I think he's made the most impact when it comes to Western League of Legends, at least out of all the players that are, you know, greatest of all time.
Biggerson hoặc là Caps. Vì Biggerson thì tại vì mình luôn ngưỡng mộ anh ấy từ khúc mà mình mới thi đấu chuyên nghiệp, nên là đấy là một người mình cảm thấy rất là thần tượng. Và Caps thì tại vì mình nghĩ Caps là một người mà không phải là cái người mà khởi đầu của sự thành công EU của châu Âu, nhưng mà Caps là người mà cho đến thời điểm hiện tại thì vẫn đang carry rất là tốt cái khu vực châu Âu.
I think he should be deft. He's had a really long history in the game. But if you want to change a role, I also thought about Mata. I think both of these players have been just for too long playing and are really historical names to league. So
somebody iconic and played a while ago that's retired now. I would say someone like Mad Life or Insight that really kind of revolutionized what everyone says a Mad Life or that's your Insight. So I think that's pretty historical. I think at the moment, if a player had to be inducted right now that was still playing besides Faker, I think it's too early, but I definitely see Chovy in the future being inducted in the Hall of Legends.
I would say it would be cool to see Caps in there, just because we've had one LCK player, one LPL player. I think if any EU player was to make it, he'd be the most deserving.
Ruler, maybe, because he's won LPL, he's won LCK, he's won Worlds, he's won MSI. He's been good for a very, very long time, almost 10 years at this point.
I would like to see more like Western players on the Hall of Legends. People like Caps, maybe Perks. I don't know, I think it would be interesting. Ruler, maybe. I don't know if like they're doing lane specific, but I think Ruler is very big.
This land is calling.
Man got you watching the clock. Gotta keep working for the man. There's so many better things we could do, like you kissing me and me kissing you. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me, baby? The things ain't what it used to be. And this time, I just keep on walking. And I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, it's the last thing I do. Got to get through to you. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me. I'm just a nomad. Come on. And where I go's where I be. Come on. I can't help but follow my own beat. Yeah. And all just I know I gotta be out of here. I just keep wanting more. There's gotta be a better place. I gotta get out of here. So you can't hold me back no more. Got to get out. 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 Got to get out of here. I gotta get out. Yeah, yeah. Come on, got to get out of here. You can't hold me back no longer, no. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me. Tired of doing what we're told and getting bored of how we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. As I'm scared of getting old and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun, no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. We're creating memories and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our lives. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun, no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. I'm washing your jersey in the backyard where we spent that night. I showed you the lightning bugs out in the field, but you closed your eyes. And if you were here now, would you open up and someone try? You might think I'm crazy, but I kinda thought you were my guy. I thought it was real. 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 You said that you miss me and you wanna catch up sometime soon. It might be a trick, but now I know that I meant something to you. I thought it was real. 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 Thank you.
It is time for a celebration of League of Legends here at the Esports World Cup as we have AGAL, the LPL champion, looking to win the first ever title here at the Esports World Cup in League of Legends for the LPL. We'll see if they're able to do that in just a little bit. Welcome back to the studio. Degon here alongside Medios, the Valdanilus Valdez, and Doublelift. Welcome back, brother. How was that cast for you, man?
It was a lot of fun. As a T1 enjoyer, I enjoyed it very much, right? It was a big stomp. It wasn't a very close match, so, you know, it could have been a little bit more interesting, but in terms of pure enjoyment as an LCK caster, very, very fun.
Yeah. While we've got the time, you know, we have two of the greatest talents in North American League of Legends history and some of the biggest streamers in the world. And so we figured we'd just kind of dive into Medios and Doublelift's experience here so far at EWC and here in Riyadh. So how's it been so far for you getting to scratch the itch, being live here on the desk, a little bit different than what you normally do?
I've had a great time so far at EWC. The food's been really good, and the weather's hot, but it's kind of like a comforting hot. I don't know how to explain it. It's nice. And as far as the event, it's been great. You know, the desk's a lot of fun. It's cool hanging out with all the like LCK casters and meeting everybody. So I've had a blast.
Yeah, obviously you just got here, but you were already shooting stuff. You've now seen one of the games with all the fans kind of showing up with the big players. How's your experience been so far, and how do you see this kind of growing in the future?
I mean, I would say the first, a bunch of things stand out. My first 10 minutes here, I think I got a sunburn on my nose, which at that point I was like, I really got to apply sunscreen, especially if I'm out during the day. Then I got to the hotel in the arena and I realized there are so many, and I didn't expect this, so many Saudi like League of Legends players. So I basically just got recognized the whole time, checking in at the hotel, walking around at the arena. Obviously, there's just like a ton of people around the center, and I've just been having a blast. I also am just like, I'm really into eating like local foods and stuff and trying out stuff. I'm really adventurous with food. And every meal that I've had here has been absolutely delicious. Yeah, haven't had a bad bite yet. So yeah, all in all, just been a great experience, having a lot of fun, meeting a lot of people.
Valdez, you're a multi-title caster, right? You do multiple different games. Obviously, most people know you with LCK, but you've done multiple different titles. How's it been being around just some of the best in other titles and just getting to interact with other casters and kind of share stories and secrets of the trade?
I mean, that's actually the most fun part of events for casters, I would say. Like casting, doing your job, that's obviously still very fun, but like getting to just get insights from every other game, every other scene, essentially. Also to be surrounded by so many talented and like awesome people that a lot of them you'll just see them on the screen, but you get to meet them in real life. Even as casters, we're still like fans of all of these other people. So just getting to interact and kind of like get outside of our shell over there in Korea is always really fun.
I've always wondered, like, you know, pro players, we get a scrim, we get to play solo queue and stuff. Like, for casting, do you ever just, like, do a practice cast? Or how do you prep?
What about, like, a 1v1 with another caster?
A cast-off? It's like a rap battle? Yeah, it's like a cast battle? Honestly, I don't think I've ever done that, but we should do that. That's a really good idea. In terms of prepping for casting, though, we've been doing it for so long that it's more so like mental prep than like actual physical prep. Like our mechanics are very crisp, so it's like, you know, we can like warm up our voices and stuff like that. We can like watch some VODs and get ready for like the narrative points and stuff, but it's not like actually like, oh, I need to practice doing a hype play-by-play because we've done that so many times. It's more so like getting in the zone and, you know, what are the stakes here and what does this matter for the teams? Like who should we be pointing out and stuff like that?
Yeah, it is very unique, and it's just cool that we get to share that with you as you guys are getting to pick up the craft of being on camera, content creation now in the live setting. It is very fun to be sitting here with you. Super excited to see what both of you guys have in store in the future and for you the rest of your EWC journey. So thanks for spending the time that you did with us here, Doublelift.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so with that, let's start setting the stage for our grand finals of League of Legends. First up, it's the road to EWC AGAL.
"首先，这次 EWC 队我也是第一次来到参加比赛嘛，所以很期待，然后希望多学一下吧。我最近打比赛心态的话，就是不管输赢，就管好每把的游戏吧，然后就享受每把的舞台吧。
我觉得无畏征召模式的话，对我们战队来说应该是好的，因为我们战队不管是战术还是用池，我觉得都是非常深的，然后就是有很多套战术吧。首先就是来到 EWC， 就是首先就是比较开心嘛，然后这个地方我之前也没有来过，就也很想体验一下这边的风土人情，还有吃的之类的。然后希望的话就是希望我们 AGL 都拿到一个好的名次吧。我觉得国内的比赛和国外比赛最大的区别就是国内只要做好自己的训练，然后国外的话不有时差的影响，还有饮食或者是训练环境，也有自身状态的，就是需要调整好自身的状态吧。我觉得来这次 EWC 我们的目标肯定是冠军，但是就是首先根基和 T1 我们也交手过，他们也是非常强的战队吧。我觉得他们也是只要怎么说，就是我们都是2比3输给他们，我们也是有机会赢下他们的，然后我们也会努力去做好吧。
Great to hear the journey of AGAL here to the Esports World Cup Grand Finals for League of Legends. And joining us now is the COO of AG Global. It's Eddie Chen. Mr. Eddie Chen, welcome.
Hello everyone.
Kind of give us some insight here on the AGAL merger for those League of Legends fans that are only familiar with Anyone's Legends, but it's actually the same.
Yeah, actually we are the same owner for a long period of time. But because we use like a dual branding in the China market, and then for this year's EWC, and then we combine and create a new brand called the AGAL together.
Is that what it's going to be moving forward for this year or for beyond for both teams?
We are still thinking about that, but for this year EWC we prepare a lot. So we have created a new logo for our AGAL, and hope you guys enjoy it. But as I know, most of the fans like about the new logo.
Yeah, one of the big things is the panda, right? There's the panda that's associated with AGAL. Why is that?
Oh, because actually our club's headquarters is in the Chengdu city, which is a city of the panda with most of the pandas living there. So panda is like a very signature, iconic mascot for our team.
Valdez, you have a unique connection with AGL because you knew about AG before League of Legends.
Yeah, I've known about AG All Gamers for so long, actually. I've been casting another game, you were talking about this, Crossfire, for about 5 years now, and All Gamers is one of the best, if not the best team
Thank you.
in the world for that game. So I was curious, that's a really cool connection that we have, but I was curious, what is it like to have such a dominant team in another game and then try to expand to other games and try to be as dominant in those new games?
Yeah, actually it is quite hard for us to expand to every different game. But because our clubs have already got 25 years of the history, so by building up a different team in these 25 years, we have been looking into like the League of Legends, the Honor of Kings, the Crossfire, and other different games. And then starting from 2 years ago, we decided to go to the global market. So that's why we established the AG Global at that time. And then in these 2 years, we already went into different countries to scout for the best talents from all over the world. Right now, we got 10 teams from 10 different countries. Because all of you may know that in the China, some games are very popular, but there are still many games in the EWC that we need to scout for the best talent from all over the world.
Medias, you have a question here for Mr. Eddie Chen?
Yeah, what are some of your other favorite games that AG is in for EWC?
There are quite a lot of games right now. We have got 9 titles right now, but I think the Honor of Kings and also the Crossfire will be, and also League of Legends definitely will be one of our mainly focus. And right now we are already planning for our next year's plan. So I hope next year we can have more titles to be getting qualified into.
So you're the head of AGAL Global.
Yep.
What has been one of the I guess, biggest learning lessons about taking a normally Chinese organization and then globalizing it?
Okay, first of all, languages is a problem, and then the time zone. Actually, right now I work like 24 hours a day because we got some teams from the America, and also we got some teams from the Africa as well, and also from the Asian countries. So I think the time zone is one of the biggest challenges, and then also like many legal, taxation, accounting issues. There are quite a lot of things, and also the culture. Yeah, culture is also a very big difference. But because when we want to go to the global market, we decided to have the localized team in order to run that. So that's why I think all of the challenges that we can be tackled through.
And then kind of let's focus here on this League of Legends squad, AGAL or Anyone's Legends winning the LPL. What do you want to see from this League of Legends team?
Okay, I can see they are working very hard, and then actually they spend a lot of efforts and a lot of time in order to improve themselves and to study for the opponent's strategy. And then we can, and also the coach, Tabi, actually he is also from Hong Kong City, same as me. So I have some personal favorite on him, and hopefully, definitely we want to win. Yes.
All right, and then finally, what do you have to say to all the AGAL fans who've showed up here at EWC and are very, very hungry to win an international crown?
Then, okay, the final words I want to say to AGAL is AGAL, 加油!
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 Indeed. Again, this AGAL squad on the cusp of doing something very, very big. In the way, though, is the Behemoth, one of the best teams in all of League of Legends. It is Gen G, and uniquely enough, we have CEO of Gen G standing by on the stage. We will hear from him in just a second. When you look at organizations like Gen G, what do they do that makes them so great and you can kind of emulate and learn?
Okay, actually, like a few months ago, I personally go to visit Gen G, and then I sincerely would like to learn something from them. And I know that they are doing very great in the training, in the academy. So that's, I think we can learn from the how to operate like an academy. Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Eddie Chen, everyone, the COO of AGAL Global. Now let's send it on over to stage with Ian Chambers, standing by with CEO of Gen G, Arnold.
It is so good in here right now. Hey, Riyadh, everybody having a good time? Gen G CEO Arnold here is in the building. Arnold, how are you feeling about this?
This is crazy. Wow.
You are eyeing up this grand final. We'll get to that. Let's just talk about the run that Gen G have been on as of late. Back-to-back MSI champions, grand finalists here at EWC. What's the secret to all of this success?
I mean, the secret has definitely been the players, the coaches, the staff, all of our fans. I love the fact that, whether we're pushed to game 3, whether we're pushed to game 5, down 0-2, down 2-1, team has always come together and figured it out. Even just yesterday, when we were 1-1 and we had lost that match against G2, Chovy came in the room and said, we're not playing to the level that we need to be.
Wait. Any Chovy fans here? Yeah, let's talk about him. Let's talk about him for a minute. They don't like him over there. He is just a big-time player, comes up when it matters. How much of an impact does he have on the players, the team, and even the meta?
It's a team effort, right? And I think Chovy will be the first one to talk about that. Like, even when we were winning, the first thing I said, even right after MSI, I think I told that on the broadcast, is I asked him, you did great, your Aurora was incredible. And he's like, no, it wasn't me. Everybody stepped up. Right, and I think that leadership, that teamwork, everybody from top all the way to Duro and bot lane everywhere, and I think Duro also deserves more credit. I'm a big Duro defender because he's not getting enough credit.
They love him.
But every single player has really stepped up, the coaching staff. So, it's going to be a really hard-fought battle. They look incredible. AGAL looks incredible. So we're just hoping that we're ready for them.
let's talk silverware. Because right now, this is the thing that is in grasp. It is in reach. You've got a best of 5 fight on your hands, and it's going to be tough. But on top of that, you've got the club championship that is bubbling away in the background. But every club here wants to get their hands on it. You are currently top of the leaderboard on 1,550 points. You've obviously had solid displays here in League, in Valorant and Apex as well. How much do you want it?
I definitely want to win this. At the same time, I also know how great that team is. I'm a huge fan of Shanks. So, you know, I think the big thing is, you know, one good sign, though, that I saw, I noticed the little triangle has the instructions in Korean, so that's a good sign. So I'm hoping that that's going to bring us good luck.
Nothing is granted, everything is earned. And if you do want this trophy, you've got to earn it against AGAL. What's your prediction, and can you get it done?
So I think it's going to be, I think we can definitely do it, but we know they're going to bring their best. So, I'm not one to do predictions, but I feel really good. Team feels really good. They got a lot of sleep, and they had a pretty reasonably healthy diet, which I'm happy about. So, I think it's going to be a great match, and I think it's going to be awesome to watch.
The Gen G fans are here for it. They are loud and proud and in the building. Anything you want to say to them?
All right, so I don't know if you guys can see on broadcast, but the AGAL team is here, and they are incredible too. No, come on. And they have a drum, so we gotta be really loud over there because they're gonna be very loud. All right, so. So we're gonna have to give our best as fans too. So, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Wait. AGAL fans, is this man gonna cry tonight? I'm kidding. Look, best of luck. It is going to be a battle for the ages. Cannot wait to get into our grand final. Thank you so much for joining us, Arnold. Enjoy the show. Right now, it's back to the man with the sexiest red hair in the business, Digon.
Thank you very much, Ian Chambers. As much as all the fans out there have a lot of noise, maybe some drums, as we welcome everyone back into the studio, we got ourselves a Finn on the desk. He's on in here. Welcome back, Finn. Great cast on the day. You've been all over the place. How's it been for you so far?
Thank you. It was a little bit disappointing seeing G2 kind of crumble under the weight of T1, but it's good to be back on the desk and I'm ready to break down some good old-fashioned Asian team League of Legends action.
All right, let's get on to it. LCK versus LPL. Let's start with the MSI back-to-back champions in Gen G, as they have been so good off of since maybe the beginning of last year. Valdez, win percentage in the 90s. It has just been an amazing run to watch based off of a couple of those guys on your screen. Chovy, Cannon.
Yeah, I mean, especially internationally, right? It felt like 2024 was where they began to really pick it up. And obviously in MSI, they were able to get it done. World's not quite getting there, but T1 was able to pick up the slack for the LCK. And then obviously this year, big favorites after once again winning MSI. So not a big surprise that a lot of people do have them slated to potentially win this matchup. But it's not as one-sided as you might imagine, as AGAL are definitely having a good tournament too.
Yeah, they've been pretty dang good. Meteos, when you look at that roster, I mean, who has stood out to you at the most since the beginning of this tournament here at Esports World Cup?
At EWC, I see Keen is the best performer. Granted, they're all doing very well. You know, this is Gen G, pretty much the team everyone wants to beat, the team that most people probably, try to copy for their own games and learn from. So, yeah, great team, but I think Keen has kind of had a standout performance. He's playing all kinds of stuff, different play styles, and I don't know if he's had a bad game.
No, I don't think so. I mean, he's looking pretty good for the Sony MVP of the tournament, not locked in yet, because they also have a pretty fantastic, established AD carry and leader, world champion in his own right. It is Rula. He's standing by right now on the stage with an interview.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview for the grand finals between Gen G and AGAL. I got Ruler from Gen G, so welcome to the pre-game interview. I'd like to ask that this is going to be your second best of 5 against AGAL. Last time you guys merely took the win, so what's going to be different today?
일단 룰러 선수 첫 번째 질문으로 일단은 MSI에 이어서 이렇게 두 번째로 또 AJL과의 오전제를 또 앞두게 되셨는데 사실 저번에는 조금 타이트한 경기였는데 이번에는 좀 어떤 경기를 좀 예상하시는지 궁금합니다.
이번에도 좀 비슷하게 타이트한 경기가 나올 것 같다라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really close match like before.
Oh, okay, interesting, because you guys both swept through the EWC competition so far without dropping a single series, might I add, without dropping a single series within the last 23 series. So what is keeping you motivated for you to continue this type of achievement?
이제 이번 EWC를 포함해서 지금까지 국제전 23연승을 또 달리고 계신데 이렇게 지금 지금 연승을 이렇게 달리고 계시는 이유가 좀 뭘까요?
일단 저를 비롯해서 저희 모든 팀원들이 다 이기고 싶다라는 그런 열망이 좀 많이 있어서 계속 더 발전하고 싶어하는 그런 것도 많이 있고요. 그래서 이렇게 연승을 할 수 있지 않았나 싶습니다.
I mean, we're fully motivated, and I think we're trying to do better as game after game. I think that's the greatest reason that we're getting a win streak.
Thank you so much. That's going to be all for now, and best of luck.
Thank you very much, Kitty. This is another fantastic interview, as it has been all tournament long. Maddox with the translations, and then Ruler there. They've just been so poised and answered every question so far in 2025. It has been so fun to watch this team here, Valdez.
Yeah, they're just consummate professionals, right? They're fantastic, and just like they are on the Rift as a team, moving as 5 in and out of these team fights, they do the same thing in interviews and off the stage as well. They're always super professional, have the best interviews, just a fantastic team to be a fan of.
Now, but standing in their way are the champions of the LPL, AGAL, and this squad here, stacked with talent, still a room to grow here, and are looking to become the first team in quite some time to win one of these international titles that isn't from the LCK.
I mean, this team has just bulldozed through this tournament, and you know, I came into this tournament and I wanted to highlight how beautifully they play team fighting. I can't shut up about it.
Yeah, you keep talking about it. The flanks.
I was ready for it to come into fruition against T1, but they just stomped them 2 games in a row. I didn't even get to show those beautiful team fights, and I feel like they've just been so dominant. That's the man I'm looking at. Tarzan has just had such a standout tournament. Him and Flandre for me has just, they've gone super saiyan. I don't know what's happened with them. They are just monsters at this tournament. They're stomping a lane, consistently getting advantages and snowballing it masterfully.
Yeah, Medios, it's been so much good decision-making from Tarzan to stifle opposing junglers and then just give that lane advantage by fake ganks that could potentially be there, and then the lanes start to fall behind.
Yeah, I think Tarzan's been great at this tournament. Maybe the best performing jungler, because although Gen G's in the finals as well and Canyon's very good, he hasn't looked quite as untouchable as he normally does. You know, the game against G2 where they lost, he was kind of playing a little loose, a little bit silly. Whereas I feel like Tarzan has just been completely locked in the whole time. He took out T1, and he's doing a really good job with these aggressive early game junglers and just pressuring the entire map, not making a lot of mistakes, and just getting his team huge leads.
Yeah, you got to see on that bracket, they are the slayer of the LCK, and they've got one team to go. They beat the number 3 seed in Hanwha Life Esports earlier. Then we got to see them dismantle T1, and now standing in their way is the final hope for the LCK in Gen G. It is a step up for them, but they've taken every step so deftly and are looking to do so to etch their name into the totem for 2025 for the Esports World Cup and get that special notation, the Champion Slayer, after defeating T1, who were the current reigning title defenders of League of Legends here at the Esports World Cup. It's been on the back of that man, Tarzan.
Is this the exact comp that T1 just played?
Yeah, right?
I think T1 just copied their homework. Whoa.
No way. Who would have guessed that? Teams look at other teams and scout from there. We have 2.5 minutes left on in here. Another lane that has been so good for AGAL has been the top lane. Flandre, back-to-back Sony MVPs of the day in the last 2 days.
Yeah, well, Meteos is really praising Keen, and I think these are, in my opinion, the best two top laners in the world right now in terms of their playing style. I feel like Flandre against Thoran yesterday, and in general even against Zeus, he just showed that he is just outclassing them individually, macro, fundamentally, on every single thing in the game. I just love the fact that he has these pocket picks like the Yorick that you have to respect in draft. He has the Sion that is so capable of playing, and also the Aurora, the lane dominant kind of team fighting style. He just does everything so well. He's a jack of all trades, master of all.
Yeah, and I love that because when you take a look at the names of the top laners that are here, you have Bin, you had Zeus, you had Doran as well, you had Broken Blade, you go up and down the list. It's like, wow, this is a pretty stacked role, and he has been on top. So Valdez, when you think about that, how do you feel like Keen versus Flandre could match up going into this grand finals, especially best of 5 Fearless as well?
I mean, for me, it just feels like, especially in these tournaments where you get through a couple of fast best of 3s into a best of 5 towards the end, it's like, it's all about momentum, right? And mental state. I feel like right now, AGAL still have the advantage there over any other team, right? They have rolled over everybody, and they've played a lot of games as well, and they just look more dominant than anyone else. And so while Keen is a very strong top laner, I do wonder about how he'll deal with that momentum coming through the top and jungle of AGAL.
All right, final thoughts here before we start wrapping up and sending it to the stage for the finals.
I just saw Flandre's KDA, 18.5 KDA for a top laner. What is this man doing? I need to get on some of that because that is incredible. What a fucking standout.
All right, time for predictions. Meteos, let's start with you. Which way are you going in this best of 5 grand finals in 2025?
It's a really close one. I could see either team taking it, but I'm going to go with Gen G. They've just been too good. They're on the hottest streak I've seen in a long time, and I don't know. I think they just have the momentum.
20 seconds, Valdez.
3-2 Gen G. I got to go with my boys. I think they're going to do it again.
Final thoughts here, Finn.
AGL, I think they got it. I think their form is just immaculate. I believe in them.
The best team in the world, back-to-back MSI champion. Gen G are on a trophy run, but the LPL looking for revenge and trying to etch their name in the history books. It is AGAL. It is Gen G in the grand finals.
Gen G just feeling too far ahead this time.
They want to be signed, and the title defenders will not return to defend their ground.
G2 killed their chances of another final appearance. They were so close.
进到决赛的话，感觉没什么困难吧，就搞好我们自己的状态和心态就行。我们上次输给真之后，我们复盘了好久了，然后这次我们会不一样的，你们也小心一点。
첫날 2대0으로 이겨서 깔끔하게 넘어갔고 근데 이제 다음날 2일차 때 2대1로 조금 힘들게 이겼던 부분이 있었는데 그래도 이긴 거에 대해선 나쁘지 않게 생각을 하고 있습니다.
打成绩重要的话就是打好我们前期吧，然后中期语音的东西也是要小心吧。
제가 AGA를 MSI 때 만나서 경기를 한번 했었는데 더 크게 와닿았던 것 같습니다.
感觉这次拿到 EWC 的话，一个非常的开心的一个事情吧。然后未来的发展也会给很有自信吧。
MSI에 이어서 EWC까지 당연히 뭐 그런 스파이크처럼은 아니더라도 제가 압도적인 기량을 보이고 제 존재를 세계 각국에 널리 알리도록 하겠습니다.
我们做好我们自己的，谁都打不过我们。
Forget favorites. Forget underdog stories. This is a collision of two beasts from the East. Two teams gunning to end each other.
Your MSI champions are looking for two international triumphs back to back in a space of a week to show the world they are truly built to win.
Their opponents weren't invited here to join the elite. They kicked the door off of its hinges. And now, everybody who doubted them know what they are about. They have taken down tournament titans.
Now they are at the grand final of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. Not to compete, but to conquer.
Now, of course, we have a $2 million prize pool. We have club championship points on the line. This trophy, of course. But on top of that, playing on all of these players' mind is our key graveyard. This is where losers reside. It represents heartbreaking losses and monumentous joy for the victors here in Riyadh.
Winners win titles. Legends stack them up. Are you guys ready?
Are you ready?
Dead set on a back-to-back silverware. Please welcome Gen.G!
From hopefuls to history makers, one more victory here makes them legends for real. It's AGAL! Riyadh, are you ready?
Every team fight, every baron, every lane, all led to this moment. The grand final of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup is now.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that incredible introduction. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf and Valdez here to bring you the grand final. Gen.G, the #1 seed from Korea, and AGAL, the #1 seed from the LPL. It could not get better than this, boys.
The last time these teams faced off against each other, it went to 5 games. We have told that story so much this year. We had this team fail to defeat both Korean representatives at MSI, but now have the opportunity to take out 3. Anyone's Legend took out Hanwha Life Esports and T1. They are the Korean killers, the LCK killers here, and their final opponent to lift the trophy is Gen.G.
It's their best opportunity to do so, and I think they've got a pretty good shot at it. It will be our first Fearless Best of 5 of the tournament as well, so we are going to be potentially going the distance. Everybody I talk to says we will be going the distance, and 5 games should not be a big surprise. It's kind of hard to say. AGAL have been having huge momentum so far at this tournament, but Gen.G scraping by G2, and after winning MSI, still a big favorite. So who's going to step up tonight is really what matters.
One of the big questions we always have for teams, especially from our region of the LCK, is will they hit their peak? Because it feels like, you know, AL are hitting their peak every time. And that's the scary part about this team right now. I think factually, objectively, they have been the most consistent of our teams here at EWC. We have seen some really high highs, though, from Gen G, and at their best, they look amazing.
But here we are ready to get into the draft for game number 1. This is the first time, of course, this is going to spice up as we head, hopefully, to 5 games. There has been one series that Gen G have taken part in since the road to MSI that hasn't gone all 5 out of, like, what, 4 best of 5s that they've been in. They played 10 games against T1 in a row at MSI to take that title, and are now looking to see whether they can take an EWC title as well. They did go to 5 with AL, like you were talking about. We'll see what does happen here, as already the Varus going to be locked in first here for Gen G. A lot of priority on Tarula to give over the Azir as well.
Crazy to see a Xayah ban prioritized over the Varus here on red side. They get that, and it'll be exchanged for the Azir, which looks like that's the gamble that AGL wanted to look for here. But the Talia is up if Gen G want to take it in response. So, and we may see the Xin Zhao to go over with this Azir pick. It's a strong rotation, but I feel like this Varus pick has been the main threat in terms of AD carries, the most successful pick.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of big picks here at EWC specifically, it's been Varus. It's been a lot of Pantheon focus as well in the bans. The Azir coming through for Shanks. It's good to take away from Chovy, but as you mentioned, I feel like Chovy's best champ many times this year has been Talia, so may have just kind of walked straight into that one. We saw the EU Maokai before. We're going to see it from Canyon here, an old favorite from him, and Chovy immediately slamming down the Yone.
This is a really strong setup for Gen G because remember the Rumble is also still up. I think that ban is going to definitely get a look in the second phase here for AGL as they're looking for that final pick. They could lock it in here as their third pick, but that would give up jungle. I actually like taking this Alistar instead. You know, it's a strong pick for the lane and is going to be incredibly powerful for those team fights, and it's a pick that you're never going to get your hands on if you don't grab it here.
Yep, bunch of answers now available in the bans as well if they want to go there. And have Gen G been scrimming against EU teams? Is that the thing? Because we know the Maokai is still very popular over there. That's the one region. Maybe MKOI and G2 have been giving them some ideas.
Well, you know, T1, as I think it was Finn was pointing it out on the desk, they were playing the exact comp that AGAL were playing just yesterday. So maybe Gen G, after playing up against G2, take a little bit of learnings from that. I think that's not a bad idea. We do see the Poppy coming out as the ban here. I do wonder about a potential Sylas flex with the top Yone. I think that would be kind of crazy, but you know, something to think about. We just saw Faker playing the Sylas to an amazing degree, and with Alistar picked here for Kyle. Could be a consideration. I'm not expecting it, though.
It's definitely a consideration for sure. The Poppy pick makes a ton of sense here, or Poppy ban, rather. That Rumble is still a big question for me because we've seen Rumble Maokai just be so successful in our region and just in general around the world over the last few years. Rumble, you know, just has been a mainstay top laner. So that's a pick I expected to see banned here by AGL, but instead they'll take away the Ambessa.
You know what's also really good with Maokai is Blitzcrank. It's something that Duro has played quite a lot, and we've seen a lot of that tech over in Korea, the Maokai Blitzcrank. I do wonder if that's another consideration with Duro. Maybe not the best into the Alistar, but there's going to be a lot of other picks that you could look at.
It was the Gen G special, but it wasn't Duro, right?
Well, it was Duro and Lehens. Like, both of them actually have played this, you know, even with two different sports. Now, the Rumble will be taken away here because the pick priority does go over to anyone's legend here, so it's just going to go into Flandre's hands. So there's a lot of really strong scaling damage here in the side of AGL, but what they are missing is a strong front line, and you know, the Alistar can help shore some of that up here, but I do wonder what we are going to see to round this out in the jungle.
Something crazy could be a flex of the Maokai to the bottom lane, right? And then you could pick something a little bit more aggressive in the jungle if you would like to. Some crazy things that you could get done there, but the K'Sante, Keen Sante, going to be coming in as the answer against this Rumble. And I was thinking that maybe like you could have done a rotation here of like Ornn Trundle, for example, and then you could have really shut down what this Rumble wants to do, as of course the Rumble doesn't have the greatest time against Leon.
This is kind of an awkward spot here for support. With no Poppy, I guess they'll just go for the Rakan, but doesn't feel like you really want a range support here. You want a little bit more engage. Damage is going to be somewhat of a concern here for Gen G, especially if they go lethality on this Varus. But
this Trundle it's so devastating.
It is incredibly strong now that the Cassante is locked in, and it feels pretty free. I have to say, like, I thought Gen G had all the cards at the beginning of this draft, but as we've gotten deeper and deeper into it, it seems like anyone's Legend have really just gotten a draft that scales incredibly well, had some frontline issues, but that's somewhat mitigated by the Alistar Ultimate, by the Subjugate. This Trundle's going to be a menace on the front line, and Jin is going to have so much space to work with.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened in this draft. It does feel like Gen G kind of fell apart towards the end. Like, we did see Flandre have some success on the Cassante, but that was a very different matchup, a very different situation in that game. And yes, Keen Sante is something of legends that we do know over at the LCK, but it's not the highest tier pick, so definitely a question mark there. Duro's Rakan, it's pretty good. I think it's a great answer for some hard engage on top of the Maokai, because with just Maokai, you might not be having enough, but yeah, that Trundle, I think that's the big one we were looking for on the side of AGL. That really is like the nail in the coffin for the AGL win in the draft.
I think Gen G are really going to have to control space on objectives, because I think it is going to be lethality Varus. You know, I think on hit isn't necessarily going to cut it here. You're up against a mostly squishy composition where the carries that you want to be poking are the main targets, and you want to be able to poke those down. But if you end up losing control, I just don't think this comp has enough damage. If you have to use your Maokai ult defensively, I just don't think you're winning any fight like that. It's just going to be too tough. Your Cassante isn't going to be doing damage. It's frontlining for a Varus really only in terms of that DPS. The Yone can get a lot done if those ults are clean. The Maokai can set that up, but I think map control and objective control has to be maintained, especially in the mid game.
Yeah, I also think that winning out in lanes is going to be pretty important here for Gen G. Top lane is, like you say, going to be so incredibly tough, but mid jungle could be somewhere that they can attack. But already it does feel like AL off to a great start. And last time these two teams met in that best of 5, yeah, the Rumble situation wasn't necessarily dealt with by Gen G. And maybe it's a bit of, well, let's get that one out of the way so we don't need to worry about banning it next time.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like there were a bunch of mind games going on within this draft. There are a lot of different layers to this one, as it appears
the onion draft.
Slight issue, as we will be getting through this one as soon as we possibly can. It's crazy to see the entire arena just stacked with so many fans that are obviously so excited for this matchup. It's a real treat to get Gen G up against AGL, especially with AGL in their current form, so I'm really looking forward to it.
In terms of Subjugate targets, I think the Cassante is obviously one of the best you could ever have, right? But at the same thought process of what this Trundle is going to be able to get done, you shouldn't, unless the Varus is making a mistake, ever really be able to be anywhere near him. I don't think that Yone is going to care too much about the pillar, because he's going to be unbound. He's going to be looking for ult angles anyways, so it's hard to lock the Yone down. So I'm curious how much value in teamfights the Trundle can get. Sure, you could, again, if there's no summoners on the Varus, if he's playing too aggressively, if he's too far forward, you could catch him there. Maybe you can catch a Cassante off guard if he's up too far in a lane. There are places where you can find those catches. I don't feel like it's a giga sick Trundle angle outside of that Subjugate value. So we'll see what they can get done with this, because I think that's going to be one of the big sticking points here for AL.
I think the best thing about the Trundle is that it reminds Ruler of what happened yesterday. So basically, what Talzan needs to do is walk towards Ruler, and then Ruler will maybe just pause the game again because he's a little bit too frightened. What Skewmon did underneath that turret in mid lane will be burned into my brain for a very long time. The champion is just really strong, in my opinion. It's not necessarily the greatest of matchups in the jungle, though, so maybe they can get some advantages there, because, of course, Maokai does like to build a lot of AP these days, and you can kite him out with saplings placed well and things like that. So we'll see whether Canyon can find some angles. Canyon wasn't really the Maokai guy, though, right? Like, that was sort of Peanuts' MO in the LCK, and Canyon played a heck of a lot of it, but it wasn't necessarily the iteration of Canyon that we really liked.
I think Canyon's still very good on this pick, and I think it's a fairly easy pick to play in a draft like this. So I'm not worried. I do agree it's not necessarily one he's known for, but one he definitely can play in a finals like this.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is solved, and we're onto the rift for game number 1 of the Esports World Cup League of Legends Grand Final. It's a best of 5, so make sure you settle in, as once again, I believe I spied a rumble in the jungle. There's a few people backstage that are going to be saying that it's not the greatest skin of all time, but they do not have a microphone now. And I can tell everyone, though, that line of pineapples, it's just glorious.
It's a good one. I think that whoever doesn't have the mic currently is incorrect. So I would agree with you there, Atlas, as
Thanks, Brendan.
We're spamming some...
I'm not looking angrily at him or anything like that. There were no threats that were mouthed or anything. Just take my word for it.
Did you see the shout-outs there from Ruler? He's got the old Samsung Galaxy flare and also the JDG thrown up there. Just showing that Ruler has been everywhere. He's gone over to China. He's won in the LPL, and now he's back with Genji in Korea.
Hope was his predecessor on JDG back in that 2022 roster. I was super high on Hope that year, and I thought JDG were going to make that run. It was DRX ultimately who won it in the end, but Hope now plays against the one who replaced him. So very interesting to see all of this. Again, not a surprise to anyone probably that we see double Unsealed Spellbook across our supports. Ruler going for the Comet, will be going for that lethality variant, which I think is, again, is extremely common and makes a lot of sense here, but it does mean that consistent damage is not something Genji necessarily have in a longer team fight, especially consider that Azir damage and some of the Rumble damage that can come through as well.
You know what I really like about Chovy here on Yone in Game 1 is I feel like this is his stomp champ, you know? It's like he picks it when he wants to send a message. Like, he has done it to so many mid laners in the LCK and internationally on this champion. Obviously, it's very strong nowadays, so that's another good reason, but I feel like in terms of that, you know, trying to get into their heads, if you have a really good game on Yone and your Chovy right from Game 1, I think you're going to be sending a great message.
Well, let's see how it is going to go. Already playing pretty aggressively in the lane as Shanks holding on to things. We'll get knocked up here momentarily. But it is just get as many minions as you possibly can and try not to trade your entire health bar for it, as Keen is going to be able to find a cute little Q here. So far, feels like the lanes are relatively neutral outside of bottom side where the push seems to belong to anyone's legend. It's good to see things starting off real close.
Chovy looking aggressively here, just going to hang out on the edge of that turret shot. Those are the kind of plays you have to make, like you were talking about, Atlas, where you get the minions you can, you get the trades you can. Otherwise, a tough matchup to play is Duro.
Duro going to spot that he went home. Does mean that Kyle does have to walk as far away from this lane as possible. Not really going to get fully punished or anything like that.
I mean,
just a little bit of a delayed back.
Yeah, desynced backs really matter, though, when you're trying to go for a lane swap like this. And this is going to hurt the pacing here.
True. Maybe now it's just going to be a Jhin top situation. The Jhin against Kasante is going to be the answer. As Tarzan moving towards the mid lane, just going to try and help sort this lane out, give Shanks a decent back angle.
It's like Flandre will get his back off without a problem here, and there's no crash, so disaster averted here for AL for the time being.
Yeah, absolutely. Just waiting for this very early swap. We used to see this all the time. At 3 minutes, 30 seconds, you just want to make sure you have better matchups in your lanes. I forget who it was we were talking to on the desk, but they were just saying, like, you really want to go for the swap immediately when you feel like your top laner is going to have a better time into the the duo. I think it was Busio, yeah, who was talking about that. So in terms of specifically going for lane swap timings, definitely want to get that Jhin away from the Varus, who can be an annoying lane bully, but also feeling like Keen won't have as good of a time in the 1v2 as Flandre will.
Yeah, Flandre losing a little bit of farm here. You can see that's starting to add up in the top CS difference, even though they're not laning against each other. But did not have to use his teleport to get to the lane, so is still holding on to that one. Keen, obviously, same story up here on the top side, has not completed his first back just yet.
Kind of awkward. The Keen is sort of just there on an island trying to get as much experience as he can. He's well and truly zoned away from actually killing any minions, but I think is in experience range. Trying to do the same thing on the other side of the map is Gen G to Flandre. So it's going to be some pretty low econ top laners, I think.
Which does favor the Cassante, you have to think. I mean, Cassante does a lot with the little. Rumble's going to need those items a lot more. And Keen is happy to just not even take it back here and sit in this lane. He is soaking a lot of that experience, even though it's lower eco than otherwise. He's about half a level up on Flandre. Shanks.
Yeah, Shanks level 5. Actually taking so much damage here. There's the flash out. One more auto before the snapback would have been death. And Chovy not even going to invest the flash. Shanks going to have to go home and has a long walk back.
I mean, you could see that both the junglers and the supports are kind of hanging around that mid lane because Chovy's creating so much action. And again, he's setting the tempo. He is setting the pace of this game, and he's saying, I'm going to control it on this Yone. He's like, yeah, melee into range, doesn't matter. I'm playing Yone, it's OP. I'm going to win the trades. I'm going to have my team there to support me so I can continue to put on that pressure and essentially just do whatever I want is what Chovy is saying.
Yeah.
We're having a swap back here. It looks like Keen's going to TP bot.
Looks like they're going to maintain that lane into the Keen Sante here. The teleports will be traded. In fact, actually, Flandre, I was looking at this thinking he was going to just TP back in, but the wave state on the top side means he doesn't have to, so he's actually going to maintain teleport advantage over Keen, who had to go down there and catch that wave as it was being pushed in very quickly there. So he barely gets the back off top side there with that wave and goes straight to the bottom lane. Hope and Kyle will go down and match him. But yeah, like you guys have been talking about, this Chovy lane pressure that's been generated is exactly what you want to see. Gives you hope that this Yone is going to hit the mark in these upcoming team fights. Speaking of, we're a ways away from one right now with no dragon control really to either team, and the Grubs aren't spawning for another minute 30 as Keen, level 6.
Yeah, he just takes a beating, and he's just kind of okay. I guess the Malmesh the Negatron Cloak helping more than I think it had any right to at that point in time. Is still retaining a decent CS advantage as well, as we've seen that combo before. This time he's going to be able to eliminate it, as that's an all-out. This is 1v2 Keen. What are we doing? This guy's absolutely insane, but he's getting away with it. Absolutely. We'll be able to dash away. Deadly Flourish is going to slow him down, but I don't know whether you'd want to stop him from leaving, Hope. It was looking dicey.
Yeah, I just feel like that's why I was talking about earlier, the reasons why you would swap. I feel like it's actually a better situation for Gen G because Flandre's having a lot of trouble into the Rakan and the Varus with unlimited sustain and the insane damage from the Varus, but the Jhin and the Alistar don't do anything to Cassante.
They can't stop him, and we've seen Cassante be one of the best lane swap absorb champions, even before lane swaps were massively nerfed, but we'd see them at level 1. This was Keen's life for like a year, right? And he's winning it this time. He's got so much practice with this, and the Lethality Varus with the Dirk in hand here is just going to smash Flandre there on the top side. The sustain you mentioned from those Rakan Qs is going to come through, and so they get to steal some of the jungle away, set up some of those deep wards there on the top side of the map. But Gen G, control of both sides of the map right now feels fantastic as Grubs have spawned.
Yeah, Canyon looking to try and contest this. Full vision available to AL. Canyon walking on forward, should be able to watch this first one go down. We'll see whether that's all AL can get, although they are still in this pit. 4 versus 3 for the moment, but Ruler is moving over there. Flandre, level 7, does have Equalizer at the ready. This is a dangerous fight for Gen G to take. As Ruler throws out the ulti, it's going to be met with Tarzan's flash. And Hope really speedran the curtains there. They were closed, and then they were opened, and then they were closed again pretty immediately.
Yeah, not the greatest fight setup there for AL. It's really desperate, but I think after Tarzan flashes, you know you're going to have to give at least 2/3 here of the Grubs, and taking a fight follow-up after that is just not going to be possible.
You were talking about this in the draft, Wolf, just giving over Varus essentially in trade for a Xayah ban. You're like, okay, we want to ban Xayah, we'll give you Varus. But Ruler, with his Varus, it feels like he's run the lane, and obviously Chovy's done a really good job in mid as well. So now they can just kind of roam the map as a 4-man unit and take whatever objective they want. Like, Hope playing this Jhin right now has 0 impact compared to the Varus in these team fights. And yeah, he was just being bullied essentially by Chovy and Duro, who weren't allowing him to do anything. So Gen G get 2 Grubs, and they get the first Drake. So off to a great start there.
Yeah, it's just the objective control that is so necessary for this Gen G comp that they are very strongly holding tightly onto in this early game, just through lane pressure alone. As Duro is on this controller here lurking, I don't think he'll find any opportunities, but does hit level 6 here. Can just get some deep vision on Tarzan's pathing, and that's going to be the end of that. But Just gonna wrap his way all the way around.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit weird.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little. I'm like, what's his plan?
He just wants to get as much information as possible. They do kill his ward immediately, though, as the lane assignments are kind of interesting. Chovy now laning up against Flandre towards that top side, as Equalizer was actually invested just a little while ago. Not entirely sure. I think it was probably just to eliminate a minion wave, as Duro is following Tarzan here towards the top lane. Chovy says hello to his former jungler from Griffin and does do a whole lot of damage. Snaps back to that soul. Flandre was just unable to really help out, so it's just a sacrifice of 50% of Tarzan's health bar. Thankfully has the King's Tribute to get that health back.
That Keen has into this Rumble works into the Azir as well, so he's actually just sitting here chilling going, well, I've got all this MR, it's hard for you to put a dent into me, so I can continue to trade with you. And Chovy is also just happy to trade into Flandre here because he can snap back when the Flame Spitter comes out, when the Silence comes through, and just avoid that damage and take these aggressive trades. We're going to see that TP here from Shanks now as they try to swap away from him. We'll be able to catch the wave, but Gen.G have had so much vision on the top side of the map. Like, Duro can make those plays where he's just surfing through the jungle and dropping wards everywhere because he can see literally everything. There is no risk whatsoever to what he's doing. And Gen.G, look at the wards they have all over the map. Like, they have so many.
The top lane is insane. It's just a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the first time Gen.G have done this. I think there's a reason why their macro game is considered the best in the world. As Duro in a little bit of trouble here. He's got a lot of players on him.
The combo is Hope throwing down these bullets. Not quite going to land any, but they didn't need them because Tarzan has teeth, and he's able to take a chunk out of the Rakan. And that's first blood. It's kind of insane that it is 11 and a half minutes into the game, and I feel like there's been a lot of stuff that's happened, but that is the first kill that we've actually had.
It feels like a caster, Chris, but I feel like it's almost also this sort of caster explanation we gave, because he had so much vision top side, he can make those plays, right? He can be anywhere he wants. On the bottom side, not so much. They find him, they kill him, he's trying to get wards on both sides of the map, and he's punished.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I feel like Duro, sometimes on Rakan, you can feel immortal, right? Because your amount of mobility that you have is just insane, right? You can hop to allies, but he was alone, so he couldn't hop to allies. He used his W, and then he just got caught by the pillar, so you're just kind of out of options at that point. So Duro, you know, still very much a newer player compared to at least his teammates. And maybe a little bit of a rookie mistake there. Got to be careful about that. Still a very close game at this point, though.
Yeah, and I think holding onto the Flash, an interesting choice there as well. Not a whole lot to fight for right now, but a fight around the Herald, something like that, somewhere that a Rakan can get a whole lot of value in. So we're going to check this one out one more time. As, yeah, the Deadly Flourish placement just glorious there from Hope. Even if the bullets didn't necessarily land, it didn't matter.
He is able to deny the kill onto the Jhin. That movement was pretty good there, so it's still significant that that doesn't go over to Hope, because that's definitely what they would have rather had. It's not the end of the world that it goes over to a Trundle, still valuable, but that was well played by Duro. I think that's why he commits the ult there. We'll be back up for the objective. Doesn't commit his flash, though. Knows that extra movement should be enough.
Yeah, and sometimes at tournaments, some players just, they have this ability to just, they're like a magnet. Like, all the kills go towards them, and it feels like Tarzan, he's always in the right place at the right time. Him and Flandre have been the big names from this team that we've been mentioning over and over, but Tarzan is just part of everything, right? He is the core of this team, and, you know, it's a little thing. It's just one kill onto a Rakan, but again, it's like this Trundle, you get that little bit of a fear in you that this Trundle's going to get super fed once again.
Yeah, and Kane's like, stop feeding the Trundle, man. Like, I want to be able to build my tank items. I want to be comfortable. And if this subjugate gets too scary, then it's going to become a little bit of a problem. As Chovy here towards this bottom side of the map, dealing with Flandre, continuing to do so. Tarzan was shadowing Shanks. Make sure that he can get this crash. Might even be able to get another plate.
We're trading plates top for mid, it looks like here, as you can see where Canyon is on the map right now. With 10 seconds until Dragon, I favor the position of Gen.G here. Diving this is going to be so tricky into a Cassante. Flandre's is going to equalize here, but that should be a free Dragon. Let's see if Keen can survive, because Subjugate will come through, but he's still Cassante, he's still got Flash.
Yeah, let's see whether Showmaker's going to be talking about this one. 3 versus 1 is dangerous. He gets the all out, and he uses that to leave. Unfortunately, he brought Tarzan with him, and that guy is real scary and can put pillars up that wreck your day, and that is exactly what happens.
Maybe, though, the double if principle of, like, you lose somebody, you get the Dragon in return feels good, but if they get that whole turret with his Nashor's Tooth Zir, I think that might be a price that's a little bit too big to pay here for Gen.G.
Yeah, a bit of an issue. I think he pulled the trundle over, so that was definitely a bit of a issue. I mean, they were kind of stacked on each other. But yeah, there's that first turret going down that you were talking about, Wolf. They're just going to get it essentially for free after that kill. So surging into the lead in terms of gold here is AGAL. It's not a gigantic lead, but with, I believe it's Infernal Soul on the way, going to be feeling pretty good.
We're going to check it out on from Tarzan's perspective as he takes the Cassante ride and just flashes after him and eats him. Look at these mechanics, guys. There it is. Chomp.
I don't know if things would have been that different if he pulled Shanks, but I think that the trundle was problematic, to say the least, in terms of the target he pulled over there on his attempt to escape. But with the turret going over and with 2 kills to 0, even though Genji have gotten all the objective feats of strength, it's just 1 kill now for feats of strength to go over to AL. So another significant factor that comes with getting that turret. So 2-dragon lead here for Genji. It's a Mountain Soul for their Cassante, so you're still feeling pretty good about that. We'll see, though, as it ends up being a lot of gold injected into this Azir.
Chovy, again, just kind of doing whatever he wants in this game. He hasn't been part of any of the action because there hasn't been a whole lot, but it does feel like whenever we're looking at him, he is doing a good job of bullying his lane opponent, but he's still 400 gold behind Shanks, who did pick up the kill. So going to have to deal with that. Obviously, now that he finally has his Bork, he becomes even more of a champion, does Chovy on the Yone.
It's looking pretty scary there as Tarzan once again sacrifices 50%, but of course what goes unbound in the soul department does have to go back to the soul. I think that's the saying. Maybe a little wordy. But not going to be too worried about it. Takes the crab. And here on the bottom side, Shanks continuing to push. 1 more kill, and that will be feats of warfare for AGAL and some upgraded shoes to boot. Oh, that was not the pun that I was looking for. Take it away, Wolf. I think I need to time it.
Like you said, 1 more kill. As I was mentioning before, who knows when that's going to happen, though, as we won't have a fight really here for a while. 3 minutes until this dragon will spawn, and it's been a relatively quiet early game. There's no real pressure points on the top side of the map for Genji anymore. Herald will just be used here to try to secure this mid turret with the Varus wave clear that Ruler can provide. See if AL will be able to defend. They don't have equalizers, so I think this is just going to be Genji getting a turret in return.
Yep, there it is. Not going to be first turret or anything like that.
Oh, the pillar!
So still there, and the pillar is going to annoy Shelly, and she just decides she doesn't want to crash into the turret.
Great play there from Tarzan.
Yeah, beautifully done.
But it was all a distraction, guys.
A cunning ruse?
They used it in mid, and look at where Canyon is. He's the guy who dropped it. He's in top. He's like, okay, I'm getting my vision. I'm making sure that Chovy can push the top lane and get that turret by himself. So they're going to get a turret eventually, although as I say that, it does look like Chovy's trying to join in here onto this fight.
Well, that's an exhaust immediately here as the charm comes down. Chains of Corruption. They really want to kill Tarzan, and guess what? They're going to do it. That's 1 kill to answer AGAL now, only 2 away from getting the feats beforehand. Actually, kind of interesting race towards our feats of strength in this game as Chovy will be able to finish off this turret, and that gold advantage that Genji has is only going to surge further forward. Game is still extraordinarily close, but it feels like Genji's starting to come alive.
They're starting to get back control of the map, right? Like Valdez was mentioning, you know, the charge didn't go off, but Chovy got the whole turret topside. They used Chovy's pressure there and the attempted defense of the turret to get deep vision into the red buff and then look for the fight there. And Genji just kind of end up getting 2 swings there in mid and top lane off of the Herald that didn't even crash. Still incredibly valuable. This is the oppressive macro Genji that we talk about so much that feels like hasn't been that relevant in this tournament. We haven't seen it too much, and it's only a small gold lead here. It's minuscule. And we're talking about 1,300 gold here, but Genji at the same time have really never given AL any core in this game. They've just constantly been in control of the tempo.
Yeah, it's very nice to see Genji getting right back on the horse after a little bit of a shaky series up against G2. I like what Arnold was saying on the stage earlier, how Chovy went back and he's like, we're not playing our game, guys. We're better than this. And maybe they've come in with that kind of fire and that energy for the grand finals here for EWC League of Legends. There's a ton on the line, obviously. And it's very nice for us to watch Genji at their full form because I think that's where we're going to get the best series.
It's been really hard for Hope to farm in this game, too. Look at how far behind he is in terms of Ruler's farm. Ruler just constantly clearing these waves.
Yeah, Tarzan feels like he's found an angle. They stand in front of the ulti, but Duro going to make his way down. It's the double charm to save his mid laner, and Kyle couldn't find the angle. Now he might be needing to press that ultimate button to keep himself alive, and I don't even know whether that's going to be enough, as the will is indeed broken. And in goes Canyon. He thinks he's found the angle. Still has the Bramble Smash. Uses it, has to get the heck out of there, as Duro is at least able to battle dance his way around. One knock-up onto Tarzan, and he has to flash to get out of the way of the chains of corruption. Keen's found his way in to see what the heck's going on, but he's a little bit late, as Gen G, they take the one kill, and they look to answer it with a dragon.
This is such an important time, and we got the dragon up, we got the Otacon up right here, and they massively overextend to try to kill Chovy, who is Yone with flash. They're not able to do so, and AGL don't have their jungler.
Oh, the curtain call comes in though, and Canyon will be taken down. That's the feats of warfare to come in, as Hope misses the fourth bullet, but that may not matter, as the flash out from Keen shows the Gen G. They just need to run. The harpoon comes in from Flandre, but there is still a turret down here towards the bottom side, and Gen G should be safe for now. But are they actually able to fight for the Otacon?
Yeah,
20 seconds on Canyon.
Is so critical, as you mentioned, Valdez. Chovy has TP. He's going to back here, and I mean, contesting this, I think, is just not realistic. Look at where the TPs are going. They're looking to actually get a top inner and that mid turret instead here. I think this is a wise call from Gen G, given the game state here. Fortunately, Ruler doesn't have a big wave here, but can clear this one practically instantly. But watching the fight again, like you said, it's a Yone that they're collapsing onto. Already unbinds here, and that's why Shanks says, okay, I'm going in here. It looks to interrupt the ult. The pillar placement is good. They force the flash, but it's Duro who does all of the real heavy lifting here. Kyle gets charmed there at the last possible second on the ult, and Gen G rotate over. This could have been a lot worse here for Gen G if that play from Duro isn't as crisp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Duro's there. I feel like AGL, though, the only way they get Chovy is if nobody's there, and it's a 3-on-1, so a bit of a low probability look, potentially. Does not work out for them. I guess towards the end of it all, it kind of does, because they do get that Otacon, but it is a third Drake here for Gen G, and that could be potential Mountain Soul on the way here in 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, and they do end up getting that damage done to the turret here on the top side. Okay, it was a little bit less damage than I expected. It was hidden there by the Rumble Portrait. I thought they got like half of it. Mid turret did go down, though. Ruler was able to clear that one up, so they went for the double TP play there. They were able to get a lot of map control on the top side after this. But I think the Mountain Soul point is incredibly valuable with the lead that you already have here as Gen G. And Keen is just going to be such a monster in this game.
Not to mention the fact that he built the Force of Nature.
Yeah,
I
that's so
find
rare.
That really, really interesting, because yeah, we don't see this item ever, but it's actually kind of good into the Rumble and the Azir. Of course, a lot of little magic damage happening all the time is how you stack it up real fast. It's not necessarily like the best statted magic resist item, but if you're ever going to build it, this seems like the place to do so. And having movement speed is always underrated, so maybe Keen is onto something here, as he's a little bit above half health for the minute. Gen G here clearing out vision where they can, and setting up for a dragon that isn't spawning for another 2.5 minutes. Could just be to make sure that they can get this outer ring of turrets.
I mean, look at the vision they have on the top side. Still, Atlas, like, they have vision in the control ward there, in the entry to the Krugs. They have deep vision there behind the red buff. Like, everything that Tarzan is doing is known. Like, they could see him here as he rotates through his jungle. So Ruler backs up, lets the wave push in mid. They get that bottom outer turret. Chovy can continue to pressure onto Shanks. And they just are trading, like, okay, when you guys are clearing that vision top side, we got the vision bottom. By the time you come to deal with that bottom vision, we're going to put that pressure back up top side. And this has kind of been the rinse repeat during these downtimes between objectives we've seen from Gen G.
I've got a theory.
Yeah?
All right. So what if AGAL are actually giving up Mountain Soul, because it'll give more defensive stats over to Gen G, so it doesn't matter who Tarzan subjugates. He's going to get so many defensive stats.
Wow.
Just think about it for a minute.
Yeah.
I think if you give me
Atlas here.
Yeah, if you give me like a 10-page paper by tomorrow on that, I'll consider your theory.
You know what? I think I'll pass. I don't know whether I could sell it if it's actually going to be documented. I'm happy to say it, though, to as many people who are willing to listen. That's all right. Going back, Gen G, like we mentioned, I'm trying to figure out why, they've been allowed to get so many dragons, but I think it was mainly because they prioritized that over the Otacon later on. So will it be the soul that's actually going to be picked up here in a minute's time for Gen G? As right now the control of the map dictates that perhaps they can. But AL have been grouping and team fighting really, really effectively.
Yeah, it just feels like Gen.G have been winning in the macro game little by little. There have been a lot of plays around the map where like Chovy's getting the top lane turret, or they're able to put a lot of pressure on so that they can sneak away a dragon. I mean, they even got the 2 Void Grubs as well, so certainly a lot of little things going their way bit by bit in this game. We do have the Baron about to spawn, but I think this game just a bit too close, and obviously the Mountain Drake is going to be the more important objective right now in about 20 seconds.
Like I said before in the draft, like Gen.G can never let objective control go. Like they always have to be the ones who are defensively set up on it, sieged up on it, and they just always have been. Like every single time. And, I mean, once again, this Maokai could just keep everyone at distance, and AL have just been sitting back, losing vision, and letting Gen.G run the map, and that is just going to continue here. And when Ruler has this much vision to work with, and there's so hard to collapse on, look at how much damage he can do poke-wise here in the neutral. He just sits back and free fires, and Chovy can start the Dragon up by himself, and good luck crossing that Nature's Grasp.
And Ruler has been getting every advantage from the leads that Gen.G have put together. He has the biggest lead in the game.
Look at Duro's angle.
This Mountain Soul is just gone. Even though the Chains of Corruption don't do anything, there is nothing more that they can get done. As Kyle has to ult, but he's down so incredibly low. They're trying to play it defensively, but Keen's going forward. Ruler untouched, but Keen gonna have to get himself out of there as the Mountain Soul comes in. And now Gen.G are one step closer to immortality in this game.
You know, there's not a lot of things that are free in life, but that Mountain Drake, that Mountain Soul was so free for Gen.G. They had immense vision control. There was no entry for AGL at all. The Maokai they had to run into with all the treants, it was just way too much for them.
They had a Cassante blocking the entrance. They had a Nature's Grasp at the ready. They had Chains of Corruption, which didn't land. They had Duro on the angle, so he can set up a charm to deny any entry. You were just never going to get close. And by the way, the whole time, Ruler is just chucking damage at you while you were considering how you're going to approach. He just hits you again. 3-item lethality. Varus, 2,000 gold ahead of his opposition. And Gen.G just hunkered down and said, that's mine. 4 Drakes to 0 in this one. And even though Otacon went over, it's a relatively low pedal game. We're looking at Chovy a whole level up on his opposition here in Shanks. It feels like Gen.G are the ones who are holding the Otacon.
And as far as, you know, the satisfaction of this game for those of us that really don't like Jin, it's really up there. I'm not going to lie to you. It's been a tough one here for Hopus. Chovy going aggressive. He can snap back. Tarzan once again down to 50%. That has been Chovy's hobby so far this game, and even going further and further. Keen on a ward, but that is not a sight that AL wanted to see. This Baron down so low, but that Pulverize was amazing, and Tarzan flashes in and steals the Baron. Can they keep themselves alive, though? That's the question, as Tarzan utilizing that Subjugate to keep him alive for an extra 40-odd seconds, maybe. Keen diving on forward. The Emperor's Divide connects onto the Rakan as the all-out to bring Hope to the Death Chamber. Doesn't quite work out just yet, although Chovy does send the Emperor of Shurima to the Death Chamber himself. So Gen.G, they keep 3 alive, but it is only a few that die on the side of AGAL, and they get a successful steal.
It's a very messy fight both ways, I can say. I feel like Kyle did a fantastic job getting in there, and it looked over-aggressive almost, but he created so much space and a big distraction, knocking 3 guys up and allowed Tarzan a way to get into the pit and steal it away. And the kills are very similar in this one. It just got so messy towards the end, and it's a big win for AGAL.
Now, Canyon is like 5 seconds away from his ultimate, so there's some hesitation here. Do we pull off completely, or can we turn on this? Because the Maokai ultimate is the best way for them to buy space. They still have Chains of Corruption, but it's not the same setup they had on Dragon here. Kyle doesn't hesitate, though. He goes in. Then you see the Duro peel. You see the Chains of Corruption. Equalizer here. Would have been great if there was follow-up. And unfortunately for Hope, he's just trying to get damage done here at the end. Keen does get on top of him here. Luckily, though, for him, he does survive. He and Flandre will be able to keep the Barons here, so it's not that they got nothing out of this, as he barely survives. Look at that, down to like single-digit health. And AL are just going to try to make the best out of this Baron now. It's their one way back into this game.
Oh, Chains of Corruption going to connect this time around as 50% of Shanks' health just goes in the blink of an eye. Flandre almost loses 100, though, as meanwhile, on the back end of the fight, it's Hope that's just being thrown around like a rag doll. Kyle going to get the same treatment. And AL, I mean, it was a decent attempt. They managed to steal away the Baron, and this is not the result. This is not what we wanted to see.
I think this may be the beginning of the end of this one, Atlas. Gen.G winning the fight here, punishing the siege. AL had one chance, one Baron to work with. They wanted to make the most of it, but now they are dead.
Yeah, flash forward there from Chovy is going to seal Flandre's fate. And this Rumble performance a little bit different to that of what we saw at MSI. This time Gen G able to deal with it, and they're looking to push through and take game number one. Shanks going down low as there is the attempted knockoff from Duro. It is going to get the Zonya's out of Shanks, but Keen is just having the time of his life, manages to take down the Azir, and Chains of Corruption flying around, and they can go to Narnia. They don't need that to do the damage. As Kyle, fresh out of the death chamber, but he's going to be going back. He left something there, I think. Needed to go pick up his keys. It's now Tarzan going to fall as well. Nexus turrets on the ground, and Gen G will win game number one here at the EWC Grand Final for League of Legends.
Absolute masterclass here in this first game. Just great stuff. Gen G is back in form here and declaring it in game number one. AGL, some nice moments where they were nearly able to come back. Nice Baron steal, but that over push in mid, and they just get caught by the Chains of Corruption by Ruler, who was having a fantastic game the entire time. And they just fell like a house of cards.
The big story for me, Valdez, is the amount of vision control Gen G had this game. They took lane prio, they were able to get control, and they just had wards on both sides of the map non-stop, never giving any vision, never giving any angles to AL.
An absolutely amazing performance here from Gen G, but it is a best of 5. There's still so much League of Legends to come. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, I almost said the space, gonna break it down. The boys in the studio.
started playing the game seriously around season 6, and jungle was the strongest role at the time. Feels good to be better than your opponents.
그때 제가 정글러를 했었을 때 가장 티어가 높게 나왔어가지고 그 길을 좀 갔었던 것 같습니다.
I hated jungle players, so I just became one. Desperation, I think. You just get flamed for everyone's mistake. Like you're just escape bullet to everyone.
因为打野位置就很好玩吧，就跟队友配合也是一个很好的玩的地方吧。感觉就队友的优点
，you can make a lot of creative plays, play around vision really well. So I think that's one of the specialties of jungle.
If you're not where you have to be, can really make the map harder to play.
그래서 그냥 제 자신을 믿고 그냥 제 플레이를 하는 것 같습니다.
You should generally know like how to play the map, what you want your teammates to do, not just what you want to do.
정글러가 맡는 책임 같은 경우에는 아무래도 이제 오브젝트 관련해서는 정글이 관련이 제일 많다 보니까 그런 부분들에 있어서 책임감을 가지고 또 오더도 내리고 약간 그런 게 중요하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Until then, it's your responsibility.
I am at the Free Fire stage, joined in by Gideon. Once again, thank you for having me. Tell me more about what's happening today, because I heard it's the grand finals.
Yes, so the grand finals is going to be crazy. We have 12 teams looking to battle for one championship spot to be the winners of the entire tournament. And I mean, even yesterday, right? They got a bunch of points just to try and give them a head start for today. So some people are coming in with an advantage.
Oh, well, talking about advantages, yesterday we also had our semifinals, and going into the championship weekend, we have our grand finals from League of Legends between AGAL and Gen G2. So tell me more about what's going to be happening today.
Well, today, these 12 teams and some really big organizations are looking to try and get that top spot, of course. More importantly, money is on the line. Everybody wants to be that champion. We've got $1 million worth of prize pool to kind of spread around the block, but hopefully I'm looking for at least one team from Latam all the way from Brazil to win it all.
Ooh, Latin America stepping up. Thank you so much for joining us, Gideon, and I can't wait to see what plays out over at the Free Fire stage.
Thank you very much, Kitty Grande, as it is a big weekend, not only here in League, but across the Esports World Cup ecosystem, as there are many championship points on the line across two different titles here at League and at Free Fire. As we take a look at the EWC Club Championship presented by STC. We already know that Team Vitality is on the mark at the top with 1,700 points thanks to their win over at the MLBB Women's Invitational, but right there, right behind it, is Gen G at 1,550 and has a chance to climb up the leaderboards, as well as AGAL after we had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Eddie Chen for AGAL. They have 9 different titles that they're participating in, and a win here would do wonders. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. It is game 1 in the books. Gen G over AGAL 1-0 in our best of 5 grand finals. Degon here alongside Medios and Finn to break it all down here. And this one was a methodical game of League of Legends. Plays right into the hands of Gen G, Medios.
Yeah, this is pretty much what Gen G is known for, just having a very slow, not very volatile game, very controlled. They just basically stack dragons on cooldown. AG wasn't really able to contest any of them. Even when it came down to the soul, Gen G just got the dragon soul without having to fight for it, which I thought was pretty interesting. I think it just comes down to their really good macro and just their tempo being able to set up, and AG just wasn't ready for it.
Finn, this is our first best of 5, so we know that the draft is gonna, continue to evolve over time, but it felt like this was a draft won by a certain team here, in your opinion.
I mean, I really like Gen G's draft, and a little bit of a question mark from me regarding AL's choices. I feel like Gen G got everything they are known to do. Really The biggest question mark for me was that Varus being given over to Ruler, and together with that Maokai, that poke with the Maokai Varus combined with the 2 bouncers of K'Sante and Alistar makes it really, really hard to retake areas that are controlled by Gen.G. And as we all know, Gen.G loves pushing out those lanes, securing that deep vision and controlling the river, and this just plays right into their kind of identity, the magnum opus that they do all the time over at the LCK and globally, and they just know it so well, and it felt like ALAG didn't really draft good answers into this playstyle.
So there was 3-2 for the longest time here, and then we finally got some more scraps that led to kills. First highlight here, Otacon. The Otacon setup was a big part as we take a look at this fight.
Yeah, I mean, here we just have a fight. Gen.G really tries to get his dragon, but in the end, Canyon does end up dying at the tail end of it, and now it is just a short chase here from AL, trying to get some flashes, trying to get some health bars, chip damage here. Flounder looks for his fight, but in the end, Gen.G seems to be quite happy with this trade. Sure, Canyon died, but he did end up getting that dragon while ALAG got that Otacon in the end. I thought it wasn't a good trade, but they proved me wrong.
I generally would prefer Otacon if I was in that situation, but I think just because of the pace of the game, you know, there wasn't a lot of kills, which then translate there's not that many petals around the map. Also, you're not gaining more petals because that's part of what makes the buff so strong is each time you get that execute and like the little AoE, you get another petal for your team. So I think that Gen.G was kind of okay with it. They figured, you know, it's not that much value for them, and then they were just able to get a quick soul.
Yeah, well, the focus on objectives was on full display here. Our second highlight, the big moment, a Baron steal that went the way.
Yeah, Gen.G just started Baron. I mean, they just did it, and they just kind of assumed that either they're going to get a really good fight with a turn of Maokai ult, or they're just going to try to 50-50 it, or use the Maokai Q smite. Maokai Q smite is one of the more powerful smites we have in the game with all the percentage HP damage. I'm sure the jungle savant medios can comment on that.
Yeah, I don't blame Gen.G for this one. You know, sometimes when people see a Baron get stolen, it's usually like, oh, you know, why did you start this Baron? Like, why did you let it steal? But I think AGL actually had a pretty good setup for the steal. Alistar went in right before Trundle did, and he was able to get a 3-man pulverize, which kind of slowed down the DPS a lot on the Baron, and then Tarzan was like 1 HP, and he just like did the YOLO flash in and go for the steal. It worked out, but I think most of the time that probably would go Gen.G's way. So yeah, you know, not ideal for them, but I think it was okay because even if that happens, you're still really ahead and you'll win the fight.
Yeah, MVP type behavior there. Again, we're still wondering who's going to be the Sony MVP. So y'all at home, let us know in the chat who you think that should be. Finally, here, highlight number 3. It was the mid-engage that closed off the game. And from here, we're kind of like, do they end? I guess they end off this.
Yeah, definite destruction. They got that Baron, right? And they used the Rumble ult to try to get this tower, but Varus ult ends up connecting onto the Azir, and here Hope is just left alone by this angry K'Sante on the back end of that fight. They just all leave him. He's like, okay, leave him for the Fishers, he's gonna die, and there Kyle dies as well. A little bit overzealous by AL to go for the tier 1. I think they really felt threatened that they had to use that Baron to get something, and the mid tier 1 usually can get, but good defense by Gen.G and not giving them a single inch.
Yeah, I think that would kind of showed how comfortable Gen.G was engaging from multiple angles. Like you mentioned, the Varus ult hit his ear. The same time, Maokai ult's coming in on everybody. Keen, I think it was a teleport flank, but they were able to punish Gen for not having flash because he used it in the previous Baron situation. So just a really good team fight by Gen.G. They didn't really seem bothered that AGL got Baron because they knew they could punish.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Gen.G, right? They might have made a mistake earlier, but if you make the mistake, you step up too far, they always find a way to make it hurt even more. In this case, it ended up costing the game. You had some lives come back in line straight from the fountain, and they tried to do like a 1v5 defend, a 2v5 defense, and eventually the chain dying ended up being game number 1 in the hands of Gen.G. So let's turn our focus here to game number 2, gentlemen. Draft-wise, very Gen G sided. It felt like getting Varus, getting the Maokai, something that they're all comfortable in, comfort picks for them to play their style. That's not the game plan here for AGA. Shift on over to the blue side, Finn.
Yeah, man, I feel like AGL, they really thrive when they can just take fights, no matter, like, I think they thrive when all of the players, or at least most of the players in the team, can kind of start fights, get them going. It felt like they were kind of running into the wall that it was Gen G. They were like banging on it, but they just couldn't really get any progress. And I would love to see a little bit more proactiveness in their draft, give them like some more skirmish heavy champions, try to include Flandre more. He was kind of stuck on his Rumble, he was catching waves in the swaps and couldn't really get into it. Same with Tarzan, he was also, yeah, it just felt difficult for them to get a foot in. I would love to see something a bit more engaged, or at least something that really focuses on these team fights, because I think that is where AG can actually beat Gen G.
Yeah, we saw the top side for AJL. That game was Rumble, Trundle, Azir, which doesn't really have much hard CC. A lot of the time when people play those top side drafts, we've seen it with Braum, someone who just has really good lockdown, who can keep the other team from being able to kite. And one thing I would be a little bit concerned about for AGL is they did actually lose with Trundle, who's one of the strongest early game duelists. And that's kind of a big deal, because I think when you have a matchup between two really good junglers, being able to get the most out of your early game champions is going to be a pretty big deal. So the Maokai was able to neutralize it. You know, you just have phase rush, you build AP, you're not really a great subjugate target. It's hard for Trundle to really do anything to you. You just kind of avoid him the whole game. You make it so if they face check a bush, they take, 15-20% of their health from a sapling, and it's just super annoying. So I agree. I think AJL will probably try to get more engaged in their comp, just some inevitable team fighting champions, maybe stuff that can dive. And I think for them, they'll really try to up the pace of the game, because I think these like slow, low kill games are so much in Gen G's favor.
Yeah, Gen G's not afraid to scrap, but that's not their normal setting. We got to see it on full display here in game number 1. I want to talk about MVP frontrunners here for both squads, right? We did have the steal. We know that Tarzan's had a good run. Flandre has won the daily MVP over the last several days. On the opposite side, Keen has been leading the line. You just brought up Canyon with his itemization in this matchup specifically. Chovy, Duro. You could hear CEO Arnold calling out Duro getting his plaudits. Who do you have as your front runners for both squads here, Finn?
I mean, this is so difficult, because I think for AGL it's been quite easy this tournament. For me, it's been Tarzan and Flandre that really has been the front runners. But when I look over at Gen G, it's like, wow. It's really hard to pinpoint one individual in this team. It's just such a well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
And they're all different cogs, and they all twist and turn in their own ways. And it's really hard to highlight individual players. I think for me, it's going to come down to whoever has a standout series now in the finals. And for me, it's a little bit early to say, but really like what I've seen from Chovy on the Yon. Really like what I've seen from Duro. And honestly, Keen has had a great tournament as well. It's so hard to say.
I think I would have to go with Keen as well. I think he's just looked so solid. As top lane, it can be hard to have all good performances. Sometimes that's the role where like you just get short into the stick. But he's somehow managed to avoid that. Even this game, as Cassante into Rumble, he was able to neutralize the matchup. He's put in a lot of swaps where he, almost got a 1v2 on their bot lane. I think if a few more Qs connected, he would have potentially been able to kill Alistar, or at least force some summoners. So I think he's doing a great job, and yeah, it's just awesome watching him play.
Yeah, I know. Just getting to see League of Legends at this level and see that we know how good everyone is. There are no free passes. It's not like, hey, we won't get punished by a stronger team. This is the stronger team. You are getting punished. How do you respond is so fun over and over again. Both these squads getting ready on stage in just a little bit. Should be around 2 minutes, y'all, so hang tight as we buy a little bit more time for the players as they get themselves back on in position for this game number 2. Finn, as a player that's played in playoff series before, what do you do when you reset after the loss, especially in a long series? What is the best way to kind of reset your mental after it's kind of like you don't go out with bang, you go out with a whimper in game number 1.
I mean, there's one thing that almost every player does, I think, that has played on this stage. It's just such a common ritual after a game like this is you go to the bathroom.
Okay.
It's the first thing you do. I'm sure Meteos can confirm. You drink so much caffeine and water that just like
coffee.
You gotta get there fast. And then while you're there, you're thinking about the drafts, like, oh my god, what's been wrong with this game? Oh, this guy griefed me. Oh my god, we gotta change this up. And then you go to your coach and you say, okay, I want to play this side. I want to draft around this. And then it's like, oh, we chose the other side. And you're like, Okay, I'm speaking a little bit from experience here, but like in general, it is that you gotta look ahead, right? You gotta think about what went wrong in draft, what can we fix in games. Quick fixes. You can't make fundamental changes to your team, but if there are one or two things that you messed up last game, or one or two picks that you really need to secure, that's what you hone in on. What can you do and what can't you do? You gotta really focus on what you can do.
Yeah, I think from a mentality perspective, something that teams I was on always did was just try to not think about your previous games in the series. On C9, we'd always say, you know, like, okay, just treat it like it's 0-0. Whether you're up 2-0 in a series or down 2-0, you don't really think about it. You think, okay, just focus on one game at a time. Don't worry too much about what's happened. I think with Fearless, there's probably a little bit more to it just because the draft is such a interesting part of the game. I think you're probably thinking about, you know, what's available this next game, what do we want to play, and also what do we want to play into, because any given champion is only going to be available once per series, and it's like, do we want this on our team or do we want to give it to them and then try to counter it? So I think there's a lot going on there that people are probably thinking about, but ultimately you just have to not think about the games beforehand, especially if you lose, because I could see AGAL being kind of antsy after that last game, right? It was like Gen.G just sort of choked them out. It didn't seem like they had a lot of opportunities to play the game, which can be really frustrating, but you just have to forget about it, just go into a game with a fresh mind and, you know, play how you know how to play.
Yeah, and when I think about last year's tournament in 2024 here at the Esports World Cup compared to this year, it was a 3-1 in the grand finals, T1 over TES. There was no Fearless at that time. So it was still just a lot of trading some of the meta mages in the mid lane and checking out those jungle mid matchups that you just got to perfect, rather than, okay, we have to kind of remember what's gone, figure out what type of composition that we're going to build around these power picks that have been, you know, banned, and now we're going to start letting some go so that they let some go here, Finn.
Yeah, but I think that's a big liberty for some players, because I remember one of the most stressful moments as a pro player was those long draft meetings before you played official games. You sat and you went around in circles. This guy wanted to play this guy wanted to ban this, and you sat there and went around. It's like people never agreed. They never came to a good conclusion. I mean, of course they do sometimes, but like a lot of the times there was these massive discussions, and at least now in Fearless, you could try something. If that didn't work out, you don't have to worry about it again. You can go on to the next game and really try to look for a fresh start over and over. Like Meteor said, it's all about resetting between the games. It is so true, because you can't linger on the past. You really got to look ahead and just focus on what you can do. That is the most important part, and then you try something different.
Yeah, I feel like that's a really good insight there on the Fearless mentality and trying to identify how to fix your problems. It's don't worry about them. Let's set our own pace here, which, as we set the pace, it seems like we are about a minute out from going back to the stage. So, a lot of yapping here. Let's do one final reset. 1-0, Gen.G over AGAL, the LPL champions, after a game where AGAL felt muted. They tried to make plays. Gen.G ready every time. The only kind of little blip on the radar was the Baron steal that went their way. Mitos, what's the key here for game number 2 for either side here? What do you want to see here?
I think AGAL should probably try to get more hard engage, more ways to just get the fight started. And there's a lot of options for that. You know, you could try to get the Vi, something like Nautilus. You could go, there's the Nocturne Orianna combo we've seen, Ornn, Sion even. There's a lot of champions that kind of have these inevitable engage tools that's like, okay, you know, when you press this, the fight's going to start. Let's hope we can win it. So maybe something like that could be good.
All right, 5 seconds. What you got here for me, Finn?
Gen.G is keep on doing what you're doing. It's going well.
All right, there it is. 1-0 to Gen.G in this best of 5 grand finals for the 2025 Esports World Cup, presenting League of Legends title. Let's send it on over to the stage to get into game number 2.
All right, Real, we've got a grand final on our hands. On one side, we have Gen.G looking confident, looking calculated. Do you think it's going to be a full sweep?
I don't know. These AGL fans are very loud. AGL, let me hear you. No, this is a big matchup. This is a huge matchup. So let's go a little bit boxing influence here. In the red corner, AGAL.
And in the blue corner, we have Gen Rank.
All right, you know what? Let's have a face-off right now in the middle of this stage. Who's gonna take it? We're going into game 2. Gen G versus AGAL.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible matchup here between Panda and Tiger. I know if this was, you know, the Wilds, I know where my money would be, but you never really know. You can't count them out, even though they lost game 1. See how the Pandas are going to perform. Welcome back, guys. We are ready for game number 2. Although maybe like game number 1.5 as we see the result between Tiger and Panda. What do you think, guys? Who takes it?
Just given how Tigers and Pandas work, you know, I'm going to have to favor the Tiger. Although, in terms of the two mascots, I think it might be a draw. You know, I feel like they're pretty evenly matched.
I thought you were going to say, just give it to the Generati. Just give it to the Generati. I mean, game 1 was such a stomp. It's really the onus now on AGAL to say, okay, we've got blue side now. We're going to have a better draft. We're going to draft more hardened games like Medios was talking about. We're going to lead the pace of this game because game 1, it kind of felt like they were just being dragged along, you know? But
Yeah.
Gen G got to decide where we were going.
I think the Vi is 100% going to be banned by Gen G. The Talia stocks are going up. So, you know, Pantheon will probably be the 3rd ban on red side for Gen G. And the identity of the draft we'll see here for AGAL is what I'm most curious about because it does seem like those are the obvious bans right now with what was taken in game 1. The Varus is gone, but otherwise kind of an unusual draft for Gen G. So there's the Pantheon. I imagine Vi will be 2nd.
We'll see whether the Zaya continues to get banned as well, as that could just be taken away here on the blue side. You have a little bit more flexibility. Instead, the Nico is going to be taken away.
Something I've been looking at a lot recently, last couple of days, has been the Lucian Braum as well. We saw that Ruler and Duro went to that in game 3 against G2, and then we just saw that T1 were willing to pull it out very early up against G2 in the 3rd and 4th place match. So could be something they look towards. I don't know if it'll come out this early, and as I'm saying that, we are going to get Lucian actually banned from the red side. So certainly the power level of that duo has been going up.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Something that we were talking about and Atlas was mentioning a lot is the fact that now that Trundle is gone, a lot of these tank picks also really rise in priority. The Scion, the Ornn are a lot more viable to play in the top lane. With the Gwen ban here, that could be something that AGL is looking for here potentially, perhaps in their 2nd rotation. The Talia I was talking about is banned away. Vi is still up though, and I feel like it's so incredibly powerful with so many different types of compositions here. I would be surprised if Gen G let AGL have it.
Yeah, that's certainly a big pick. It hasn't found the same level of success as we've seen for the rest of this year, right? Like Vi has been pretty much permaban status globally until, I guess, MSI, where we saw some smatterings of it. And that's kind of what Gen G feel as well. The Wukong is what's going to be taken away from Tarzan here. And will it just be the Vi lock-in? Of course, I think on red side, you feel a little bit better because you can pick a 1-2 punch with the Vi, you know? Like,
if they don't take it, then you get Vi Ahri, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just so scary. I feel like it's mandatory because of that, right? You know, you don't want to give Gen G that 1-2 punch, and they will take it here straight away.
One of the best options into the Vi can be the Zaya at times, but we already see that Rakan was selected earlier by Duro, so that's Fearless ban. So maybe
Ezreal?
Do they want to go towards that Ezreal? You don't have to pick it here, but definitely getting something that has a decent amount of safety is a good idea. Senna, another choice if you want to get a big front line and then you have huge amounts of range and just try to play the scaling option and just try to avoid early fights. But that does mean that AGL immediately, even just after seeing these first couple of picks, could have some good early tempo in this game.
Yeah, it's certainly the opposite of Ezreal in terms of safety. Very risky pick here. And a blind Galio. Galio has been so successful this tournament. We've seen it blind and still find success. Especially Chovy's Galio has been so incredibly good. His catch on Hansama defined the end of that series yesterday in the semifinals. So gonna just lock this one in, and it looks like it will be into the Annie rather than the Ahri here for Shanks.
Yep, of course, similar idea of you're going to have a fair bit of damage in between those two, hold them in position, and then allow that layering CC to come down. So will still be a lot of mid-jungle power, but I do feel like Galio answers Vi really well, right? Like, she presses R on someone, and then you press R on them, and she has to stay there in that big circle of being knocked up, and that's not a whole lot of fun. Shanks, what are we going to be picking here to round out the first round of picks here for AGAL?
Yeah, it just feels like we're already seeing these compositions take shape. Gen.G going to be playing that, you know, backside, just protect the carry of probably the Senna and maybe something in the top lane that Keen could bring some more damage in. I wonder if he would consider something like an Aurora into the Sion. We've seen that before. The Camille, also another very good shout with the Galio, and offers you that bit of extra damage, because if you're only running Senna Galio,
I think you might want to just grab a support here or a jungle pick. They're going to go for the Ambessa instead. This is both a decent amount of frontline for the Senna, but also an aggressive pick into the Sion. I feel like Gen.G would have been very happy themselves to get the Sion, because the mid laner here isn't a ton of consistent damage. It's just engage only, and the Senna would have been really safe if they had that Sion. So I think that's a nice pick away here, but it's a good answer from Keen.
Yeah, immediately gives you that extra bit of damage as well. It's a pretty aggressive composition already from the side of AGAL. Corki with huge amounts of damage follow-up as well from close and from afar, I think is a good shout, especially because the Corki stocks have been rising a lot.
Tom Kench, super obvious here just with how safe it is into the Vi Annie. Maybe a Caitlyn ban would make sense here, just simply because it's a strong pushing lane into the Senna, but we're really just talking about 2v2 here, as in terms of Kai'Sa follow-up to the dive, that's also an incredibly strong pick. Isn't obviously going to be winning the 2v2 lane as hard as something like a Caitlyn, but they do opt for that ban instead. I don't think we're going to see a Thresh here. You know, there's no other real safe pick for Duro to play with this Senna.
What about Blitzcrank? Is what we always just want to say when it comes to this guy. But the Skarner ban, actually kind of interesting, as of course we are still looking for Canyon's pick. The jungler already locked in, as Tarzan does have the Vi. But what is Canyon going to do as, oh man, Nocturne Galio. That's a little scary as well, as the semi-globals are continuing to pile in, because you got Dawning Shadow to layer on top of everything at the same time. So Gen.G able to sort of turn on a dime to decide who they want to kill, and that just might be a Jinx at the start of these fights. A dangerous Jinx angle here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I feel like the Nocturne was in part to just deny the Jinx. Obviously, it can be really good into dive as well, just because you turn the lights on and then it becomes really hard to coordinate those fights and set up those Annie stuns after the Vi ult goes in, and then you can re-engage. But Jinx, so powerful in the lane, and if you get any pick onto any target, it doesn't even have to be the Senna. It could be onto an ulting Nocturne, it could be onto a Galio that gets caught, or an Ambessa who's just a little bit too far forward, then the Jinx will absolutely carry those late game fights.
Well, just have to see what the answer to this Braum is going to be from Duro. Maybe not a Blitzcrank, but we'll see where he is going to go. Don't know why, I've just got Robot on the brain at this point in time.
I really liked it in the last draft, but yeah, the Bard rising up a lot, and can be very safe into dive, and also can set up your pick potential if you do want to go for dives yourself, especially into something like Jinx. Got to be careful though, because you really have to get your setup before the Jinx gets excited, because if they get that pick, I feel like it all falls apart like a house of cards for Gen.G. Like, the Bard's not going to be able to do anything. Jinx is too fast. You don't have enough peel, I would say, with the Nocturne selection, which allows you to go both ways. But yeah, I think the Bard is a good choice, but it will rely on Gen.G having a lot of control before the team fights get started.
Based on what we saw from last game, that control you're talking about, Gen.G knows how to get. They can wrestle it away, and when you have the double global Nocturne Galio playing through sides and shutting down this Annie, as we saw a little bit happen to Caps yesterday, shutting down the Annie or even just stopping that Sion from being relevant, is already going to struggle a little bit in side lanes in this game. It means that you should be able to dictate fights, but I worry about what happens, you know, if we get to a mid-game where AL is just ahead, if the Jinx gets accelerated, because you just don't have damage for Gen.G, and you need time for that Senna to get her stacks online. So it's a really risky, yet confident draft here for Gen.G. I think they were really making a statement here in this game, too.
Yeah, and I think they also need to get their combos in order, right? It wasn't as much of a combo draft last time around. It was a little bit more, we can kind of hands diff you all over the place, find these angles and make those outplays. Whereas this time it's going to have to be layering of ultimates, making sure that they eliminate these key picks to start off fights. Because if Hope gets excited, then the hope is going to end for Gen G here in this game number 2. But we'll just have to see how well they're going to play. Match point on the line for Gen G, and AL wanting to turn this into a best of 3.
Seeming pretty likely at this point, to be honest. I do really like what AGAL have drafted in this game number 2. I think it's very aggressive. It allows them to grab hold of this series and fight it on their terms. The one big thing on the other side for me that I'm scared of if I'm AGAL is Chovy's Galio. We were talking about how strong he was up against G2 just yesterday. It's a classic. It's a legendary pick for Chovy. There have been so many huge plays, even right here on this part of the map, for Chovy, the flash, like 5-man taunt that he got in that one game a long time ago. He's just fantastic on it. And I was going to do a segment earlier actually on Gen G and the way that they love to team fight, and it really came down to Chovy moving in and out of vision and making the aggressive Galio plays work. So a lot of onus on him, but he can handle it.
Yep, and you were talking about his clear. It's terrifying for exactly the same reason, right? It's fear the cross map and fear the rotation that Chovy is so good at. Him and a lot of his other mid lane counterparts in the LCK known for that sort of style of play, and something that Chovy has really developed over the last few years.
I'm not, it's not the type of draft where I feel like the Bard ult is necessarily going to be game defining. It certainly can stall things out or turn a 5v5 into 5v3 for a minute for you to get into position, do some additional damage. But the ability to rotate around the map with a magical journey, I think, is super valuable for a low-range composition like what Gen G's is. Sure, the Senna will have a lot of range later on, but a lot of these fights, you're trying to get your melees into position to threaten that Jinx or get to the back line, force the NA to use her stun defensively. So that's what I'm most looking forward to here for Duro on this Bard pick. There's a lot of inherent risk with this pick, though, because if you fall behind, you're a squishy support that's going to struggle to get vision into this dive pop with the Vi that will just blow you up if you ever show your face. If you ever have face check, if you ever try to go towards an objective you don't have control of, there just really isn't a recourse for the Bard that's going to get blown up because he's so squishy.
Yeah, sort of does feel a bit unforgiving as we have a look at where these lanes are situated right now. Flandre on this Sion having a real good time at this point in the game. I believe we saw this matchup previously and it didn't look quite this good for the Sion here at EWC, but still very, very early into the game, so things could certainly turn around for Keen, where he's going to be having a bit of damage onus on himself. Those are 2 items he needs to get to as soon as possible to make sure that he is going to be a threat heading towards that back line. And you guys have been singing the praises of AL's comp, and I just kind of want to echo it. I love how well it sort of bridges towards late game with the last few picks that they lock in, because it was quite late that you got the Jinx and the Sion into this composition, which allows them to teamfight really effectively, just front to back into Gen G with their sort of fancy combo composition that they have here. Will certainly be still difficult, but it's just AL playing some pretty classic League of Legends and setting themselves up for it with some pretty good picks for the situation. Here's the lane swap. This is what we've got very used to.
Yeah, look at the timing of this. Hope catches this gigantic wave. It's just kind of almost funneled into him, right? It's like the Sion sets up a giant pushing wave into him.
Right after he gets a cull. He's
right after he gets the cull.
Into free cull stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And he's just farming up there. He's having a great time. There's no threat from an early game Ambessa, of course. So these another early swap comes out from AGL. This one I feel like does make a bit more sense. I think you can absolutely bully the Ambessa a lot more with something like a Jinx compared to a Jhin into Cassante like last game.
Yeah.
And you've got Sion, who never cares about anything.
Yeah, so. And also if you're farming alongside, then you're absolutely fine, because Jinx wants to scale and scale and scale. You've got a Sion that's going to be getting infinity health as the game goes on. And so definitely a much better scenario. I'm glad you bring that up, because that is very, very important. Not going to feel as much of that pressure in these side lanes, as Gen G will answer the swap now.
Yeah, I mean, you could have left the Senna into the Sion and just sit there and chill and stack, but you're not going to get any sort of advantages, and the Jinx is just going to get such a big advantage if you leave her alone like that, that it's super frustrating. And with the tempo they got with that fast swap and the call buy, they can go, oh, your Senna's back topside? Well, we've already reswapped bottom lane, and that's just going to continue. This is part of why we're seeing Unsealed Spellbook taken for supports these days, because sometimes you're going to need that teleport to get back and catch the tempo. Won't necessarily be the case in this game, but this time AL are the ones running the show, at least in this early game, whereas we saw that for Genji the previous game around, as Shank's going to get taunted.
Yeah, Chovy doing a bit of damage here. Otherwise, not too much else happening, and Shanks able to find a few extra Pyroblasts. Is Chovy moving forward? I'm not sure about this, because these autos are raining down on top of him.
He really wanted to push that wave in. He's not really going to be able to. Meanwhile, AGAL is just taking a free Dragon. This is, of course, after the reswap of the lanes. They have their bottom laners in the bottom lane, and so they're able to have that pressure on the Dragon and take the objective this time. So AGAL this time in control of the pacing of this game.
Yeah, I'd be just really going to get a ton of value out of this. They're going to get a plate here as well for Hope off of this wave, and Keen just really has no recourse here. He hits level 6, but he's playing into a Braum, so the all-in just isn't a thing. He's not going to be able to do anything with that. You can see he's stunned by the concussive blows here already. And even with Kyle sitting on level 4, I just don't think Keen is going to be able to find an angle. And sure, on the top side, there's a little bit of push for Ruler and Duro, but it's just not the same amount of value into this Scion. He's stacking for free, but Jinx is stacking money and stacking a Drake.
Yep, Flandre also stacking himself. So there you go. There are sort of stacks all over the place here. Is Canyon looking to steal away some jungle? Will do so. Tarzan just going to move out of the way. Bit of an El Clasico as far as the LCK history is.
Wait a minute.
And Tarzan, as Shanks could be in trouble. The exhaust comes down, and you know what he does? The walk quickly strategy, utilizing that phase rush to get him to safety. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I think that was a bit overzealous on the play. It's Annie who's got stuns, has flash and phase rush here.
Duro just really wanted to cycle through the summoners. It was fine.
Yeah, I guess so. At the end of the day, they don't spend a whole lot to do that. But yeah, unless you've got heaps of CC, you're not going to be locking down this Annie anytime soon. And it was just Galio at that point in time. I mean, it is level 6 at least, so maybe he can look for a play soon.
Shanks was also so well positioned there. Like, he wasn't really vulnerable. You know, Canyon ults, he just walks under the turret, doesn't care. There's a really opportunistic attempt there by Genji. And if this is like a Leona or a hard engaged support, maybe you could have made something happen with Chovy looking for the taunt, but instead Shanks is just like, all right, nice try, I suppose.
Yep, and so the result of this early game is one objective, one Dragon going over to AGAL, and Genji being able to utilize some of these swaps in order to get a bit of a farm advantage. That is about all we can really say. Most of that money is on Keen, who has done well as this Ambessa, but we know Scion doesn't necessarily need that much money. He will still just be a body that they can put in front of a Jinx to hopefully soak the damage so she can kill everyone, right? Like, we'll still do what it says on the tin, as we like to say. Void Grubs have popped up here as Canyon looking to get something done here towards this top side. Paranoia at the ready.
Yeah, I'll say that this Nocturne at this point in the game, you don't have a lot of setup. You can't really gank the Annie. You cannot do anything with the Bard in the top lane. So you're just level 6 and you're kind of just hanging out. Because you can't gank the Scion, obviously. So he would love to do the objective, but AL, again, they're in control of this river at the moment, and Duro is just magical journeying away from this fight for now.
If they can get in there, though, this could be a pretty good angle for Chovy. Canyon can place that gargoyle wherever he wants.
I mean, I just don't think Genji really need to fight for these grubs at such a risky point in the game, because it could just open things up super hard against them. And if they get grubs, like it's an Ambessa. If the Scion gets grubs or the Annie gets grubs, it's an Annie or a Scion, right? I like playing it slow like this, looking for the later TP here from Chovy, and just slow playing it. I thought for a moment they were going to try to hard force with a Nocturnal, which I think would have been a huge mistake. Just try to win the war of attrition with the Senna. Even in the early game, you can actually kind of just chip away at those health bars and win out, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Late TP here from Shanks, though. A bit late for the contest, but they could look for a big stun.
Well, Magical Journey just gets you out so comfortably.
Yeah.
So that teleport does come in. Shanks makes it over to the top side, but it is only one measly grub available here for AGAL. So Genji, after this one is finally taken, they will even out even the feat of strength count here between the two squads. And the gold is practically even as well. And so you look at the teams that have a lot of extra scaling, and that's both of these teams. Hyper carries both of these teams. And so I'm feeling like this is an even one at this stage of the game. Gentlemen?
Yeah, I would agree with you, Atlas. I think you're onto something here.
It's close.
It's a very close game.
I'm making the hot takes over here.
Yeah.
Like I said, I just don't think rubs are that important for either team that much. So, blowing the game and tossing it, flipping it, basically at this point would just be such a silly choice to make, especially with Gen G kind of slowly getting control there. It was a late TP from, to re-enter the fight from Shanks there, and didn't end up leading to a fight because of the magical journey. You can see what the value of the Bard is there. But because he commits that, he loses a plate here bottom side right. We'll lose some farm because he doesn't have the TP anymore. Keen getting an advantage there. So small victories here for Gen G. They have a very slight lead. But this game is by no means really in their favor right now. We're going to have to wait and see what that first team fight looks like. The second break is up here. You can see Gen G are slowly grouping down towards that bottom side of the map. Chovy does not have TP to join the fight, but he can, of course, if he can traverse some of the map, ult in.
See whether he does do that. I love that little fight towards the top lane. It really did epitomize this whole game, which is pretty much meaningless damage and jostling for position. As Keen does get his fangs into Shanks here. Does do a decent amount in that trade. The Eclipse has been completed. A big spike, actually, for Keen on this Ambessa. Freshly teleported into this lane with that power spike. And Gen G thinking that they can utilize that to try and take down this Dragon Ruler. Not able to quite find the snare, but the Dragon, it
double
goes
smite.
down. Yeah, double smite working out really nicely here as in goes Tarzan. And off go the lights. The public execution to avoid the cease and desist. And first blood goes over to Canyon, and it's not going to end there as the Braum shortly to follow. Canyon looking to continue this fight. His feats of warfare is Keen in the backline. And Gen G, they just tear them apart. Chovy wasn't even there.
They didn't need Chovy at all. It was just insane the way that Gen G turned that fight around. I mean, you were just talking about the item spikes. Nobody's got an item here on the side of AGAL. It was an incredibly forced fight from our Chinese team. And on the side of Gen G, they just wait, they turn off the lights, and the turn in the fight is unbelievable. Keen is the guy.
He pulls the jungler away. Duro then isolates him. Duro secured the Dragon with a smite before this, and it felt like AL just felt forced to make something happen here after giving the objective. They're like, well, we just can't simply give this up for free, but I think you just had to be willing to do so. Remember, Shanks lost half his health bar to the Eclipse in the bottom lane just moments before. They were by no means in a position to contest that. A huge mistake to go for that call, disrespecting Keen's reaction time as he goes unstoppable, looks for the exact re-engage he wants there. And the Duro catches the Vi with his ult. I mean, how more well played could that have been for Gen G, and how much more risky could it have been for AL?
Well, like, AL could have hit, like, Tarzan doesn't need to go for the only guy that has Unstoppable in his kit, right? Like, that's just, it's a little bit of a mistake there. Was the only target presented right there, but just because it's the only target doesn't mean it's the right one.
Sometimes you gotta walk away. Sometimes you gotta say, it's unfortunate we lost this Drake, but we're gonna have to make a play elsewhere, and AL, we're just not willing to do that.
Yeah, and I really feel like AGAL had a lot of tools in their kit in some of these team fights. They have so much great engage, but as you mentioned, Max, you can't use it onto the Fed Ambessa. The one guy who's just going to turn it around, and that's what the Nocturne does, right? If they overextend, you turn off the lights, you make it really confusing, and then the counter engage comes in so easily. This is not great.
He's the one guy, and he is, well, going to get an ulti down, but that's 4 people, Keen. What did he mean by this?
Tibbers was there
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, sorry, 5 people. Sorry, 5 people. Gen G get a plate for it though. That's the trade. I'm going to say that's a trade in the southerly direction.
I feel like this was a good collapse there from AGAL, but at the same time, it wasn't that big of a deal for the side of Gen G. Keen didn't have flash there. He's super mobile, thought he could get out, as we are going to see a Galio TP top to get the minions there.
Yeah, that's a red dot TP. That's not an aggressive TP. Yeah. We're going to be fine.
Yeah, this is going to be Flandre taking the opportunity to back here. He has a Scion after all. So money was picked up in the mid lane. Like you said, it's not an even exchange in terms of where the money went there. It was a big shutdown for Shanks onto Keen. But they're going to need a lot more than that. Just a pick on the Ambessa before anything is really relevant. Like, they couldn't turn it into an objective fight isn't going to matter. But still, every little piece of gold you can get is significant.
Very true. Once again, Keen just going to be face-checking a brush and loses out on that trade against Flandre. But Flandre not going to be able to offer enough in order to deter him from continuing to lane. So it should be fine here for the Ambessa as he moves down to put pressure on the bottom side. 1.5k is going to be the resulting lead here, but one objective away from feats of strength here for Gen G. That will be a big deal. Those buffs do not go anywhere. Those shoes will be available for them as Ruler with his Static Shiv just going to park himself in this mid lane from now on. Make sure that the center is continuing to get these stacks. We can see 40 already accrued here by the 15-minute mark, as Duro might just be straight up dead. He flashes, he magically journeys, and he's unfortunately now stuck inside the pit. Chovy could press his R button, and he does get the Cosmic Binding down. Kyle now in trouble as Ruler over the wall, doing so much work. The Magical Journey is up again. I'm sure, never mind, it's not. It's a Magical Journey to the Death Chamber, and Duro just with a bit of egg on his face. Another one of these bards that just not looking super hot right now.
I mean, every single win that AL gets has a return by Gen G somewhere else.
It was all a bait.
Maybe that was the grand plan.
That's first turret, and that is feats of strength going over to Gen G. So kind of worth a little. Yeah. I think if he gets out, it feels very worth.
I feel silly. I shouldn't have been talking down to Duro. He knew exactly what he was doing.
But at the end of the day, I mean, it's still going to be probably a turret to go down here on the top side for AL that will be able to get some of this money. And it just took so long to kill, but like Gen G get 2. It's the macro game, again, just like game 1 here, where Gen G, yeah, maybe they give up something small, but they get something even larger.
The amount of objectives that were just bought by Duro being a little bit of a silly Billy in a Herald pit was kind of nutty.
Genius maneuver.
Yeah, something like that.
he's just on another level. We just do not get it. Look at this.
Not going to quite get the charge, but the turret also not going to help out towards Kyle here.
I'm pretty surprised, to be honest, that they commit the Herald top because they got the top turret for free, right? Like they were going to just get it naturally. And then they wanted to double down because Dragon's up, which, by the way, also goes to Gen G with the bottom side control
also,
they had.
Shielding and healing with this composition, actually kind of legit.
They could have just tried to transition that top side play into a mid Herald drop to pull Gen G off of the Dragon or look for some chip damage into the turret. Instead, they just fully sent it topside, and then Duro's like, well, I mean, I do have this really cool ult, and I'm just not even going to let you get the charge, so very low value play, unfortunately, for AL, again, in comparison to what Gen G got on the map.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys were watching the first series of the day, which I'm sure you two guys were.
We were here, yeah.
But yeah, it was incredible how Kerio was able to just neutralize so many of the plays of G2 with his Bard, and I feel like Duro, obviously, you know, the bait play into the Rift Herald pit, maybe not on purpose, but it worked out for Gen G, and also he's doing the same thing, right? He's going to have his ultimate for these hard engages from AGAL. He has the Redemption. The Chemtech Soul is coming in. They're going to be stacking those. The heal from the Redemption is going to be huge, and from the Senna as well. It feels like Duro's game is kind of panned out. He knows exactly what he has to do in this game. As long as he doesn't get caught out in those weird spots, again, he should be just fine and in a great spot to help out his team.
Yep, Ruler also in a really good position right now. Rapid Fire Cannon now completed, does have the Swifties done as well, so actually a lot safer than he was previously with all the extra movement speed, his 2 first items and the shoes. As Flash actually has to be invested here by Hope, because he would have been set up for the Cosmic Binding after that ulti wears off. So Gen G really scaring AGAL right now.
That's your main target. You know, you were hitting the nail on the head. You're thinking exactly the same thing I was. Like, Ruler's on 2 items now. He's stacking really well. He's at 56 here at 18.5 minutes. Now your Jinx opponent doesn't have Flash.
Ooh, Spell Shield not quite working out here. Is Canyon going to be very early ulting? Heroic entrance to come down here. Is Canyon getting into that backline? And there's the public execution. The Bard is dead yet again, but they traded for the Vi here. Ruler not quite able to auto attack though in this fight as the Winds of War are so scary, and Keen wanting to kill even more of these AGAL members, but they are going to be playing it real slow, actually letting them kite back and just moving towards the next objective on the map, which will be Arakan spawning in a minute's time.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, you know, there wasn't any objective on the map. Both these teams are sending all 5 of their members to join this fight. It feels like finally AGAL are stepping up to Gen G, who very aggressively try to take control of the map with their vision as we saw in game 1. And now we got Shanks in trouble.
He really is. Justice Punch going to connect as Ruler doesn't quite find the snare, but it doesn't matter because he finds the auto attacks, and that is going to be Chovy locking that kill down. They have overloaded the top side. Chovy takes a lot of damage, but they'll get another turret, and then they can move over to this Otacon. It's going to be up in 23 seconds.
The truth of the matter is, and we talked about this a lot in the draft, is it's a Sion on the other side, so he doesn't have agency to try to make a cross.
I love that sign. It said revenge for T1, pick Bod 3-0.
There you go.
But like, if you have Kyle and Flandre going, okay, they're stacking top, let's make a play there. With other champions, maybe you can actually stop Keen there. Maybe you can get something done. Maybe if he's not 1,500 gold ahead as well, but they just don't get anything in return. And this is these exchanges we keep seeing with Gen G where they heavily commit to a play and there's a trade, but their trade is a massive trade up. Even this play here where it's a support for jungle trade and they end up winning out on the health bars so significantly that it's hard for AL to make any play afterwards. And the Gen G fans are loving the dominance we have seen so far. This game was relatively close, but now 4,000 gold the advantage as Gen G set up for Otacon.
Yep, that MVP discussion, I think it's feeling a little bit more Keen favored as we're heading through this series. This guy has been playing so well all tournament, but also, I mean, I had Duro there as like a dark horse as far as MVP was concerned, but I think there's no taking away from Keen after this game unless something crazy happens in the next one, or the one after that, or the potential one after that. If AGAL are able to grab a cheeky victory here or there. This game, not over yet, but feeling very much in Gen G's hands for now. Otacon has taken many teams, though. And so it might claim Gen G here unless they're very, very careful. Keen getting his ducks in a row here towards his bottom side as far as the wave is concerned. And AGAL, will they be able to get an entry? And will Tarzan be able to achieve the steal? This is indeed started.
Shanks is basically the main character for setting up that first pick here for Hope to get the reset. But Gen G have all of their ultimates and they have a Nocturne composition. It's really tough for AGL to play this up, but they can't just walk away and go, well, we'll side lane. Not with this composition. So Gen G really have them here between a rock and a hard place. I don't use that phrase too much anymore, but like, what do you do, Kyle?
Well, you get taunted just a little bit here. He throws out the ulti. The door has worn off, but it did its job. And so Kyle is going to be alive, but maybe the Otacon is not, as Chovy just being a bodyguard here alongside Duro.
Feels like
Tarzan finding the brush. And yeah, I don't, like Chovy's so incredibly tanky. They're just not letting Tarzan get over here. It is still relatively healthy, and into the backline goes Flandre, but they hold him at bay. It's Canyon that's dealing with it. He gets scared. It's now the Dawning Shadow to lock down the Braum, and Keen just goes golden with the help of the Tempered Fate, and now they're in the blender. Now they're taking down an AL and just getting decimated. Fight after fight here in game 2.
Oh my goodness, that could not have gone better for Gen G if they had asked for it. That was incredible. Keen once again sets it up right onto Kyle. The follow-up from the Nocturne, and the Galio is there, and Duro's ultimate perfectly timed for Chovy to taunt them all and knock them down.
These Gen G keep-away comps are just so insane. We saw it with the Maokai last game, but look at this. They deny Flandre entry. Hope is so far away from any of these targets, so Kyle gets caught here, suppressed, right? The follow-up Galio ult on top of the Tempered Fate means double taunt, and then Hope, guess what? Now that he's isolated, he is destroyed. Sure, he gets one kill in exchange, but the whole team is wiped when he's excited. Down he goes. It's just Gen G crushing them, dominating them. The combos that you were asking for, Atlas, are we going to have to see them? It's going to be a little bit trickier to pull this comp off than game 1. And the answer is Gen G 100% can pull it off.
And I have to say, as far as compositions that utilize Tempered Fate well, this is a really good one, right? Like the Galio lands, you see doesn't get the knockups, but then you are freely able to position the easiest taunt of your life for after they get out of that stasis. The setup here, if you can hold them in position, is just insane.
And they don't even start the fight off with the Nocturnal. Most Nocturne comps start that way. They end it that way. You have no peel anymore, Hope. I'm just going to go right on top of you and kill you. The fight is already over. And Gen G now looking for Soul Point here. And taking Otacon, that felt impossible, but this, they won't even try.
No. Yeah, I feel like the Braum in this composition was meant to try to help the Jinx not get absolutely bullied like that, but I feel like when you have so many abilities and champions that just go over the top of the Braum and do not care at all about the Braum. Like, think about the Galio, the Nocturne. You're not even interacting with the champion, really, outside of being in melee range. It just feels like that Braum is falling very short. Maybe they should have gone for something a bit more aggressive, just to really all in on that engaged composition. But yeah, you guys were talking about it. I mean, a lot of these champions go both ways. The Bard sets up either the defensive ultimate or it sets up the Galio perfectly. Same with both the Galio and the Nocturne themselves.
Yeah, and the start of that fight as well, just to go back to it again, like Canyon's spell shield to make sure that Scion is completely worthless. It's like they just have every answer for what AGAL are trying to do in this game, and it's making things really, really difficult for the LPL squad. 5,000 gold plus is going to be the advantage here as, teleport to come in. Tempered Fate doing nothing this time as there is the heroic entrance to also not find the angle, but in goes Keen, and Hope is dead. Flandre now just getting destroyed, finds a nice double knockup, but Keen is just running amok. They are way too distracted in that backline, and even though a whole bunch of buttons go missing, it does not matter. Gen G is still just going to wander over to a Baron.
I mean, AGL are just trying to fight for Prio, and they're losing control top side. Chovy's pushing their shanks. It's like, I got a TP top to defend my turret. The second he goes, Keen teleports on the flank, and he's like, you guys want to contest for Prio? I am right into your backline, and Hope dies a third time in this game, blown up, unable to get excited, unable to be that scaling Jinx that their comp so desperately needs, and Gen G will take a Baron.
I don't know if you guys saw it, but Duro's double binding in that backline after the flash from Hope, it really just snuffed out the hope of AGAL in that team fight. And yes, at this point, Gen G, they pick up the Baron. They're very far ahead, but this was kind of the last hope of AGAL this fight. They try to throw everything at Hope, who does have flash, but look at this, flash double binding, and then Keen from the left with his own TP gets the perfect angle after Kyle sets him up.
You know what would have been really nice is an Annie to peel there, but he went to the top lane and he was not there as Duro is not there.
Very dead. Yeah, Canyon is going to press his R button as well as Mega Cone, thankfully, is going to be here. Shout out to you, Valdez. Utilizing that one for the disengage, but Duro wasn't able to do so. It feels like a bit of Duro giveth and taketh away in this game, and I think the positives do outweigh the negatives. As we have a look at the gold, it is cresting 8,000 at 27 minutes, as there is the engage onto Canyon. He's taking a fair bit of damage for Ruler as well. Oh my god, the stacks are really getting higher as Hope is looking for the reset, but he doesn't quite get there. The zap isn't going to land, and now Ruler is dealing with a teddy bear whilst also just murdering them. Redemption comes down, there's the flash in, and Keen says, thanks very much, buddy, I'll take the MVP now, as he picks up the triple kill after all of Ruler's hard work. And I think Gen G are going to probably add a Nexus to that one.
Well,
I think that's enough response.
Ruler is 1v4ing plus Tibbers, not caring, kiting it out, waiting for Keen to find that ult angle. He has flash as well. And so close to an excited Jinx were so many of those moments, but it just wasn't meant to be. And Gen G, their most dominant series of the tournament so far, maybe the last one, the one where they lift the trophy, now up 2-0.
Yeah, this is the best that they've looked all tournament long. And Gen G, one Nexus turn and a Nexus away from winning this, as there is the route onto Tarzan. Ruler is going to be able to take that one. Tempered Fate just to single out Shanks, as we have Senior Bear Tibbers, but unfortunately it hasn't done enough, as it's a triple for Ruler this time. The Quadra comes in, and he'll be able to take down the Nexus after one-upping Keen, at least after the last little skirmish. Gen G poised to pick up the title here at match point.
Absolutely crushing AGAL, and they're just one game away from crushing their key as well. It is just insane, the form that Gen G are on tonight. It is not a close series. We had faith, we had hope that AGAL's comp would be good enough that they could bring it back. We would be tied, and it would be a fun back and forth series. That is not the case tonight.
Absolutely incredible performance here by Gen G. It is time for us to take a short break. We'll see whether AGAL can pull themselves together, because it needs to be a reverse sweep from them if they want to destroy Gen G's key here. We are going to go to that short break. We'll see you again soon.
fan，香克斯加油
！Shanks fan, how long have you been supporting Shanks？ 你支持多久了，香克斯选手？
我从他中 WE 的时候就开始喜欢他了。哇 ，WE 的小卡。
真的是老粉了。那请问你是从哪里飞过来 ？Where did you come from？
我从重庆飞了10几个小时。
She came all the way from China 重庆 and flew for 10 hours。谢谢，加油 AGL 3、2、1，加油！
继重庆。
Hi guys, Ginny here. Hi guys, Ginny here.
And I'm Finn. And I'm Ox.
And we're here at the Riot Games Arena to try some games, have some fun, and see what's up. Ginny here, and myself and Ox just went up against former retired pro player Finn from the LEC in a 2v1 to see whether or not we could beat him, and we actually could because it was pretty easy.
Who's banning? Banning? Oh, you can ban my champ.
Can I ban Window?
Yeah.
Why are you tryharding? It's not an LEC match. I'm just gonna see what you're doing.
Yeah. For you? Okay, you're in there.
Ooh. Wait, there's no healing? Oh, easy.
Double D-plate, you can do that? No, that is not okay, by the way.
Oh my god, stop.
Ooh, that's a scary illusion. You just gotta care if he does that again. Don't care, Ginny.
I have flash now.
Don't care. No! There's no way we have barrier.
A little bit of a skill issue, I think. Well, I mean, I guess you didn't really play.
There's a lot of yappa right now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nothing mine.
Oh, this is so I can make light when the games are playing? Play!
This is epic. I always wanted an orange wristband. Me too.
Does it light up?
Oh, wow. This is great when I can't find the bathroom in the night. Is there different points where you hit it? Okay. If you have aggression, this is what you do. Ginny?
What was that?
Okay, I was distracted by the Timo, okay? Okay, that didn't even hurt on him, like.
It's not about hurting, it's about hitting the target.
Oh, that is a touch? I think that's a bingo. You
killed it. You're supposed to break it.
I'ma get
everyone, I call myself a really cute Gen.G fan. Please share with us, where did you come from?
I'm come from South Korea.
Who's your favorite player from Gen.G?
My favorite player is Keen.
Do you want to show us your sign?
Sign?
Yeah.
This.
Oh, frog. It's a cute frog.
This is Jenna.
Oh,
Keen.
Oh, this is Keen.
Yes.
Super cute. Who do you think is going to be the best player for this series today, Gen.G versus AGAL?
I think it's Chovy. Yes.
Thank you so much. Best of luck, Gen.G. Gen.G fighting.
Fighting.
One win away for an EWC title for Gen.G in League of Legends in 2025. They've looked like the best team in the world throughout the year and continue to do so as that fan is on the point. Keen has looked so dang good, and Gen.G one away from making history. Welcome back to the STC Arena, everyone, as we break down game number 2 and get us ready for game number 3. Digon here alongside Meteos and Finn in front of this sold-out crowd here at the STC Arena. Let me hear ya! All right, let's get on into it. Game 2, different game plan in terms of the draft, Finn, but still same outcome as AGAL are trying to find any type of fight, but Gen.G are just constantly finding a way around it.
I mean, you heard us on the desk. Game 1, we were a little bit disappointed because AGAL couldn't find avenues to actually attack Gen.G, couldn't find avenues to engage onto them. So we said, okay, let's draft more engaged, and so they did. But Gen.G drafted even more engaged and went even harder in the paint. You see this draft by Gen.G, full dive. That Nocturne and Bessa Galio combo made it so difficult for the carries of AGAL to put out any damage.
Yeah, this was very reminiscent of their third game against G2, where they played the Ambessa Galio combo, and they just look so good on it. Shows that they can play more than just, you know, like a slow dragon stacking comp. They can find really good engages when it's presented to them, and it was just awesome.
Yeah, again, the control around objectives was huge. One thing that you wanted to point out there, Finn, the Jinx pick early on, it was something that, yes, there's engage around, but the Jinx pick, very, very vulnerable to even more engage, as you said.
Yeah, so your 1, 2, 3 is already the Sion, Annie, and Vi, so it's not really a great peel. And then you see this Senna, Galio, Nocturne, and Bessa coming your way, and you pick Jinx. And I think if you do this, you kind of do need some kind of help to help her, like a Tam Kench, maybe they can eat you if they all go on you, but I feel like Hope really put himself in a hopeless position this game because there was really no way for him to put out damage to these fights because all these threats were coming from every single time. And if your Jinx dies in the beginning of the fight before getting any sort of resets, I don't think the rest of AGAL's comp has the damage to kind of compensate for that.
Yeah, Meteos. I mean, if you look at Canyon and you're the Nocturne, you look on the opposite side, here's the Jinx and they have a lot of dive for our carry, but I don't have to worry about that. It must just be a play day there for Canyon.
Yeah, I thought that it was really clever by Gen.G. They took Senna in response to Vi, which I think helps your dive comp, but also it makes it kind of a hard target for Vi to ult because, you know, you can just press E if Vi's trying to ult on you and she'd have to like throw down a control word to get vision of you. So it's a little deterrence against that. And then, yeah, I mean, playing Jinx into Bard, Nocturne, Ambessa, Galio, it's just nightmare fuel. There's literally nothing you can do if they all go on him. So yeah, that was pretty hopeless for him.
All right, I love that you bring up that Ambessa because that's where we go for highlight number 1 at the Drake Pit. Keen staking a claim to becoming this tournament's Sony MVP.
Look at this ult. He nullifies the Vi ult and dodges the Bar ult. So the Bar ult goes on the Vi himself, goes onto the backline of AGL, and with one button click, he has won the entire fight for Gen.G. So clutch. Really sloppy by AGL to put so much into them best that they can easily nullify all their abilities.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of these fights, Meteos, are fighting around objectives. We take a look at the second highlight here over at the Otacon, and the setup around it has been so consistent, not only here at EWC, but throughout the tournaments here for Gen.G. They love setting the traps and forcing people to come fight into them.
Yeah, Gen.G just did a really good job proving for the objective, and then I like how Canyon used his W to block the Scion ult, and then as AL did try to come from different angles, it wasn't exactly what you want to do against a dive comp because they can just commit to one side. Sion wasn't there to peel, and then it was just unwinnable for them.
Yeah, I think you could hear there on the microphones. Gen G has joined us on the stage and are ready to go. A little bow by Ruler to the crowd, who has been very, very impactful. But they're not alone. The AGAL fans have been showing up and trying to will their team to a win. And that means they've been trying to find a lot of these fights. But here in our final replay, again, just a little bit too far behind at this point, and it gets turned around on them, Finn.
I mean, at this stage, it is just a nightmare. You see here, Jinx, you walk up on the mid wave. There's 15 ults coming your way. Teleports, great flash Q by Kyle. Finds him there at the back end of that fight. And here you see them try to go. They try to fight back. But when you lose your Jinx at the beginning of the fight, all your hope kind of falters. And there's no way to get that reset. There's no way to chain those kills. And there's no way to kill the onslaught of Gen G players clicking at your base.
I love that. You can see it behind us now. The AGAL players coming on to the stage. The Gyos ringing from the left side of the stadium, trying to will their team to victory. AGAL, again, winning the LPL earlier in spring, trying to find and win an international title for an organization that isn't from the LCK, because all of them are currently owned by the LCK. But down 0-2, Finn, I feel like there's so much work they need to do.
A tall mountain looms ahead of them, but he who must climb the ladder must start at the bottom. They gotta take the necessary steps by steps, and they gotta do things right. Against the Gen G, you can't be slippery. No, you can't be sloppy. You can't mess up the steps, and you gotta really do it by the book. They gotta finish up their objectives, they gotta set them up right, and don't mess up your side lanes, because that is where Gen G will fight you and punish you.
Yeah, these first two games have been pretty one-sided. Gen G seems to have full control, but I think AGAL might have some tricks up their sleeve. I know Tabby's just a very good coach. He probably has some draft contingencies ready. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope they can punch back and give us some more games.
Love that you bring up Tabe, who's had a lot of success with different organizations in the past. We look at the RNG, we look at BLG. Any team that he's gone to, he's been able to elevate their level of play. He was able to do so with AGAL earlier in the year during the LPL run, which is why they found the success in their domestic league, able to bring it all the way to MSI, get them a third place, and one game away from toppling T1 to make it to the grand final. Now they're here. They've been able to do it, but they are 0-2 and trying to battle back for the pride of LPL, for the pride of Chinese League of Legends. However, on the opposite side is the most dominant team over the last 2 years in League of Legends, adding to their hardware. Will it be the Esports World Cup for Gen G, or will we have a game number 3 for AGAL?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, Dagon, we will have a game number 3. Don't you worry. Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that AL will be able to take the win. We'll see whether they can, as the reverse sweep will have to start right now.
Remember last year at League of Legends at EWC, we had a relatively shaky run for T1, right? They almost lost to Team Liquid. It was super close. They came into a finals against Top Esports, where a lot of people were saying, I don't know, Top Esports looked a little bit more consistent. And then we had that 3-0 stop. T1 crushed them. Faker lifted the trophy, got the MVP. And it feels like history might repeat itself, albeit with a different team here, in that Gen G almost lost to G2. You could argue the series were close leading up to this. Sure, they were in control of Game 3, but had things gone a little bit differently, it was definitely a series that G2 could have won. And AL coming this were super consistent, and yet Gen G has the best performance of this entire week here of League of Legends in the series that matters most. And they're now poised. I think they're favorites to take this 3-0 if they can continue the form.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible how different they look today. And I think that AGAL, they need to go back into, you know, the players' lounge and think about what they're going to do to change things up here, because they have not looked like they are on the same level as Gen G tonight. So you got to do what Chovy did yesterday and say, hey, guys, we're not playing up to our form. We can do better than this. It's not easy, though, because even to us, we were watching Gen G, and it just looks like they're unstoppable at this point. Maybe as some of the more comfortable picks for Gen G get taken away, perhaps AGAL can get something going here in this round.
Well, that's exactly the time that it is. The Gwen is going to remain permanently banned. The Pantheon is also going to do the same thing, as there is that Skarner ban coming in. A lot of respect for Canyon's Skarner so far this tournament. And Wolf, you brought us back to what happened last year at EWC. It was a very disappointing tournament for Gen G. I think a lot of people probably even forgot they were there because they left so incredibly quickly. Yeah. This time around, something to prove. Saying, no, this time, this year, it is ours. And assuming, one game away.
Assuming they win that third game, Keen is definitely the front runner for MVP, I would say, for this finals. And he was the one who said he was most disappointed by their performance last year. So a lot of storylines colliding here. And AGL, they were so close to moving on to the finals at MSI. It's so close to actually having that opportunity to win that international title. It felt like coming into this, they had the momentum. And it is just completely gone now. This will be their last side selection game of the series, regardless what happens. So we have the Pantheon gone. Nico's gone here. Skarner banned again. We'll see what that first pick is going to be with the Rise here. Yeah. Talia, I feel like, is the safest one.
Yeah, it almost feels like bait, right? Banning away the Rise, like, do it. Because if they don't, then it's likely that Chovy will just snap it up.
Yeah, I mean, you can't give Chovy Talia. I mean, in its current form, maybe, because in the scrims, in the games we've seen, like, it doesn't feel like Talia is as dominant as it used to be, but it's a dangerous proposition to give that over to Chovy. And they first pick
That's first pick Rel, yeah.
I mean, they've had struggles.
Fearless bans.
They have had struggles with Engage this game, or this series, rather, I should say. They've really been unable to get onto the back line, and they've been completely outplayed by the Mobile Rakan, obviously later on the Bard. So I could feel the frustration, but I just don't know if this priority is warranted, to be totally frank.
It is Kyle, right? Even back when he was in the LCK, when he was debuting, this was his champion. His Rel was absolutely fantastic. Of course, the champion was a little bit different back then, was finding a lot of success in a lot of people's hands, but Kyle was certainly one to find a lot of that magic, as there is a Corki answer. Things are getting weird here in game number 3. It's not necessarily the priority list that I had in my head, but of course, you have to do a lot of gymnastics to work out what is there to answer what, and what is the highest on the priority list, as the Nautilus is going to be picked up, as both of these teams really valuing a lot of Engage.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the final pieces of hard Engage from the support role that you can pick up, so they want to get it early on to match the Rel and make sure that they have something. Also makes it a little bit less likely that we see more of those immobile AD carries that can just be locked down from the Nautilus, but there's so much prio still available here in terms of tier list picks, and they give 2 over to AGAL and Talia and Xinjiao.
I'm really disappointed with this Nautilus lock-in, because you could have gotten either the Xinjiao or the Talia instead, and they already locked their support, so it just doesn't really make sense to me. Yes, now you get counter pick for both potentially the jungle or the mid pick here in this third rotation, but it feels like you gave over way too much here as Gen G in this position. They will take the Wukong that was banned previously in game 2 here, and keep it a little bit flexible. Chovy loves his R5 unusual, like, you know, pick that comes through. We've seen him play like R5 Cassante mid in the past. We've obviously seen him play things like the Aurelian Soul for supreme scaling, and he's going to keep it a bit of a mystery here. I don't agree with the decision yet for Gen G, but let's wait and see how it plays out.
Yeah, see whether it's his set once again coming out of the mid lane. Don't know whether that is going to be his pick into a Talia, but already we see the Kai'Sa banned away. Corki is something that Chovy has really enjoyed in the past as well, so that might be something that's forward on their minds. But now, the last couple of bans to come through here for AGAL, we'll see what they're fearing the most, as top lane still hasn't been locked in here, and Keen has been on an absolute tear, and I could imagine taking away some of his options could be a good idea, but never mind, will be that Orianna to make sure that Chovy isn't pulling a fast one.
Yeah, always got to be careful about that. Speaking of which, we have seen him play a lot of Corki in the past. Something he could do in this game. I don't think that's the current meta that you would go for.
You have to consider it.
Carry Corki, but yeah, it's something to consider.
Yorick is gone. That makes a lot of sense given how well Flandre played just yesterday on the pick, but
yeah. Front line, I'm going to smash your face in Yorick is what he was playing.
Kind of
team fighting Yorick.
I'm kind of starting to feel like the angles here for Hope are dwindling, right? Because not playing Kalista in this comp, right? Like, you might just end up with an MF composition here, which is a little bit awkward with the Taliyah. And Corki's so safe, right? It's hard to actually lock him down. Looks like the Aurora is going to be the flex pick that comes through here for Gen G in this 4th slot, really just keeping everything open.
It's a mega flex. We've got mega flex last pick here for Duro. He's going to lock in like either a top laner, a mid laner, or an AD carry, and we don't know which one it is yet.
We don't know which one it is. I think with Sivir and her priority coming up a lot nowadays, feels like the obvious choice here, especially with what you already have. Sivirel, very strong. You've got the Xin Zhao that can lead the charge with your ultimate. And obviously, Spell Shield for the Nautilus. And they're going to look for a frontliner here for the top lane. Renekton can handle if anything gets flexed on him. He's always going to be a very strong laner and obviously a very strong pick in general. So what's the final choice here for Gen G?
We could just see something as simple as an Ornn pick here for Gen G. You know, just absorb the Renekton pressure, scale up for later on. You've got some really strong engage for team fights with the Wukong already. You add the Ornn Horn on top of it, you've got a really strong frontline for this Corki. And
Keen isn't talking all that much, so it is looking like maybe that Aurora is going his way. The Ahri last pick is going to be locked in, confirms Ruler is going to be playing the Corki, and we are going to be having that Ahri in the mid lane. Ahri Wukong has been something that we've seen find a fair bit of success, but a lot of magic damage towards the top side of the map and not a lot of beef. You know, not a lot of beefiness here in this composition. It's going to be mainly Dura on that front line alone, and otherwise just a lot of damage.
Gen G have both a lot of zone control and pick potential because the burst damage of Corki, the Wukong, works well with the Ahri. You could get single target blow up. One spell shield is not enough, unfortunately, for Sivir, I think, to deter all of this aggression. And AGL started off with the Taliyah pick, but this comp didn't really turn into a single target pick composition. It kind of became a scaling front to back comp that still has Weaver's Wall it can play through. But I think a lot of this game for AGL, a lot of their game plan was to try to get this Renekton ahead and play through it in sides with this Taliyah. But now the Renekton's melee into the ranged Aurora top side, and it's going to be hard to get that prio there. I feel like Gen G have a pretty big draft edge here in this 3rd game.
Yeah, it's definitely a heavy amount of comfort, which they are able to find here in game number 3. We've loved the Ahri into the Taliyah in the past, and Keen is just in love himself with this Aurora pick. And playing range into melee is just, that's right in Keen's wheelhouse. Feels like he can do anything, especially today. Like, this guy is holding the reins on that MVP. He wants it so badly. Might be able to add some extra points here with this Aurora performance.
Could be. I do think that the Taliyah is going to get a lot of value in this composition for AL. I think that that was a big risk that was taken by Gen G. And so if this is the turnaround, I don't think that the draft is ill-equipped to deal with what Gen G are doing. I just feel like AJAL today have not been equipped for Gen G. They just haven't been able to stand up to these Titans from the LCK unless they can prove us wrong here in this 3rd game. It is do or die. Their key on the line. And Gen G, as far as the club championship is concerned as well, they can rocket themselves to the top of those standings. Absolutely massive, not only for the League of Legends team, but for the organization as a whole. Because you have to remember, the Esports World Cup is more than just League of Legends. So support's going to be meeting here towards the top side, which is interesting that they both had exactly the same idea at the same time. Maybe just some supportal combat. They agreed. Okay, top alcove. Let's go 1v1.
That recall animation threw me for a loop. I thought perhaps he was going to look for the dredge. I mean, Keen is closer.
Well, he's just gone and gets the ward down. Oh, the last... Yeah, it does get it. Okay, there we go.
Something interesting to point out, we have seen almost all of our supports go for the Unsealed Spellbook, but Duro on the Nautilus, understanding that this champ, if you don't have Aftershock, you just kind of go in and die, has elected not to go for the Unsealed Spellbook. I think that's definitely a good choice, especially into what you're looking at on the opposite side.
Remember the Glacial Augment when it came in the first time? We had so many Nautiluses just explode over and over again.
It both makes you powerful into the types of ways you could get caught, and it's a safe defensive tool into AGL, but it also empowers your engages and your setup for the Ahri composition that Gen G are running. So makes a ton of sense. I feel like even though everyone is running Unsealed Spellbook, there are situations where you just have to buck that trend and go, what's good for my champ, what's good for my comp. I'm going to move away from what's overall the meta and focus really in on what this game looks like, what this draft looks like for me.
and it's press the attack Renekton. This is, like, we did see a little bit of shenanigans with the Electrocute up against Aurora just because you want to go in for bursty trades. I believe that was Ambessa that did it. This is press the attack Renekton, which, with some help from Tarzan, Flandre will be doing a lot of damage. Because Kyle going aggressive, but the Shattering Strike is going to miss here as they hit level 2. Still, Duro gets a lot of use out of his Aftershock as he makes his way out. And Gen.G a little bit late on that level 2 themselves.
Yeah, kind of interesting. I feel like Duro not totally respecting that, but as you mentioned, he wanted to go in for the Aftershock. Took a bunch of damage, still has some potions. Definitely taking a look at that top lane and watching Keen just bully as we did expect. Looks like Tovi's doing a good job in mid at the same time in terms of the health trades so far. Looks like Shanks, though, will be able to get a push and go for a back here. Definitely looking towards Canyon to try to hit level 6 as fast as possible and link up with Tovi. We have seen Gen.G winning a lot of these early games and getting a bunch of tempo and kind of controlling the pace. We've said that a lot today. Well, see if they can do it again.
Bit of aggression absolutely everywhere, but it's Kyle taking the worst end of it. Down to about 250 here as Gen.G stand their ground.
And Duro still has heal. They actually need to be careful about a re-engage. Like Ruler and Duro double flash plus the heal. If another Gatling gun gets fully channeled like that, you are just out of luck in this lane. As they hit level 3, will be matched. And that's the end of that as Tarzan comes over Ruler and Duro, not knowing where he is, going to play respectfully and back away. And this top lane is a huge issue, though, as Keen just keeps grasp stacking and keeps chunking Flandre out. And this is a prio lane they expected to get, right? That's why you draft Renekton in a comp like this. And it is unfortunately just absolutely not going to work out as Canyon's coming over. Flandre is low, no Fury.
2v1 underneath this turret. We'll see whether Flandre can get enough of his health back. Oh yeah, without the Fury, it's really, really difficult. But he does slice and dice, and that'll get him to safety. Keen didn't want to be the one that tanked up that turret to start things off. But he does get a Demolish proc. That is going to be plate gold. And I don't think it's too bad. Canyon was looking for a back anyway. The full clear was completed. And yeah, Keen is like, no, Flandre, you're not allowed to approach this minion wave.
Yeah, you can see how he stacked the wave so that it would push into him. So it kind of forces Flandre to move up, and he has help from his jungler. Keen going to spot this and just flash away. So that's actually pretty good here for Flandre and Tarzan. They're able to immediately clap back with a bit of a flash takeaway from Keen, as here's Duro hanging around mid.
But yeah, they're going to swap top here, and it's going to be Keen heading down to the bottom lane. He has enough time to get there without TPings, which is huge for him. As, you know, supports join.
Mid lane, yep.
Yeah, supports join here as the lane swaps commence. They don't really need each other. As Kyle going to get charmed.
Yeah, not going to be able to crash down out of this one, actually. And he doesn't have a lot of options remaining. Still not enough damage here between Duro and Chovy at this stage of the game. So he will be able to make his way out and even holds onto the flash. Canyon off to the side is looking to take down these Raptors.
I don't know if this aggression is over yet. I think Gen.G can continue to put the pressure on here. Canyon's going to get these Raptors at least, and Kyle's low health bar here is such a problem. And also, we did see Flandre TP top, so TP advantage to Keen right now. Gen.G has so much agency.
Information advantage here, as Kyle wasn't actually seen, but another Shattering Strike goes wide. Kyle actually struggling a little bit here in this early game. You can see there are some wobbles that he has to get out. These Shattering Strikes that we're so used to seeing land from this guy just haven't been hitting the mark, as Ruler just really happily going through his history book as far as the teams that he's won titles on. Samsung Galaxy certainly being one of them.
Yeah, the 2017 above that. Shanks now getting chunked out. It feels like, especially if the Ahri is just getting guaranteed charms. That one wasn't a guaranteed charm, but he was just able to land it. But if you got the Nautilus nearby, you have to respect the damage, even with no items here in the early game. And Kyle, unfortunately, was not able to do that. So a lot of tempo did go over to Gen.G in those early trades. Still pretty even, though. I mean, AGAL have their bottom lane down here. You see Tarzan immediately running at the Dragon. Meanwhile, Gen.G, Duro, and Ruler are in the top lane, so trying to get onto Flandre.
Very aggressive from Flandre, who looks for Duro here, almost finds him as the Dominus has been picked up. Ruler only level 5, but you can see a bit of a gank onto Keen on this bottom side as well. So he gets a fair bit of damage towards Hope, and he says, nice try, and walks back. Siva has some of the most memorable voice lines, by the way, like the better duck. Oh, so good. So, which is the better duck, by the way? Which one's she talking about?
I want to go back to game 3 of the game Grand Finals.
Darkwing Duck,
and talk about Darkwing Duck. Yeah. So the trade here onto Flandre, I mean, he ends up losing all of his health. He doesn't have teleport as another charm connects. And, I mean, this is going to be a trade that favors Chovy, but Aurora does have TP. So Keen, yeah, he gets threatened, almost gets taken out, didn't have his flash, but he could just TP back to lane. And at the same time, Genji continue to control every other aspect of the map right now. As you can see, Flandre slowly heading back to lane here, and IL looking for another angle. Still no flash for Keen.
Yep, Keen gonna have to try and weasel his way out of this one. Does do so with the ulti, and yeah, he's fine. Never you mind, just slip between worlds, ladies and gentlemen. That's your way of escape. And that is why Aurora works on the top side of the map. Or the bottom, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, definitely putting a lot of pressure on Keen, at least, not making his life very easy, but, you know, with the Sivir, you're not going to have a huge amount of damage unless you're locking down the champion for quite a while, but as you mentioned, it's Aurora, so not really having a fun time of doing exactly that. We're zooming in onto Keen. Can he get all of these minions under the turret?
This is the height of the excitement in this game.
He got all of them, all
That's
7.
Insane.
Chovy is going to lose a lot of health here. Not actually landing a charm on this one. This is not the trade he was looking for, but at the end of the day, Genji is starting up this dragon, but because Chovy gets chunked, I think they're just simply going to have to regroup. Grubs are up as well on the top side of the map, so maybe they'll just simply pivot to this and let that Chemtech Drake go.
Might be the way. It looks like the Grubs are going to be the focus on both sides. As Flandre going to lose a plate here towards the top side. Ruler's just making his life difficult. As Duro is hovering, making sure that he keeps his Corki safe. Tarzan will start this up, as AGL definitely with the priority on the Grubs, as we were talking about. Still might be able to make a run for the Drake as well. As you can see, the blue vision, top side and bottom side, very good around these objectives. But Canyon looking to make his way over, wanting to take at least one of these. As Genji also looking for the fight. Couldn't quite get the knock up onto Tarzan there. Kuduro as they get into the back line. Canyon found no one with that Cyclone either. It's not exactly the fight that Genji were looking for, but still, they take first blood. Still, Shanks has to flash over the wall, and still, he's looking to go down as Chovy needs to find the charm. He doesn't quite get it, but still he gets the auto. It's not fair. It feels like it went as well as it could for AL, but finally their kills start to come in, and they even out the trade. Canyon gets some shellfish here off the back end of the fight, and in the end, it was pretty even between the two squads.
And the Cyclone wasn't amazing. A lot of stuff whiffs, and Genji, I think, could have had a way better fight had a lot of their big tools actually gone off. But it still ends up being a pretty good turnaround for them because the Grubs went over to AGL. They wanted to get something back. They so desperately needed to get something back here. And now you've generated a pretty significant lead here for Chovy in this game, but it's still pretty close. This is definitely AGL fighting back in a big way. The initial part of the fight, though, is so split for AL.
It's very weird.
Yeah, it definitely was. This was kind of like 3 fights happening all at the same time. Ruler a bit zoned by Flandre. Keep in mind that this is 4-on-4 for most of it until Hope comes up here on the Sivir. So 4-on-4 that Genji are winning. They get a bunch of damage on the Shanks, but Shanks, he's got the footwork. He's dodging everything.
Yep, and he's now able to single out Ruler here as well, who just wants to get himself out of here, although he's pretty dangerous. Ooh. Magnet Storm comes in, Seismic Shove, and Ruler is just dead. Didn't have the flash from the previous fight, and so AL gonna finally be able to take down the Corki here, and now looking for a dragon. It feels like the winds are potentially starting to change.
Yeah.
Like maybe there is a bit more in this series.
And for the first time in a while in this series, Tarzan actually finds an opening where Canyon is just not there. He's just not able to actually match the gank there, and there's no cross map, so it's just AL looking for a pick there. Ruler doesn't have flash, is unable to get away from that shove, finally gets taken out. The Sivir rotation comes down as well. I mean, that was just completely under AL's control, and Canyon's just doing his jungle. You know, he can't impact the play. Keen is trying to continue the pressure here on the top side, but Genji get nothing in return. But with the resets, we'll finally, very late into this game, take the first break.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we're just kind of trading objectives by the end of it all. The 3 Grubs that did go over to the Renekton can be a bit of an issue a little bit later on for the side of EGAL. But still a relatively even game. It's kind of going to be the Sivir who's getting out of control, who has a cull, is very ahead on gold, already has a kill and 2 assists. So kind of the ball is in Hope's court in terms of trying to carry for his team. Also, Flandre's actually doing a pretty good job, even though early on in the game, he was definitely struggling against Keen. He was able to come back in a big way. And it's going to be up against Chovy and Canyon, who are the two Fed guys for the side of Gen G. It's Ari Wukong. We've seen a lot of duos make it happen in many different regions. This game continues to be annoying. So it's going to be interesting to see which storyline does play out in this one.
Look at the vision that AGL have on the top side of the map. This is really reminiscent of what we saw from Gen G when they controlled vision on the top side in Game 1. This is the first time in this series we have seen Gen G put on the back foot quite significantly in terms of map control. And it comes down to that play onto Ruler, his second death of the game. Stabilization of Flandre here. It's still a gold lead for Gen G, but they don't actually have full map control. That belongs to AL on the top side right now, and let's see how they utilize things, because they're the ones who also have this global Talia. So this next team fight is going to be really interesting. It's probably not going to happen for a while unless they're able to find a pick angle here, but certainly AGL are in the right position, the right conditions to actually blow this game open on the next fight if they can keep that map control.
Well, Canyon has been taking a lot of crabs. That's what I've seen recently. Otherwise, not too much. As Gen G holding onto a sliver of a gold lead, about 500 in it. Some skill shots flying around. Kyle finally getting his eye in on that shattering strike. Will be able to land it onto Duro, and it is inconsequential. So mid lanes and supports hanging out in the top lane. You've got an 80 carry off in mid. Junglers are jungling. And you've got Chovy versus Flandre hanging out there towards the bottom side. Everything feeling pretty even. No one really finding big tempo leads or control of this game as it's ping-ponging waves waiting for the next objective. Speaking of which, that is going to be the Herald. It's going to be up in a minute and a half. See who's going to be able to get some control. It's a gentleman's agreement as far as the wards are concerned. Some deeper vision here on the side of AGAL, but I don't think Gen G are really hurting for control at this stage of the game.
You mentioned the Cull. It's just cashed in. He had the Yuntals way accelerated in this game. You could see he ends up picking up the Zeal as well here. So it has his boots now. He's very powerful. Talking about Hope, of course, in this game has a significant
lead. That got
lead.
them a gold lead.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And, I mean, AGL looking for this next fight here over Herald. They're already grouped up. They already have the better vision on top side. This is where Gen G are going to have to make a really tricky decision. You know, do they TP Keen in, heavily commit, look for the Canyon engage angle? Ruler does have his Triforce here, so it's definitely playable. But this is a really tough fight. This is not going to be Gen G having those wombo combos or just completely dictating the pace of the map, because there's also a Talia on the other side. Shanks can come through here. Unfortunately for AGL, though, they did concede control. Like, they had vision, but they did not actually seize control of the river early, and now Gen G have a contest angle.
Yeah, they definitely have an angle in this one, but it does feel like, you know, with the control that AGL have with their composition, especially the Xin Zhao, it just feels like he can just run into brushes and be totally fine in even game states. It's part of what makes him so strong. I mean, a lot of pressure down on the bottom side as Tarzan is all the way down there.
Yeah.
The Herald is spawning.
Tarzan's just given this up. Like, he's not even anywhere near this. I think for Gen G, they're probably a little bit surprised by that as well. And AL just playing extremely safe, but it's going to potentially cost them big as Canyon has an angle here.
Yeah, AL looking to come in. I think now they're realizing that the Herald has spawned, but it is going to be given up on here by Gen G. They're respecting a whole lot as Tarzan finally does move his way in. Duro going to be their target. As On the Hunt has been popped. Duro trying to get himself out of there, and he will be able to do so. Just using the heal, actually. Still has the flash available. Can go for some cheeky plays with that depth charge if he would like to. Is now Flandre off on his own. Keen moves up as well. 5v5 now a possibility. As the Magnus Storm doesn't quite work, and Keen takes that as an invitation. The hook to connect onto the jungler, and it's looking like a disaster here for AL to start this one off. And they do manage to find, finally, Flandre getting in there. But is it too little, too late? That's the question, as Hope will be able to get himself a kill. And now Ruler trying to get himself out. Man, that was kind of crazy, but it's not going to work there for the 80 carrier Gen G. And Hope is looking for Chovy, who's walking around with about 0 HP. Not entirely sure what just happened there, as the back is going to come in here for Flandre. The clone from Canyon looking to try and save him, but I think the Crocodile is just going to eat the monkey here, as finally the flash is employed and Canyon looking to get himself out.
That was a very wild fight. I mean,
that was weird. Who even won?
they threw everything in the kitchen sink at this Nautilus, and Juro's like, yeah, okay, cool story. And we were looking at this like Gen G were going to turn it around in a big way and just sweep the fight. But that was not the case because Flandre just spun on all of them at the end.
Watch Kyle in this moment decide he wants to go in here, gets the Shattering Strike, but then cancels his engage, flashes away, doesn't get on top of Keen. And Chovy and Ruler are able to do a ton of damage, but Flandre being this big and this untouched, getting this massive Q, wins the fight for AL. If he doesn't get there, if he's not able to make that happen, I think Gen G cleaned this one up. Flandre had such a big part to play in this. And with the late Weaver's Wall here, the chase is good on Ruler. The flash was incredible. It was almost enough to turn it around for him, but it's not quite there. That was a great salvage, though, by Flandre, because otherwise, this game might have just ended, this finals might have ended, but the Renekton comes up big. Massive team fight damage, almost 4,000 in the fight.
That's that buffed dominus, baby. It is absolutely insane. This is just a tale of two top laners here in this series.
Yeah, it really is. In the series entirely, like Flandre getting the Sony MVPs the last couple of days and Keen trying to get it today. But what's going to happen? We got another brawl brewing.
Yeah, second Drake on the line here for Gen G, but it is going to be a full 5v5 as the Magnastorm is decent, but the Cyclone is looking better. That is Tarzan getting the Dragon, but oh god, the ricochets from Hope. Keen getting cut down, Ruler suffering the same fate, and Chovy is the last man standing. Shanks looking to put him down as it's a double here for the Croc. Oh my god, Gen G just fall apart at the seams. Okay, Charm not going to quite connect there, but Flandre moves in, wants to give the kill over to Shanks. Good guy, Flandre. It's been the same way, I swear, since 2015 when he was on Snake. He's just a good guy.
Bit of a whiff on this one for Gen G, though. That's going to be the mid turret going down on top of the Dragon, and it looks like we might be heading towards a series here in our grand finals with a near 3,000 gold lead now for Hope, but it's so much ricochet damage in that fight. Could take that turret, could take the Herald here very late, but they will secure it. And AGL are fully in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, it does feel like this time around, Gen G trying to scramble to fight for this Drake, but this time, Kyle gets that great engage, and you see that the follow-up is right there. Flandre is unkillable. The Ruler doesn't do any damage at this point, and yeah, he gets kind of bullied as well by Flandre, and just breaks up the entire fight. They crash down straight into that banana brush and take control of the fight.
The angle, too, at which AL had that Dragon, where they just held it. They're like, yeah, I know you're on smite range Canyon. Canyon all-ins towards it, goes for his Warrior's Trickster, gets on top of the Dragon, but it's not in smite range, so they just wait and take him out. And then Flandre gets in, and it's just super easy. Gen G used all their tools to try to secure the objective, and were unsuccessful, and then didn't have anything left for the fight.
And now it is looking like a very uncomfortable position for the team that did have match point 4-0 for
that gold diff.
Like, that is absolute insanity. And yep, that last fight, that's what did it. A massive influx of gold. Flandre now able to knock down this outer turret. That is only going to continue that aggression here for AGAL, as two turrets off the back end of that team fight as well here for AL just means that they have skyrocketed into the lead. Now it's moving towards 5,000 after that top lane turret went down. Now Otacon is going to spawn. A possible way back in for Gen G if they can find something heroic, but also a way to really put the nails in the coffin here for AL. They can get control of that Otacon and get that big buff.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy just thinking about all the great top laners we have at this tournament and how it does feel like it's coming down to a head-to-head between top laners in this best of 5. And it's crazy because Hope is the most fed guy on the Rift. We're not even, you know, we were talking about his damage and his ricochet damage and all that, but he doesn't feel like the main character at this point. Gen G looking for a dive here on a Shanks.
Even committing Chovy's TP, they have to get this, and they will.
They certainly will be able to kill Shanks, but at what cost is the question, because the Otacon, as we said, spawn towards the top side, and they don't have it. They have one teleport.
So they're going to get the bottom inner turret as well. At least that's the assumption here with Keen and Chovy holding this push here. As AGL are going to take the backs here, it's going to be a slower Otacon. I like this decisive call. Is it a trade up? At this point with a relatively low pedal count, I think it's okay here for Gen G. It's not what they wanted, but I think making the call to say, look, we don't have any top side control. They're leaving this vulnerable member under a low health turret bottom side. Let's all in on the bottom side, look for that turret instead. Double turrets go over. Gen G shore up some of that gold deficit. They've now cut it nearly in half. This is the best choice they could have made given the circumstances.
Yeah, for sure. It does still mean that AGAL are very much in a commanding lead at this point. They're going to get a bunch of those petals up to 25, and it's another crucial time in this game. We haven't talked too much about the dragons, but looking to get that next dragon, it is Mountain Soul, and then of course the Baron spawn in 3 minutes. It does feel like AGAL have total control over the map. There are a couple of wards that were just placed down here from Gen G, so they should be able to clear those out, but yeah, I don't really feel like Chovy and Canyon have an angle to carry this game. It just feels like the Flandre show in game number 3.
Yep, looking a little bit rough here as well. I mean, a lot of the focus here from Gen G is on the things that they can get, right? Killing Shanks, certainly one of those options. But right now, Shanks is like a 0 damage Talia. He is not part of the equation when it comes to what's dangerous.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's the setup. And he's the setup to potentially get picks, but then Flandre is the one who really gets into the back line and keeps Ruler from dueling with the Talia, keeps him from touching Hope, right? And the ways in which Gen G have to come back in this game, the margins are so thin. But again, they cut down that gold lead massively. And they have to just kind of sit back defensively here for a while in this game and clear waves because they're playing into this Sivir. So the fact they were able to find 2 turrets is like the best case scenario, I feel, for them. And now they're going to have the better group here on this dragon. We do have a rotating Talia here. Shanks is coming down. He has that Weaver's Wall. Renekton's on the flank here. A tough fight for Gen G to win, but they're going to stick the Drake.
Yeah, Flandre looking for that flank angle. They do have control vision. He does walk on in as Duro is waiting for him. Hook is going to connect max range here as they're looking to blow him up before anything's even started, and they do manage to find it. Kyle gets a Magnustorm, but there is no one there to follow up. And now Keen is going to get thrown back, but it doesn't even matter. The Dragon goes over to Gen G, and AL, they're just stun-locked here by a Gen G that have discovered how to teamfight with this composition. Shanks and Hope are still there. They can offer some damage back. Duro's going down exceptionally low, and Hope still has those ricochets. Maybe I spoke too soon as Chovy at full health is looking for the targets as Ruler will finally find one back. But these rocks are on the floor, and Shanks is controlling the fight. The flash in from Keen is not going to work. Chovy's sidesteps need to be immaculate, and there's the flash forward to Boomerang for the double tap onto Ruler, and Hope is holding on to this game for AL.
Holding on indeed. Such an incredible end to that fight for the side of AGAL. I mean, that was looking all Gen G. They shut down the one guy we were talking about all game in Flandre. They take him out immediately. They use their burst damage, their pick potential excellently, and then AGAL just barely able to eke it out towards the end of this fight.
This is such an incredible call to drop Dragon and go on to Flandre, even though he's going to get a massive Q. There's just too much CC. The CC chain is there. Like you mentioned, Atlas, Kyle can't really set up for any follow-up here. They get the Dragon as well. And from here, you could be happy to just walk away, but they want to get the wipe and get more. And this is when the outplays start to come through. Shanks' flash here, beautiful against Chovy. Tarzan is able to absorb so much pressure. Duro falls low, right? Canyon is 100% dead. Tarzan flashes for the kill. And then from here, you could still just kind of kite your way out. But then look for the outplays. Keen flashes and whiffs here. And then, you know, at this point, you're just trying to force. Ruler has to flash his way well, but that whip from Keen is so important, and they just will not concede the point. The greed here from Gen G is insane. They skill check AL, and they lose.
Yeah, Ruler not too happy about that one either, and I can understand some of the stunned faces from the crowd because, I mean, as a play-by-play, you often get into your mind what the vibe of a team fight, right, and who's winning and stuff like that. I got it wrong, you know? Gen G were dominating, but then it was actually a win for AL in the very end. As you can see, Hope is still so incredibly far ahead. 6-0-5, 3 items on the Sivir, and now Gen G kind of reeling. It is still only a 2.3k gold lead at 25.5 minutes. That's borderline meaningless, but there's Arakan on top of it, which is only getting more and more valuable as it is only AGAL that's going to be getting petals from this point on. And there's a lot of these intangibles that they have been able to take control of. But Gen G do at least have some dragons that are starting to stack up.
Yeah, they get that second dragon. That's a big part of that last fight, actually, that they were able to pick up the one. Take a look at the XP and the levels. It's actually Hope on top. It's all those kills, all those assists. He's got the max bounty on him right now. And yeah, I mean, Gen G, it was a good read to say, okay, AG, they love to go for these flanks. They love to come from so many different angles. Finn was talking about it all tournament long on the desk, and they do. They're fantastic at setting up the team fights, but Gen G were able to get ahead of it, and it just, you know, they were able to do that, but they don't have a real answer for Hope. Like we saw in that last fight, Duro was able to hook on him, but it just got spell shielded. They don't have that hard engage onto the Sivir, who is basically untouchable at this point.
They used everything on the Renekton, and then Hope just didn't whiff, man. He didn't mess it up. He played so carefully. He was the last to flash to secure the kill, right? He was not playing defensively. He was playing defensively. He was not playing aggressively until he knew he had the guarantee, as there's a pick potential on the Canyon.
Yeah, Shove does come on through there as Canyon looking to try and make his way out. The Magnet Snort doesn't quite do it, but still, the wall is going to come down, and AL are looking for their targets. The Crescent Guard going to go in, but AL not quite able to get their teeth all the way in, but still, they push them out, and now they're going to look for a Baron angle.
They have double control vision here on the approach to the Baron. Gen G are going to instantly TP back in, but I just don't know if a contest is possible. Canyon has no flash. It's coming soon, but I think they're just simply going to have to give this up, which feels horrible because the Dragon is 45 seconds away. They're not going to be able to trade objectives here. They just kind of have to sit back and let AL have it.
Yeah, in terms of trades, I mean, the health trade was huge. They got a lot of summoners down as well, just trying to push them out of the jungle and essentially make it so there would be no contest. And that's exactly what AL did fantastically in that last fight. And the timing of this is great because they can just regroup, buy their items, and go straight to the Mountain Drake and really try to solidify that lead. It's still in touching distance for Gen G, but you're really beginning to see it float away in the hands of AGAL here.
Yep, 2 inner turrets left on the map here. So AGAL, after this Drake is secured, can head up there, grab that extra bit of money. That could really break the camel's back, as we like to say. AL just going to start this one, and Gen G have no interest in contesting this whatsoever. Minion waves are going to be the priority to make sure that this Baron gets as little value as possible.
Some of the things I think we have to really be tracking and watching now here for Gen G's potential miracle comeback in this game are Canyon's flash, Chovy's flash. Like, how do they get past the front line? How do they get past Flandre, get a spell shield out of Hope and kill him, you know? And there's no teleport wards, really. Like, there's one that's very far away from the AL push here that you could try to go for as Chovy, but it's so risky, it's so greedy. This feels like it's all but over here in this game 3.
Oh, the flash forward on top of Keen. They saw that stealth was on cooldown. He tries to get himself out, but Hope, he had the Beyblades in the air, and he's able to take down the Aurora. Chovy flashing away, doesn't get the charm, and Hope is just a freight train. And these Nexus turrets are under fire. AL, they are not interested in the rest of the base. They just want to take down this Nexus and look for a second to try and bring us to some silver scrapes. Gen G will put up a bit of a fight, but it's a flash away from Ruler, and that will expose the last Nexus turret here as AGAL, they are not out of this without a fight. This game 3 was all theirs, and this series just got interesting.
We finally have a series on our hands. AGAL finally woke up here at the SDC Arena. Wonderful stuff to see. It was a close game, but you, again, just like when Gen G were leading, this time it was AGAL were leading, and you could feel it the whole way through.
And Hope getting such a lead, playing with such confidence in that skill check from Gen G. That was the defining moment in the game when he and Shanks were able to outplay. After what was a great collapse here onto Flandre, Gen G get the Dragon, but then get incredibly greedy, and AL hang on through what was a rocky mid-game. They had a huge lead. Gen G fought back, but this moment here is what sends them to that 4th game. Incredible resilience.
Absolutely incredible stuff here from AL, and for the last couple of games, felt like maybe they hadn't shown up today, but instead, they were fashionably late to make sure that they give us as much drama as possible. Now, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll prepare for that game number 4.
I started playing the game seriously at around season 6, and jungle was the strongest role at the time. Feels good to be better than your opponents.
그때 제가 정글러를 했었을 때 가장 티어가 높게 나왔어가지고 그 길을 좀 갔었던 것 같습니다.
I hated jungle players, so I just became one. Desperation, I think. You just get flamed for everyone's mistake. Like you're just escape bullet to everyone.
因为打野位置就很好玩吧，就跟队友配合也是一个很好的玩的地方吧。感觉就队友的优点
，you can make a lot of creative plays, play around vision really well. So I think that's one of the specialties of jungle.
If you're not where you have to be, can really make the map harder to play.
그래서 그냥 제 자신을 믿고 그냥 제 플레이를 하는 것 같습니다.
You should generally know like how to play the map, what you want your teammates to do, not just what you want to do.
정글러가 맡는 책임 같은 경우에는 아무래도 이제 오브젝트 관련해서는 정글이 관련이 제일 많다 보니까 그런 부분들에 있어서 책임감을 가지고 또 오더도 내리고 약간 그런 게 중요하지 않을까 싶습니다.
Until then, it's your responsibility.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Being a top laner means that you need to be adaptable in the way you play the game, whether you are a carry or a tank.
You have a really big part on the game.
我觉得上单选手就需要一种不服输的特质吧，不管遇到再强的对手，都要想去战胜他。
My favorite highlight moment in my career is the one and only pentakill I've had, which was actually against G2 as well, with Darius.
This MSI, when I soloed killed Broken Blade on Aatrox versus Warwick, it was pretty fun, not gonna lie.
职业生涯中印象最深刻的瞬间，我觉得应该是去年世界赛决赛，就是那5局吧。我觉得那个比我就是让我印象比较深刻。我喜欢上单位置的一个原因，就是因为这个位置是1打1的位置，我就比较喜欢单挑，所以我会很喜欢玩上单。
I used to be a river launcher.
I really like the design of the chambers of top lane, like really tough guys.
The champions I've excelled on in my role are Ornn, Cassante, that are both playmakers and also are like you need mechanics to play them.
Ambessa, Renekton, Gwen, it's the type of champions that I like the most.
我认为我的招牌英雄就是清挂音武器剑姬，因为这些都是我刚开始出道的时候就很喜欢玩的英雄，到现在一直都是保持着比较高的熟练度。
To play as a top laner, you need to have a lot of game knowledge about the wave state and trading patterns.
Knows how to put yourself in the game, and that's a little bit hard.
我觉得最重要的就是要赢得单挑的胜利，就是要把1打1给做好。
So let's go a little.
I grabbed another AGAL fan. Welcome， 欢迎。请问你是 AGAL 的哪位选手的粉丝呢？
我是香克斯选手的粉丝。我非常支持香克斯选手，很欣赏他能在国际大赛的舞台上有这样精彩的发挥。
I've been a Shanks fan for a very long time, and I'm very glad that I'm able to see him to shine on the big stages. 那请问你是从哪里飞过来的，或者你是从哪里过来看比赛的呢？ Where did you come from to watch today's Best of 5?
我就是在利雅得当地工作，直接就过来观看 AL 那个的比赛的。
I work from Riyadh, so luckily I was able to catch an AGAL fan. 那请问你有没有什么想跟香克斯想说的话呢？ Do you have anything that you want to say to Shanks?
我想对香克斯选手说，香克斯选手加油，一定要把今天的比赛拿下。
加油 ！Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup as AGAL start firing off on all cylinders, get themselves a hard-earned victory over Gen G in game number 3. Much to the chagrin of the Gen G fans, the gamers have showed up and all of them are finally gaming. Welcome back to the studio. Digon here alongside Finn and Meteos after that last one. And again, you're thinking, okay, AGL have this, but then some of these fights start to get close. Gen G may be making a miracle comeback here, but not to be. They were denied. A great job by AGAL, the defending LPL champions, to close the door and force a game number 4 here, Meteos.
Yeah, this was a sick game. I knew AGAL had something left in the tank.
Yeah,
I didn't want to accept a 3-0 for Gen G. And it was really Flandre who pulled it out. He was playing his Renekton against Aurora, which, you know, playing against range tops can be pretty tough, but he just managed to have so many good team fights and, you know, just got his team a lot of advantages in that part.
When in doubt, LPL Renekton, baby. I mean, I like the fact that they kind of went back to this really skirmish-heavy style. They had the Xin Shao Renekton Talia, which is just like, you take any fight, and as long as in the river, you're kind of winning it, because Talia will come in, and some really good engagers. I really liked Kyle stepping up this game. I feel like he always went in really deep and locked down the key targets every single team fight, and it felt like AGL was more synced this game. They were more willing to just... When Gen G starts to set up, they were attacking them. They didn't really attack them after Gen G had it all set up. They were trying to beat them to the punch, and I think that's what you have to do against Gen G. If you let them play their game, let them get their vision lines and control the river as they always do, that's when the fight becomes impossible. So you gotta fight them before that happens.
I thought AGAL's bot lane also had a really, really good game. I thought Hope was super impressive on the Sivir, especially in the lane swap where they were 1v2 up against Aurora. They were managing to like chunk Keen out, force him to use his ultimate, just prevent him from farming comfortably. And yeah, I just thought they found really good angles to get on him.
Yeah, I feel like this is a player that we didn't really talk about too much in the build-up. Hope has been consistent and now standing out up against Ruler. Ruler had a couple of opportunities on the Corki to try and make some plays, but the spacing, holding on to his summoners very, very well on a Sivir who's not mobile, right? You pop the ult, you can run fast, but no dashes there. Hope came up huge here in this game as we take a look at some of the highlights from that game number 3. We start off on the top side of the map at Grubs early on.
Yeah, here Nautilus gets caught a little bit out of position. He walks up and tries to find an engage, but here you see why Kyle played so well. He went first. Before Duro got into engage angle, Kyle just went and forced him and made it a little bit awkward to fight. And this fight was really volatile. A lot of things going right for the Renekton here. He just gets all the right angles and ends up being a solid fight for AL.
I mean, that was for the Renekton show through and through. He just, it looked really bad for AGL in the beginning. I think Keen kind of just solo ulted the support, which wasn't ideal, but Renekton just being patient and then finding that window to get so much damage on everybody and just swing the fight was really good.
Yeah, next one here over at the Drake fight. We're talking about Keen being MVP frontrunner. Don't forget about the guy that's won it the last couple days in Flandre.
Yeah, if the last fight was the Renekton show, this was the Renekton masterclass. He went so deep, getting the stride break on so many people, and he was just such a behemoth in these fights, chasing this Corki and just really attacking the backline. This was the team fighting that I wanted to see from AJL. These different angles, these dive comps that just really separates the fights and kind of gets Genji in their structure to separate.
Yeah, and you were waiting for Chovy to kind of pop off in that one. I mean, when you're the Ahri, it's that kind of mid-game fight. If you haven't gotten the picks in the side lanes yet, now's that opportunity. Misses the first charm, and then Flandre doesn't hesitate, gets on the back line, and decimates there. And then our final fight that we have here was one of the best ones where Genji looked like they were going to turn the tide at the Drake yet again. You blow up Flandre, you don't have to deal with the Renekton, and then they bite off a little more that they could chew, Medios.
I thought this was a great look by Duro, recognizing that AL wanted to flank and just hitting that max range Nautilus Q. I think everybody's been hit by a Q that they didn't think they should be, and they were just able to quickly kill Renekton, which should be, you know, winning for them. But I think the rest of AGL really stepped up, especially Hope. You know, it's not easy to play these fights as Sivir. Sometimes there's a lot of threats, you're pretty low range, but you know, this fight was just so down to the wire. You know, everybody's about one shot, and then he just gets off as much damage as he can and then finds Ruler with a really insane key flash at the end here.
Just beautiful.
Barely getting with his hip.
Can we get into slow motion? Can we? Oh, amazing. Such a good fight from Hope there, and really stepping up, because I think when you look at his AJL roster, this is one of the guys you don't really talk about that much. I feel like he's going under the radar a lot because Tarzan, Flandre, Shanks, even Kale, I think, is overshadowing in a little bit, but you gotta remember, this guy's worked his way back. He had a 2023 run with JDG where he kind of disappointed and worked all throughout 2024 and now stands on the grandest stage now in 2025, and I think you gotta say, he's earned his flowers.
Yeah, he is definitely pulled them back on in on the Sivir. The placement was great. Also, just great to see life back in some of those guys that we know that can be so good for AGAL. They need them there to go ahead and come up huge as we take a look at the stage now for the keys.
I'm in front of the Key Crusher here before this finals concludes, and I've got all the broken keys here from the tournament here at EWC for League of Legends. These broken keys will be put into the Champions Trophy, 3 of them to be precise. What are they going to do? Are they going to bring up their region, or are they going to put the opponents that they crushed along the way? The question is there, but I can't wait to see which ones are chosen to implement forever.
Thank you very much, Asterix. Again, remember, you get to pick 3. The rest go into the resin underneath the totem for the whole year. So a very, very unique portion of the EWC format. However, you got to get the win. Genji still 1 win away, but AL able to claw back here. What do you think is going to happen, Finn?
I'm a sucker for Silver Scrapes. I really hope we get 5 games today. I really hope AGAL climbs back, and I hope they can show why the LPL can still compete with the LCK at the highest level.
Medios.
I agree. I would like to see Silver Scrapes. I think AGAL proves that it's not going to be as one-sided as it seemed like it was going to be, and I think they got one more in them.
It's not an easy feat to win the LPL. AGAL has done that. Now they're looking to get themselves into a Game 5 to force the opportunity against Genji, who are looking to close on out. The #1 seed from the LCK, the reigning back-to-back MSI champions, trying to become EWC title winners.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's see whether the dream remains alive here in Game 4 as Blue Side has been chosen from Gen G. That will continue. A bit of an uphill battle here for AGAL, but still momentum is so important. Reverse sweeps happen because of that winning mentality that can seep in, and AGAL looked so much better in the last game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted, right? A series on our hands, AGAL making their way back in, and I'm very excited. A lot of our deskers here, they're feeling the hype, you know, the comeback potential, as Chovy looking to meditate a little bit before we do get into game number 4. It's game 4 of a fearless best of 5. Always going to be fun as we get down to the wire. I'm always most interested to see if these teams and these coaches can really create a comprehensive 5 versus 5 composition. It's not always easy when so much is banned away.
We mentioned earlier in the Game 3 draft that it would be the last time that AGL has side selection. Gen G will have it now here for Blue Side into Game 4. So they get that first pick priority. The Rise is the mid laner now with the Talia gone, the Azir gone, Galio, Ahri, right? Annie gone. So Orianna is still decently strong, but the Nocturne has already been lost to Fearless Span as well. And things are going to get pretty interesting here. I think Chovy's going to showcase how wide his champion pool is for the remainder of this series.
I would agree. The Skana has been a really big one for Canyon as well, so that one is going to be taken away. Has been on the ban list so far in this series. As we get into the picks, what is that coveted first pick going to be? That is the question, especially now with so many champions. 30 have been Fearless banned and 6 just banned right now in this game. A lot missing Victor. As the Victor is going to be chosen as the creme de la creme here for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf was just talking about all the mid laners and how this pool is being chunked down quite a bit. I mean, every pool is, but certainly the top tier mid laners are where you're going to look. Shank's definitely having a great series so far, but also Chovy is, they're not the main characters, but definitely incredibly important. And, you know, Orianna, Nocturne taken away. Victor feels like the standalone best mid laner you would go for. I thought maybe with a couple more jungle bans, you would take a jungle pick here for Canyon first, but instead they prioritized for Chovy. Looking at the Orianna here for Shanks makes a lot of sense if we're just going down the tier list, but we'll have to see what it goes with.
The question, yeah, becomes what's the ball carrier here? You know, we've seen a lot of creative attempts with even stuff like Nefiri with this Orianna, but the main one in the Nocturne is gone, so Jarvan is also banned, and they're looking to set up Shockwave bullet time combos. Like, that's kind of the desperation we're reaching into here in terms of setting up for dealing with this Victor scaling later on. But this feels very straightforward, very face up here for AGL. There's a ton more flexibility in just having a first pick Victor that's going to scale well no matter what. You can play the Ornn still. The ornaments are going to empower Chovy. You can play a slower front to back comp and just try to avoid those combos. That may be the name of the game here. Just grab Ornn and a safe jungle pick and sit back and try to outscale.
I also don't mind the just lock Sejuani Jax or Sejuani something that does a lot of damage and just play for side lanes. That's exactly what they're going to do, at least theoretically, with this Jace pickup, which hasn't seen as much success as it has in the past. As Brendan, you're looking a little bit quizzical right now.
Yeah, I just don't think that Jace is in a good spot right now. He doesn't do a whole lot of damage. They already have the shielding from the Orianna. They're going to grab a Poppy for the front line as well. It just feels like, you know, you mentioned the Jax. I feel like that could have been good, especially with so much taken off the board in terms of something that can counter a Jax. They try to get the Jace to give a good laning phase for Keen, but I just don't think it's in a great spot. I'm a big fan of Poppy as well, so I'm on the AGAL draft hype train at the moment.
It does weaken a potential Gwen pick. You know, Gwen is still available, actually, this deep in the series. But you can just say, I'm going to lose Prio, but I want to play a tank into this Jace and absorb that pressure and then be able to empower my comp later on. I don't hate the Jace here, but I do agree with you that it's a little bit weak for what it looked like Gen G wanted to build with that Victor first pick. We're so low on engage here. Leona's going to be banned away. This is completely unsurprising. I don't think Poppy MF is a lane you're going to expect to see in the bottom lane, although it is technically possible and playable. And we'll see what comes in that last ban spot here for the side of Gen G, as the Lucian is now taken away. The safe Xayah is gone.
Yeah, you got to be looking at stuff like Ezreal now. I mean, Zeri. We're going to be digging pretty deep into the AD carry champion pool. It felt like, you know, with the blind Jace, that Ruler and Duro wanted to kind of know what they were dealing with 100% in the bottom lane before they chose their bottom duo. Might not get a full chance to do that if the support isn't picked here. Looks like Aatrox thought about, but then Gragas, also another good choice here. Gwen being totally ignored for now, but maybe he's just doing a bunch of hovers before he selects it. I feel like Gwen is in a really great spot right now, even into Jace.
I don't like playing Gwen into Jace because of the prio you lose, but I do agree with you that she is going to be more relevant later on. Blitzcrank being the heavy consideration, and Kaya will lock it in. So this is completely blind, by the way. We have no idea what Ruler and Duro are going to be playing, and it's super face up. So saving that counter pick, but they already know what the top laner is. Kind of a weird choice. Almost feels like they weren't sure, and they just made a snap decision.
Yeah, the Blitzcrank is kind of odd when things are certainly still pretty up in the air as far as that bottom lane is going to look like. It also limits the flexibility of this Poppy one step further, right? Because at that point in time, she was being triple flexed in top jungle and support. The Kai'Sa is going to be locked in, though, here for Ruler. Certainly a champion that he made his name on years past. What is Duro going to be pairing alongside it? I also feel like having to get up close and personal against this AGAL composition is a very scary prospect, and there is a Shen to be at least hovered and locked in here for Duro.
I mean, there just really weren't a lot of good options, right? He had to pick something, but I think that Shen is pretty good. You know, you can at least provide a frontline. You can still build tanky. You have the ability to dodge a lot of at least the damage from the MF a bit. Not the best choice, but again, not a lot of options.
If you go for that full crit build for the Kai'Sa and you have the shields to come through from the Shen plus her shield from her ultimate, it feels pretty decent. As we're going to lock in Cho'Gath as the final pick here for the side of AGAL. Pretty weird one here, especially into the Jace, normally used as a anti-tank counter pick. It is also going to be very difficult to disrupt what Genji are trying to do in this draft because they have so much range. Now that the Cho'Gath is shown, maybe you actually have the argument to go for that more AP mixed build here for Ruler and just Jace and Kai'Sa poke away from this comp because they need to combo the MF to really do damage. You can just kind of keep this composition at bay. I gotta say, of the drafts we've seen in this series, these are by far the weirdest and the ones that lack the most cohesion.
Yeah, it's a pretty strange situation. There is like, I don't know, microclasms of like things that work well together, like the Killer Instinct plus Stand United, right? That's a big shield on a Kai'Sa. That's cool. You bring your help with you, right? If you can actually, get some plasma on someone. So that is going to be an opportunity. But otherwise, I'm feeling like elsewise, it's a weird draft here from Genji outside of being able to outrange a bit with the Wombo combo to come in on the other side. And I just feel like Poppy wasn't remembered by Genji. That champion is way too strong to be getting through once we've gotten here to game 4, and I think has so much power to deny Arctic Assault to make sure that people cannot get out. And Killer Instinct is a lot harder to utilize when the Poppy gets on top of you. So Tarzan going to be absolutely huge in this game.
I hadn't really considered the Cho'Gath follow-up to the Shockwave, but I guess it's a wombo.
I mean, Huni was the one that showed that, okay? That was when Faker's Shockwave finds them all, but actually it was Wolf's quickness that found them all, and Huni's Rupture that also found them all, and then the Shockwave did also find them all. But that was there. That was part of the combo.
Still counts. And the Cho'Gath is going to count for something. I think if Flandre can get a big Cho'Gath game in for game 4 and tie this up at 2, then it's absolutely a tiebreaker.
All right, hold up.
Our two top laners.
Are you okay? We got Unsealed Spellbook for Kael, Unsealed Spellbook for Flandre. Flandre's ult is also a smite.
Oh god, they are not losing the smite fight. That's the plan.
Poppy. They could just ult the enemy jungler away.
I think they want to get the objectives.
I think they may want to get the objectives. Yes. You're exactly right.
You got to
play for the Elder.
You got to be on position on the objectives to actually do that.
You definitely need to hit Canyon with it. So maybe Canyon needs to build a Banshee's Veil. Maybe that's the answer, because then, like, Ruler can Killer Instinct back, you can Stand United back if you're Duro, and the other two can teleport back, right? And so Canyon just cannot get ulted away.
Look at the edited sign, by the way, the cover up of the 0. Yeah, she meant that from the beginning.
I think she was prepared.
3-1. We'll see. We'll see if that happens. Yeah, you were talking about ball carriers as well, by the way, Wolf. You know, it kind of just feels like Orianna by herself in this game. It doesn't really feel like, yes, the Poppy can get in there.
Yeah, Poppy slams someone into a wall, and
that's
boom,
really
carry the ball in.
You know,
yeah.
They didn't have a lot of options. I mean, they could, if they really wanted to opt into it, maybe they pick something like a Zac or like even a Viego could have been better. So yeah, just Orianna choice as just a straight up control mage for the mid lane. Nothing crazy there, no big combo, but yeah, the Orianna does have a lot of wombo combo potential with the rest of the team in the team fights at least.
So much of this is going to be about when Gen.G decide to go in, like when they decide to commit that Kai'Sa ultimate, when Chovy decides to commit in and actually start doing damage. Because if they just sit back and poke with the Jace and the Kai'Sa, then, you know, Shanks doesn't necessarily have that angle because there is no carrier. He is not necessarily going to be able to get into Shockwave range. So that's what I'm most concerned about here for AL, because both of these comps are wonky, right? They're a little bit weird. They don't have strong themes necessarily, but it's going to be about control over the objectives. And sometimes you could just say, I don't care, and I'm going to press Smite 3 times and take the objective away.
And feast.
But what if you die trying? Then it might not actually necessarily matter that you got the objective. But yeah, that's what I mean. The feast being essentially the 3rd Smite in this case.
All right.
Well, I mean, I guess he has unsealed, so like 4 Smites.
Yeah.
Sorry for miscounting, even though I was the first one to bring this up.
Still too many smites. Still absolutely too many smites. As we have a return to lane here from Shanks here in mid. Towards the top side, we do have Keen putting on the pressure here towards the top side of the map, but Flandre doing decently well, still farming things up.
You know which pick I feel like feels the best in this whole draft is the Sejuani. It doesn't have like a huge amount of synergy in terms of like melee lanes and stuff like that, but it just offers really reliable engage, which there's just not a lot of left. It's fearless. We drafted, what was it, 6 engage champions for the support role over and over and over again. And of course, a lot of our junglers are also gone, and Strundle's also gone. So you just feel like Canyon, you know, he can get fights started extremely reliably. He's going to be a frontline. He can just kind of throw out his ults, and there's really not so much that EGAL can do about it. Feels like a great pick here for Game 4.
Yeah, he is insanely good, or she, but, you know, in this case, Canyon is insanely effective into MF, as Tarzan is going to be flashed. That was a great timing there by Chovy.
Couldn't go south. Kyle was coming up the river.
Don't give a wall for him to smash you into, and so it looks a bit weird walking straight towards the jungler, but it works out. Still has to use the flash, so it's not exactly the greatest of situations. As Keen putting on the pressure here towards the top side. Feral Scream from Flandre try and clear out these minions, but it is still a plate going over to Keen. The pressure is there.
Yeah, the biggest winner for me, Val, is I really like all the points you made about the Sejuani. I think they're all valuable, but I think she'd probably be a second for me. But I think the Jace, which we were a little bit skeptical about initially, is the biggest winner for me, because getting on top of this pick, trying to threaten him or win lane against him in this early game is just so difficult. Canyon is unfortunately going to take an extra turret shot here. They're still looking to commit to the dive.
Yeah, it doesn't actually have the frost armor after that. It's still going to go for it. Here's Flandre. Bit of an early flash and isn't going to be able to make it, as if Canyon dies, it's purely because he took that turret shot early.
And
a bit of a disaster there as we go
flash.
1-for-1. Is now Chovy in trouble. No flash available as Tarzan looking to make his way in, and the hook goes wide. Oh man, Chovy reads him like a book.
Kyle, you gotta hit those. If he hits that, Chovy is dead. And then you've got Canyon down, you've got Chovy down. You're really clapping back Gen.G after the early plays, but just wasn't meant to be. A very close one. Like the dive, you know, this is what you want to do. You want to play around your Jace. It's Kane's Jace. He's so fantastic on this pick. We don't see it all too much nowadays, but Game 4 Fearless comes out once again.
Yeah, he is going to have to rush back, but he's going to miss a few minions here. Not going to be the end of the world, but it's no cannon wave. And it's going to be a little bit of extra damage down there on the bottom side, as we do have those lane swaps to come through. Do like AL's position a lot better after they were able to get that counter kill there on the top side. Really helps out with this early game tempo.
Looking forward to seeing what Ruler's going to be able to get done this game. I think that his Corki was very muted in the last one. had some flubs as far as the team fights as well. So I think going to really need to lock in on this Kai'Sa here as that sidestep. That shows that maybe things are working out a little bit better. Voidseeker connecting, but just a little bit of poke damage onto AL. And Hope really has been phenomenal. The last game especially looked exceptionally good. So he is going to have a big target on his back. And Ruler can certainly find assassination angles onto this Misfortune if she does decide to ult it in an opportune time. Genji pushing out here towards the top side of the map. And on the bottom side, Tarzan getting as much vision as he possibly can.
Genji revenge for T1. Well, we'll see if they can do that. Definitely got off to a great start. I think that AGAL coming to life in Game 3 was exactly what we needed to make this series a very interesting one. Would have been a little bit depressing to get another 3-0 here at the Esports World Cup.
I think LPL fans,
League of Legends.
Yeah, we're probably not hoping for the tradition to be made here in our second year, as it's definitely a big bounce back year for AGAL, and another hook will miss.
Yeah, that's thanks to the ward more than anything, is the Shadow Dash able to get Duro to safety. Shockwave just to soften up Chovy in the mid lane. Kind of like that play from Shanks, keeping the pressure up as much as he possibly can. Do see this from Oriana's quite a bit when they're playing pretty aggro. But Chovy is not too worried about it. He is 6 CS in the lead and is going to be able to retain some control as Ruler. Supercharger now on cooldown as Kyle looks for the hook, doesn't get it. That was a greedy one as he wanted to take Ruler with Duro right in front of him. And now the taunt is going to come in. Canyon does have that Glacial Prison. The flash forward on top of Hope does get the flash out from him as the Permafrost to come on forward. And oh dear, that's a goal in my country. Still doesn't actually matter as they manage to lock down the kill onto the Blitzcrank and give that kill over to Ruler.
Chovy dies in the mid lane though.
Yeah, what happened there?
Ganked by Tarzan as he wasn't able to impact the top side play, but he is able to get that kill onto Chovy. He's still flashless from that earlier exchange. Now we have fight over grubs.
Yep, these engages, these answers are happening everywhere. As Duro actually just doing the world's shortest stand united. He was already united, we should tell him.
But he wanted to stand united.
Ah, so he was sitting, was slouching.
Yes, absolutely.
And, okay, so he's now standing united. Nicely done. Better than sitting. As Flandre taking a bit of damage here from Keen, who is ahead in farm, but not by that much, right? I think Flandre is going to be pretty happy with how this game has gone thus far, despite being a bit of a punching bag. As Kyle looking for a bit of an angle. Can he outplay it yet again? As against the wall is Chovy, and that is not what you want to see. Still not exactly taking that much damage, and the turret's being tanked here by Tarzan. Shanks with not very much damage at this point, with only a catalyst. So Chovy just is fine.
Tarzan here with the push. Chovy has no flash, has only his ultimate, which offers a lot of damage back, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, you can see him scratching his head there, not happy with the way that one played out. Just gets caught out in a position where he didn't expect it. This is the gank on the top side where Canyon did kind of score a goal a little bit later on, but they do get the kill at least onto Kyle eventually. As you can see, he's just mentally in between the both of them because they want to get that kill onto Kyle and then ult Hope, but not quite able to do both. They still get the kill on a Kyle, but AGL do get at least the kill on the Chovy in mid, which is going to be fantastic. Gets Tarzan to that first item a bit quicker.
Oh, Ruler. Hook is going to connect. Kyle finds that one as the flash has to be used. The silence comes in, but Ruler is going to be okay, actually using the barrier a little bit late to make sure that doesn't get destroyed by the ulti. But still, that is a lot of summoner spells now missing here from Ruler.
It's
and only Duro there to catch the wave.
Down, including Duro's heal he uses at the very end. And that is definitely a huge win, especially because Ruler has to back and no one can catch the wave that's incoming here. There's no real answer. I mean, Keen doesn't have TP. Chovy does not want a TP bottom. So this is going to be some additional plate gold going over to Hope for sure, as well as some deny of the CS. If Keen had TP, it could go down to answer. Instead, they're going to try to make a cross-map play here before that swap back here onto Flandre, but Flandre is just going to get out.
Yep, he's just going to run real fast. Tarzan in position as well, and in fact, the cavalry is about to arrive. Kyle will be coming out of the fog of war, and this is dangerous now for Genji. Canyon wanting to make his way out. The steadfast presence still there, and the knock-up means that he is not going anywhere. Tarzan just holding that W to make sure that there was no Arctic Assaulting away.
Yeah.
AL, they managed to get the feats of warfare yet again.
I mean, they saw him coming a mile away. Now, Shanks is not going to expect this. I mean, they have snuck into this brush. Can they catch him off guard? No, Shanks smartly going to back away.
I mean, he has flash, and the only way they could really engage on that is if Keen, like, flash hammered him back in, and he's just going to be able to react to that. So, unfortunately, I think optimistic to try to make that happen. Maybe could have gotten his flash, but ultimately will just be a free escape there for Shanks, who picks up his Rod of Ages. And AL are going to take this Dragon here on the bottom side. Another late first break here, as the action has mostly been mid and top in this game. But some of the plays we've been seeing here for Gen.G are relatively haphazard, right? A lot of disrespect on where Tarzan is on the map. And Gen.G have been in control of so many games this series and so many games this tournament. They'll get back to their MSI as well. This is what they're known for, is getting a lead and never letting it go. But in even game states like this, if you make those aggressive plays and the enemy is ready for you, you end up tossing some of those leads away. I mean, Keen had a pretty significant one, but now he's actually technically behind.
Yeah, and there's actually, we just saw there, the vision toggle, actually really good to illustrate the fact that AL have a lot of information. A lot of these wards were swept out. Those couple that we saw just there, they weren't, as somehow he's out of vision. That was kind of cute. So just going to be backing. Canyon goes back, gets the Heartsteel completed. Flandre in a similar boat on that front. And Tarzan, he's also getting stronger and stronger on this Poppy.
Hell's on a ward.
So dangerous.
Yeah, definitely a big vision game up on the top side, which was very nicely shown by our observers, mentioned by you, Atlas. Does feel like Kyle is trying to fight back in terms of the vision game, especially for Blitzcrank, right? Like, it's so important that you know exactly what angle they're coming from. You want to deny as much vision as possible.
He's got cleanse too. It's so low risk for him to be out here like this.
Yeah, he can cleanse the Jace.
I mean, if the Sejuani ulted him, he'd be totally fine. Now they're looking for Keen.
Yeah, looking to try and overload here as Keen clears out the wave instantly. And Stand United means that there is no aggression at all to be coming on through. So this is what Gen.G's composition can do, right? You can turn on a dime. If you try and overload, then there are a lot of options for answering. Still, that's a long cooldown. See what AL can do with that button now on cooldown. They get it pretty comfortably here without investing too much.
Yeah, you know, funnily enough, I feel like if they waited for AGAL to commit to the dive, like to actually use a bunch of stuff and get turret aggro, maybe they could have turned that one around. The Kaisa was running up as well, and Ruler could have joined the fight with his ultimate, and it's Grasp Jace. You know, he's not the tankiest, but if you wait just a couple of seconds, wait for the engage to actually come through, and then use the Stand United to get some of that shielding through and maybe keep them alive, maybe you can actually get a counter dive going.
Yeah.
They react almost too quickly, and so AGAL just ran away, and they didn't have to spend anything really for that play.
I feel like, you know, when we look at the game state here and the nice plays we've seen from AGAL, the lead they generated is somewhat small, but it's been a pretty good start for them in this game. A lot of it's been through trickery, right? It's been through some mistakes from Gen.G. We haven't seen it really through a true 5v5 fight, which is the big issues and concerns and worries I had for their draft. So, you know, don't count your chickens before they're hatched here in this one, because I do feel like we haven't yet really seen what this composition is necessarily going to look like when we do hit those 5v5s, where Gen.G are playing a little bit of keep away, playing through this Jace. We are seeing the Kraken Slayer build to come out here from Ruler, who almost has his completed Cull. Can still later on build an Asher's Tooth. We've seen some of those teched in late as third item, but not going to be there for a while. But AL, with the control they have, I think they should really hold on to this, because that empowers the Blitzcrank, that empowers these Shockwave engages.
All right, let's see what Gen.G can get done as the Rift Herald has spawned now. Hook is going to come through, and Ruler just caught out. Killer Instinct going to be used as the flash bullet time is going to secure the kill. They do take a bit of damage off the back end. The Glacial Prison was there, but I think that Rift Herald was earned by AL.
I think so, and that's the vision game. You know where the Blitzcrank is, you're going to walk forward like that, you're going to get punished, and Ruler, again, killed, but also loses summoners again, so he's another vulnerable target for anything follow-up-wise that AL can send through. They are not going to need the Rift Herald to get this turret, and the mid lane is going to be the next target where they can drop it to potentially get a 2-Drake lead here to use that prio on this next dragon. And things are looking up and up for them.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see Kyle having so much success on this Blitzcrank. I mean, fantastic hook once again. The vision game that we've been mentioning all game long coming through once again. And remember, he only picked this Blitzcrank when he only saw the top side of the map, and we were like, huh, interesting choice. You know, we don't exactly say, okay, Kyle is the Blitzcrank guy, but he's certainly making a name for himself on this pick here tonight.
Yeah, it was like a solo queue lock-in. He's like, no, just trust me. I'm good at the crank. And
trust.
Give him the crank.
So far, I think we're going to have to continue to trust. But it's one of those fights where it's a win for AGL out of the trickery, right? Out of the vision game, out of the pick potential. And that's the kind of lead they're going to keep holding on to. There's a TP is going to be committed by Chovy.
Okay, they just want to take this turret. They might be able to get first brick, actually, as Rift Herald is going to go down in mid. They're going to be able to get the charge, but the turret does go down. So no feats of strength just yet, as there's still one more objective needed to be picked up by AGAL, and 2 if Gen.G want to be able to claim it, as this Rift Herald is really getting put through her paces.
I don't know if there's any way that Gen.G are going to stop this dragon from going over. And that is
the charge. Two turrets
plus the top turret that's basically dead here means that attempt from Chovy comes at such a heavy price, because that is going to be the objective feat of strength to come here with this dragon. Like, they get everything on the play.
Okay, so that's going to mean a balloon of the gold. About 1,000 now in the lead for AGAL, but they've got 2 dragons, a Mountain Soul once again. I believe, is that like our 2nd or 3rd so far this series? Quite a few mountains, pretty mountainous. But that is going to mean a whole lot of durability, especially for Flandre. My goodness, this Cho'Gath could become monstrously big in this game if they're able to stack that one up. So Soul Point coming up next. See whether Gen.G can get themselves into a position to fight for it, because right now, looking pretty muted. Skeen finding a shockwave onto Tarzan, and Tarzan saying, you what? To that one, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the best position you can be in as AGAL. You took down the mid turret. It's just going to make Blitzcrank value skyrocket in this game. And so, you know, Riller was already having trouble farming in mid. He's been having trouble farming in mid this entire tournament. And now he really is not going to have a great option to do so. Chovy's in the side lane. But Ruler, you know, already 300 gold behind his opponent in Hope. And I do worry about this Kai'Sa. At least Chovy is doing a decent job. And of course, Keen kind of got this free lane into the tank Cho'Gath where he's farmed up. But again, I haven't seen too much Jace value at this point in the game. So kind of just waiting it out, farming it out here in this mid game.
Shanks does end up trading this turret while also deleting a lot of those minions so that a little bit less farm will go over to Gen.G. So it's a trade of turrets, but I think this is still pretty good for AL considering how much they've already gotten. And the map control on the top side that comes with that turret take. Look at the triple wards there on the top side. Makes it difficult for Keen to step up here. He's finally going to complete that Muramana stacking in just a moment here with a few more of these waves coming through. But the leads you can really feel here for AGAL. The question is it enough of a lead? 1,000 gold, 2 dragon stacking lead here to be able to win 5v5s consistently into this composition here for Gen.G that punishes them so hard if they're out of position. If they lose map control just once, like if Gen.G wins one team fight, they get the vision control, this game turns on its head instantly. So while it's an amazing position for AL, don't get me wrong, they definitely can't rest on their laurels in this one. They need to make sure they can continue to hold on to this.
Staying vigilant, I think, is going to be aim of the game here for AL. But if they do, I mean, the amount of control you do have when you get control of the map, right? With the fact that Poppy's Keeper's Verdict is going to be so strong, and the Blitzcrank always demanding respect if you can't see him. It's such a big deal. And AL now with control of this top side. Atakan has been very, very powerful and is once again on the Rift.
Kyle
spawned in.
It's going to refresh wards and come back.
Okay, Tarzan getting softened up a little bit by some of the poke from Gen.G.
Yeah, should be a decent amount of poke coming out from, you've got Victor, you've got Jace,
if you can,
Kai'Sa.
Yeah, if you can see where to poke.
Exactly.
You can see Gen.G is really struggling to clear, but they are going to get this vision away.
Yeah, so Ruler didn't want to risk it that time around, and you can't really blame him. As Death Ray to come on through, Hope moving around, thinking that maybe they've got a bit of a window onto Chovy here, slowed down by the Make It Rain as Flandre lumbers his way forward. And Shanks, looking for that back timing, does manage to pick up his Crypt Bloom. His is now looking to join this fight. 2 items now intact. Actually gets them before Chovy.
Look at Canyon. He's just in the enemy jungle right now. Is he going to find Shanks rather and take a 1v1 or something? He has snuck in here.
This is very risky, but it may pay off. He's seen, though. That's going to force a TP.
Comes in from Chovy, who makes his way back with his Leandries in tow.
It took a long time, though. It was a slow play, but Gen.G actually get control over the objective. It took a really long time. It was very methodical, but this is the type of fight where Gen.G can use their poke. They finally have vision control, and they're going to force AL for the first time to come to them. And come to them they must.
Yeah, Tarzan going to get stunned up there by the gravity field. Can they manage to get this as they knock them all away? That Otacon is just stolen. And Gen.G, what was the plan? We knew that the puppy was going to be there. He just flashes in and takes their lunch money. We knew also that they had about 50 smites.
They had so many smites, and they only needed one. They just had Tarzan just straight up smite it. And you know what? I mean, we talked about this so much. We thought that EGL would need position on an objective before really being able to secure them, but not clearing out all the vision is very unlike Gen.G. They leave a ward directly in the pit. AGL saw everything, and it was the easiest setup for them to just poppy knock away and smite secure. So that's a free Otacon over to AGL.
You've got to consider the Keeper's Verdict angle in a draft like this and be prepared to deal with it, but they decided just to burn as quickly as possible. At the end of the day, AL, big winners here again.
Well, this time Tarzan doesn't have the ulti available for this dragon fight. Let's see whether Gen.G can take a little bit more control this time. The gravity field does go down. Death Ray's layered on top here. The poke is landing as Gen.G now try to get some control. Hook not quite going to connect there as in goes Duro. Does manage to get the taunt as there's the shockwave to finish off the Shen. And Kyle is actually able to limp his way out of there. The Arcane Storm getting some work done. Killer Instinct there from Ruler gets the shutdown onto Flandre. Kyle still alive, though, in this fight. Chovy looking a little worse for wear as Tarzan now going to turn away from his former teammate and look for his as Gen.G look to back off. There is the point-blank ulti comes on through as Canyon. I don't think he's going to be able to do this alone, but he does manage to get at least one of them. Flashes away now as Tarzan. Absolutely massive. Steadfast Presence comes in, and oh my goodness, the buckler is what finishes off this jungler. And Gen.G, they get the worst end of this trade as well.
Oh, it's just such a rough fight to try to take. I mean, Chovy has to do everything in the fight. He gets incredibly low, maximizes his damage. His Chaos Storm is decent, but Gen.G were in no way, shape, or form set up to fight that. As they're looking to deny this dragon now, but I just don't think they have enough between this Victor and Shen.
Tarzan is a jungler. He has smite.
He does in fact have smite, and Duro did not have smite set up here. But look at this fight again, because so much of this is about the fact that Gen.G are trying to do multiple things at once. They're trying to poke, but also hold this dragon, and Chovy has to position really well. And then they engage. Instead of waiting for Chovy to be able to do more damage in this choke, Duro basically sacrifices himself for that. And to watch how much heavy lifting Chovy has to do in this fight as Tarzan is on top of him, wailing on him. Ruler goes in for the ult, but puts himself in a vulnerable spot, and Chovy can't help. Everybody's solo. Chovy has to then flash away, wants to get out of here, has the blast cone, but he just leaves his teammates to die on the top side of the map, and Shanks, no fear here.
Yeah, it's just a very messy fight. I feel like it was a bit desperate of an engage, and EGAL were just so ready. Like, so much went into the Cho'Gath, and Flandre's like, all right, if you want to ult onto me, sure thing, buddy. I mean, now you're totally out of position. You're super low, and it was just in this extended fight. By the way, Tarzan not checked at all. Just a really tanky Poppy, doing a ton of damage. I think he did the most damage in the fight, and he's a Poppy.
And he just sat on top of Chovy like the half of the fight.
Yeah.
Down to like 0 health, and Chovy's trying to push everybody else back.
4,400 damage for the Poppy.
He's an absolute monster. The fact that he finishes off Canyon with a buckler to the back of the head as well must have been very cathartic, as the Baron has spawned about 20 seconds ago. Hasn't been started just yet, but you saw some jostling as we did have the picture-in-picture there. So AL going to defend this outer turret.
And everyone's favorite first item Poppy build here. It just means he's doing so much. He's super sustainable. 4 kills on this Poppy as we group up for the Baron. That residual vision here from the Scuttle Crab is going to feel pretty nice here for the side of AGL. They know there's no way that even with this Leandries Victor with Rod, like that this could be burned down by Gen.G. They have all the information now. They're just going to clear this vision away. And we talked about it a lot, but AGL have really never given up that control. There was that one fight on Dragon where Genji had a little bit more, but kind of botched the execution. But since then, they just keep holding on to this, and it makes it so hard for Keen to hit Shock Blast. Like, look at him.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Canyon going to be the target. He's the jungler. That could mean Baron. And they do take him down. There's the nom nom from Flandre. And AL, that was the target that they wanted. They get it simply, and now they're looking for even more. The Keeper's verdict is nothing. But I don't know whether they really wanted them to go away, because AL kind of want to kill them all. Duro getting into that backline as there's the knock up onto Ruler, but he takes down Kyle. Now a second to come in as Tarzan's on top of him. Will the passive be procced? It will, as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji, they are just going to ace them. Yeah, that was on my bingo card.
What a fight! Incredibly low Ruler. Chovy does 4,000 damage as he just kites his way through, and Keen could not have played that better on the chase. What a scrappy, broken up fight. I was watching it, I didn't want to believe, I didn't think it was going to happen, I didn't think it was possible, but they just barely pull it off.
Oh, you got to watch Ruler in this one as well. I mean, this is incredible. Now, AGAL used so much in this fight to get the kill onto the jungler, and just take a look at Ruler. He's in the backline. Nobody's checking him. Tarzan's like, I'm the guy in this game, not you. Instead, it's Ruler picking up thousands of gold, the triple kill into the quadra by the end of it all. And he's just calm and collected. Doesn't even have anything special to say. And look at this in live. They take the Baron.
And even
how much money that was? It was insane.
Chovy dies there. He does so much damage before he goes down. The Arcane Storm stacks up as part of why Ruler is able to do enough damage to take Tarzan out in the first place and continue to clean up so much damage from Keen, though. Why is nobody talking about this guy? He is just a huge, huge impact in that last fight. Just completely untouched. There's just too many threats here, and the fight was so split up for AGAL. This is the team fighting power of this Genji composition when we reach this stage of the game, and now, for the first time, they take a massive gold lead.
I'm pretty sure Ruler just went back and built Terminus outright, and a GA, and a yacht, and a mansion at the same time.
Why not?
That is ridiculous. He's now 4 items to the 2 and a bit that Hope has put together. This guy is massive, and with a GA there for the extra layer of safety, the game went from very straightforward for AL to quite difficult.
You can tell why Genji are sometimes taking these crazy fights where it doesn't look like they have an angle, because they just know that guys like Ruler are fed enough that if they find the right angle, they can get the job done. The angle the previous fight to go all in on the Cho'Gath was not it, but in this one, oh boy, he just got so much money. And in a broken up fight, Kai'Sa sometimes is queen, right? I mean, she's just able to do way too much, especially this fed.
Now, and also, if a hook lands onto Canyon, maybe that isn't really what you want.
Genji have control over this angle here. They're going to get the Banana Brush control, and now, like, for what feels like the first time this game, you just can't walk towards this team. The Keeper's verdict is desperation at best, and Genji will get their first dragon here. If AL tried to force into that choke point, it would have been the end of the game. But look at the difference between fighting against Vision and trying to face check with Canyon and try to look for those wards versus having full control, having Keen with the angle he wants, having Ruler able to follow up on anyone who steps over the line. The zone control that the gravity field gives Chovy, this is just a completely different scenario. They still have Baron.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were warning everyone about, and the fact that we needed that constant vigilance as Ruler does have to utilize the flash to get out of the way of the hook. Good respect there from Ruler, but won't have that tool for later on in this game. The Rupture just trying to hold these minions at bay as another hook is going to come on through. This one used on that siege minion to be able to take that one away. And so now Flandre looking a little smaller as the Cho'Gath really wanted to make this one work. And look at this, it's desperation here as the Glacial Prison comes on down. Canyon looking to try and just brute force this inner turret, and they should be able to do it as Tarzan comes over and Genji say, yep, that's what we wanted. And a 3,000 Baron power play here as the dust settles. And my goodness, Genji well and truly back in it. I'm actually surprised because we had a look at the gold grab, and the biggest the gold lead for AGAL was about 2.3K.
Yeah.
So they do manage to get Otacon, things like this, which is not necessarily represented by the gold, which does give you a bunch of extra power. But yeah, the gold was never that far in their favor.
To me, the gold was less important than the map control and the vision, because the map control and the vision allows them to take those objectives, right? They had control over basically every objective in this game. They had all 3 dragons. But once you lose that fight, you lose control. Like, that's when the game really swings. That's when the pendulum goes back towards Gen.G's side. And it's that incredible turn there, that scrappy fight that Gen.G were able to clutch out just through raw mechanics, frankly, in a lot of ways on that one, that suddenly put AL in this position with their draft where it feels unplayable. You know, who do you hook? Who do you set up with? Who can you keep as verdict? Yeah, that's the challenge.
Ruler. That'd be a good one, I think.
That would be good. I don't even know if that would matter at this point.
Maybe Keen, based on this damage graph?
What is going on with Keen? Like 30K in this game. Wolf was shouting his name as we were all looking at Ruler. I mean, the two of them just able to do so much. And I said it before, like, Keen's just been given a free game, essentially. Like, he laned against Tank Cho'Gath, who was sitting there feasting and kind of doing nothing. And we know what Cho'Gath does, but it does mean that his opponent kind of just gets to sit back and relax. And when it's Jace, it actually, you know, begins to really pop off in this game.
Some of that damage was on hitting a Cho'Gath, but most of it was just on team fights, but not from poke because he couldn't see. Now he can see. Now he can poke. That number is just going to get bigger in this game as we fight for neutral objectives. A minute 20 before Baron, 2 minutes before the next Mountain Drake here for Gen.G. You can see AL are already concerned about trying to wipe some of this vision away because the double threats of these objectives are so frustrating to deal with for them as they lose control everywhere on the map.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. Bit of double poke landing there onto Hope, but he's got a Bloodthirster, which is a pretty good answer to it. Death Ray coming on in as AL is trying to hold on. They do spot out a lot of this vision. These control wards that they're getting down are consequential. Kyle fishing for that hook angle. Can see a few of them, and doesn't quite get Dura. Almost gets Keen, actually, as Shock Blast going to connect onto Hope. They're a little bit split up now, but Gen.G not overly committing. It's actually Canyon looking for Tarzan towards that top side. Tarzan not pressing an alt button, not even pressing W just yet as the buckler comes on in. The fight for the red buff now is going to be secured as the Shockwave comes on in, but the flash out from Canyon will keep him safe. The heroic charge, and then the knock up on a Chovy for Tarzan. Just doesn't really do anything, and the follow-up is not there onto the Victor. And he says, cool story.
I mean, they're just baiting out so much. Like, these fights over the red buff, they don't feel like they're that important, but they are actually huge. You get the red buff, it allows you to stay healthy, it allows you to potentially get a lot of vision control, although when I look in the jungle, it's all to the side of AGL. Gen.G don't care. They're just going to start at the Baron in their face.
Canyon's still low health here, but Tarzan doesn't have flash, and Chovy's got the choke point control. There's that gravity field.
The gravity field's so incredibly good here. Is now Duro looking for that angle. As the Arcane Storm comes down, he's just going to walk in. Flandre's there, he just eats it. And obviously he does, as there's the setup. Keen is going to be able to take down his opposite number. And can they actually win a fight after this? Killer Instinct is named well here as Ruler goes in, but he's slowed down by the Make It Rain. And Gen.G, they do manage to get a Cho'Gath, and that's, I guess, a purple monster from the void, but the Baron works out better. Dura goes in, though, and they really want to force this. Keen goes down as Hope gets the kill, and now it's the Ruler show once again. Shanks is going to get taken out. It's actually a double here for Chovy. And Hope stays alive, Tarzan as well, and they are going to be the sole Baron owners that will not get a look in at this Mountain Dragon.
Maybe you ate the Baron, but you ate it right after that. Got taken out. There was never going to be a team fight win there, and Gen.G, despite having the Baron against them, are able to get the cleanup here. Just wash it away.
Buff timer? Where's that one?
And that's going to be another Dragon going over, but look at this.
This is so silly.
Look at these mechanics, guys.
How many smites we got?
They just did a
1,500, yeah.
in front of the team that has like 17 smites. We talked about it in the draft. We talked about it so many times.
Ultimately, in order to do it with how patient Gen.G were, they're going to trade the tankiest, well, one of the most frustrating members to deal with out, while also Chovy is damaging every other person. Remember, this is a misfortune, so she's kind of more combo-oriented.
That was a cute attempt.
He's not a traditional 80 carry, so even though Hope is full health here, he can't really offer damage on the chase back here to provide heal for his team as they try to get away. So once their Cho'Gath's gone, once Chovy's got everyone at half health, they just walk across the red carpet to victory, and Gen.G take a lead in kills here, but it's the 3,000 gold lead, the double Drakes here, the momentum away from AL, and all of that vision that they're going to take away from AL. Again, that's the biggest problem. Sure, you got the Baron, you technically got a positive play on this one so far in this one, but how long does it really last when your Baron's on a Poppy and an MF?
Yeah, they're the only ones. Still, it's going to be up for another minute, so maybe they can get a little bit more. The power play is not negative. So
not yet.
It's not negative, and therefore that means it's positive, right? Still going to work out. The base gold, it's less than that. So they did get the money for killing it. They denied it from Gen G. They didn't manage to get the dragon, though. So soul point available for Gen G. Next, Corset is still there for AGAL. They are stalling this one out, but it really felt like this game was taken out of their hands. And now it's even because of their mistakes rather than necessarily Gen G and just being like winning this game from the get-go, right? Things were looking pretty good for AL earlier on. See whether they can pull it back into their hands. Esquandre once again massive.
They're just sieging up against the very lackluster Baron buff here, Gen G. It's crazy how aggressively they're playing it. It's almost like they're saying, okay, if Blitzcrank doesn't have Hook, he's not really a champion. Cho'Gath, I mean, maybe a little bit. But if we force fights on our terms, we always win. So it's almost like whenever they see AGAL and the Hook goes wide, they're just like barreling straight at them. It looks almost ridiculous, but you can kind of understand where they're coming from, especially with the amount of damage they have with this fed Victor. Well, he's got 4 items now at least. This extremely fed Kai'Sa and Jace.
And with a build from Chovy here, with the Zhonyas plus the Mountain Drakes they're stacking here, he's so difficult to kill even if you do get on top of him. He also has that activatable, right? He's got the Bloodletter's Curse.
400 armor.
Yeah, that's pretty big. It's hard to cut through these champions, especially when your AD carry is really just the R button, unless you're already winning the fight, right? And with the control that Gen G have for the map, because they just shut the Baron down so hard, it becomes even trickier to play this out. Now, Gen G, there's a full 2 minutes before this next objective, so they can kind of continue to side lane, try to play around this Victor wave clear here. But an overextension, I think, is the best way back into this game for AGAL. So maybe this is the cutoff point. Maybe from here, just move back and clear that vision. Don't try to siege these inhibitor turrets just yet.
Yeah, right now they're searching through these brushes with mostly Kane and some truck blast. Hook is going to connect, but it is onto Canyon yet again as Ruler is out of the fight. In goes Dura, but he didn't want to be there. He thought that he was following up for his teammates as Keen. Yeah, he's going to try and boop them away. The red is obviously going to go over to the team with 1 billion smites. And AL, they just take 2 and give nothing back.
There's just no reason to force it beyond the wards there on red buff. And this is a huge swing here for the side of AGAL because Baron is now 70 seconds away. They have control. There's no vision here for the side of Gen G anymore. And all those issues that plagued Gen G in the mid game can pop right back up here. Momentum completely out of their sails. Now, they also could just go straight up into this Mountain Soul with this massive Cho'Gath with the huge Poppy that's on the side here of the LPL squad. The choice is theirs, but map control completely belongs to AL. And why push forward past the line?
This is the thing, right? This is the composition. You get the hook, you get the knockup, you silence, the guy dies. It doesn't matter how much armor he has. It could be 400, it could be 400,000. The guy's gonna die, and that's exactly what they do. And it feels like Gen G are trying to bait out hooks and go from there and try to set up fights after. They baited out the hook and then died, so that's not exactly the play. I think AGAL are playing this fantastically. They're trying to set up. They know they're on the back foot here a bit, but they play around their 1-win condition in these fights, which is really land the hook, get the follow-up, get the kills. And from there, you can do anything.
The sync on the objectives makes this a really tough call, though, as Gen G can go, okay, you have Baron vision, but you don't have full vision on Dragon. Let's play through that instead and pull AL down. This may just be the right call, the best call Gen G can make here, and Chovy's just offering a decent amount of poke.
All right, well, there is the Rupture. Connect onto Canyon. He's looking for his angle here as the ult is going to whiff. Everything, in fact, is going to whiff, and he's just eaten like a ham sandwich. And now you can see Gen G continuing to try and find the fight, but AL, they're not interested. They're just going to move over towards the Baron. And Canyon, you just come out of the death chamber. You didn't need to go back that far.
There's just no reason to go in like that. I mean, they were starting to get frustrated because even though Chobi's got Leandri's, he's got that poke, they have the keen poke, it just doesn't feel like it's doing impactful damage. They get a little bit impatient. And fortunately for AGAL, sure, you gave the dragon, but this is the third Drake for Genji. It's not the soul. Still, that's a lot of resistances that they're stacking up, but this is way more valuable here for AGAL to get the Baron. They make the right choice there with no jungler on the side of Genji. Then this might actually be the beginning of the end. Sure, gold is even, but we're 40 minutes in. That means nothing. It's just about the pick potential that Kyle has now, and they're just going to push these waves through, start to take out those inhibitors. Mid lane also now being pushed by Flandre as TP could join at a moment's notice.
Keeper's verdict is just going to be held on to for now, as my goodness, this turret just gets 3 hit by Hope. But you can see Keen doing a fair bit of damage there. Somehow Ruler finds the backline. There's the ult in! Can they actually get him? But the answer is so good! Still, Ruler is going to go golden. The shockwave connects onto 4, but that may not necessarily be enough. Tarzan manages to get the GA out of Ruler, but it's a double kill for Chovy. He's knocked around like a ragdoll, but they still have the carries. Tarzan going to go down, and Ruler may have saved it for Genji once again in the same game.
Oh, it's incredible how close these fights are. They're still chasing, and another Seeker's going to hit on a Flandre. He should be going down here.
There it is.
The end of him. It's 3v1. It's only Blitzcrank. Can they hold? I don't know.
There's just so much damage in this Genji comp. If you don't end up wiping the carries, you got Chovy, you didn't get Ruler. The longevity after the combo is gone, after you've used your buttons as Flandre, as Shanks has used his buttons, Ruler's like, I've got auto attacks for days. They take Hope out, and he wins the fight. But it all starts off with this angle here. He's able to find this follow-up, get in the backline, force Hope back. And because he has the ability to stasis here and get out and the GA, he's just so survivable. And they almost got Ruler. They almost got him. But you only get him once. He pops out of that resurrect, and he just cleans up the fight.
And the target selection was exactly what Genji needed in that fight. Shanks goes down first. Hope is very quick to follow. And then they're just lacking damage, right? And so Genji will swing that pendulum back the other direction, and now I even have less of an idea of who is going to win this game. As that's a negative 300 gold Baron power play, and what was it, the third Baron so far of the game? Yeah. We have 3 dragons on both sides. It's 2.5 minutes on a Dragon Soul for someone, finally. And yeah, I just have no idea who is going to be able to win this. You've seen there's been multiple examples in this game of what winning looks like for both sides. And let's just see what happens in the next fight.
Yeah, I think we're just going to have to sit with bated breath here and see what does occur. As pushing forward into a Blitzcrank has not been a success story for Genji in this game. Canyon.
Flanking. Canyon flanking.
It's crazy how much pressure is on Kyle right now. He needs to hit hooks, he needs to hit the right targets, because if they get chipped away, if they get poked out, you talked about ways in which these teams are winning. The ways in which Genji win, they land poke, they get into the backline, they assassinate the squishy targets. The way that AGL win is getting hooks, getting picks, you know, blowing someone up. It doesn't matter if it's edge one.
Combos, the ultimate from the Poppy, you know, splitting the team fight up, basically cheating the fight. AL want to cheat the fight, Genji want to play a standard fight. Like, that's how these comps work. You hook someone, you split somebody up, you get that combo, you win the fight instantly. Genji want the longer fight. Oh, you almost got our carry, but you didn't, and they clean up the fight. That's the difference in these comps. But Vision here, and Prio does go to AGAL. Still 70 seconds away, though. It's a bit early. They hold on to it for now, as we're going to see it back from Flandre. We'll see what he gets for that final item. It's just going to be a ward buy.
Yeah, wanting to make sure that they have as much information as possible. As once again, Canyon's lurking. He's spent the whole game lurking, for better or worse. Now looking for, once again, another angle. As Flandre lumbering toward, like, if he stood in the pit, I would assume that he is a neutral objective right now, because he is gigantic. And Canyon clearing our vision where he can, as once again we are moving towards the ARAM scenario. Chovy moves up, Make It Rain comes down. Glacial Prison not really answered, but Keen finding a great angle. Shockwave connects, and down goes Canyon yet again. But can they win the fight? That's the question. There is the nom onto Keen, and it's a disaster here for Gen G. Ruler going in. You can sense the desperation as he will use the Zhonya's. The Send United was there. The delivery of the Shen may have almost worked here as Ruler is just trying his best to get everything done, but they take down Chovy, and Ruler just cannot do it. AL, that is a clean sweep over Gen G. Only a Shen remains, but he's a ninja. He's just hiding, and this should be the end of the game.
I don't think Ruler could have done more, but it still wasn't enough. Canyon goes in again. I think it's his 8th death of the game. Wants to buy space, wants to find that angle. But AL, one game away now from that reverse sweep. They stand tall, they stand strong. The resilience of this squad here is something to remark about.
46 minutes on the clock here, an absolute slugfest between these two teams, but AL will bring us to Silver Scrapes, and they're poised to reverse sweep Gen G here in the grand final of EWC presenting League of Legends. I can't believe it. After already dispatching of both other LCK representatives, they're looking to do it again after what looked like a clean sweep for Gen G after game 2.
Well, it doesn't get better than this. I mean, that game was so incredibly close. Could have gone Gen G's way, but it came down to this final fight. You see the ult miss on the Shanks, who was just running straight into the bush, and it just wasn't enough. Canyon goes down, and AGAL take it from there.
Just gotta say, you know, some of the desperation we saw that Gen G felt really tough to watch at times, but Ruler, man, he just didn't give up. Look at this fight for him. Watch him in these final moments, how close he gets to saving this game, but this time, it's not enough.
It didn't quite work out. We were talking about that pendulum. We'll see where it's going to swing as we go to a short break. When we get back, it's that Silver Scrapes in the game 5.
First question. Solo lanes are the hardest roles in League of Legends. 为什么？
因为站在我上路的立场，现在其实经常要跟下路去换线嘛，所以感觉每一波线要想的东西都特别多吧，所以我反而觉得他中路其实没有上路要想的东西多吧。中路最难。
Second question. Chinese solo queue is the most competitive solo queue in the world, either super server or normal server, but the most competitive in the world out of any solo queue.
不难，很简单。AO 现在是太强了 ，AGL 现在是太强了，很简单。因为我一直觉得，不管你在哪里打比赛嘛，就算我们现在回LPL打，也是不能够觉得自己已经特别强什么的。我们觉得是不能够轻视任何一个对手嘛，所以我会觉得，不管面对谁，我都会严阵以待吧。
Third question. Yuumi should be removed from League of Legends.
我觉得比起猫咪更应该移除的是诺手，因为我非常讨厌这个英雄。
猫咪没有操作可言，没有操作的英雄。
Fourth question. Games of League of Legends are won and lost in draft.
感觉阵容选的再好，也有可能会输。不可能是，你觉得呢？
阵容选的再好是有概率会输，但是我觉得，如果你阵容选的不好，你就
一定会输，
大概率一定会输。但是你选的再好，也有概率输嘛，所以我觉得阵容还是
一半一，我觉得一半一半吧，一半一半，选手发挥跟那个阵容。
但我觉得还是阵容更重要。 就你选手你玩的再好，给你5个奇怪的英雄，你也很难去赢那些。
一半一半，我是一半一半，我是一半一半。
我是觉得阵容更重要，比起发挥，但发挥也重要。
Next question is, top laners who play ranged champions are annoying and unskilled.
只说我中路，我更喜欢法师纯博弈，不喜欢射手。我是站在中路的立场。
站我上路的立场的话，当我选出来这种长手折磨人的英雄的时候，我必须得打出效果嘛。就是如果我选出来不能够恶心对面，或者说压不住对面，那一定是赢不了的。所以我觉得选出来就代表我有自信嘛。所以并没有说讨厌这个，我非常享受折磨对面这个选择。
That's all. Thank you. 谢谢，谢谢。
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
首先，这次 EWC 队我也是第一次来到参加比赛嘛，所以很期待，然后希望多学一下吧。我最近打比赛心态的话，就是不管输赢，就管好每把的游戏吧，然后就享受每把的舞台吧。我觉得无畏征召模式的话，对我们战队来说应该是好的，因为我们战队不管是战术还是泳池，我觉得都是非常深的，然后就是有很多套战术吧。首先就是来到 EWC， 就是首先就是比较开心嘛，然后这个地方我之前也没有来过，就也很想体验一下这边的风土人情，还有吃的之类的。然后希望的话就是希望我们 AGL 都拿到一个好的名次吧。我觉得国内的比赛和国外 比赛最大的区别就是国内只要做好自己的训练，然后国外的话不有时差的影响，还有饮食或者是训练环境，也有自身状态的，就是需要调整好自己身的状态吧。我觉得来这次 EWC 我们的目标肯定是冠军，但是就是首先跟几和 T1 我们也交手过，他们也是非常强的战队吧。我觉得他们也是只要怎么说，就是我们都是2比3输给他们，我们也是有机会赢下他们的，然后我们也会努力去做好吧。
Live from the Free Fire Arena. I heard that you guys had an AGAL as well.
Yes, by the way, my name is Admats. I'm a Free Fire caster. And yes, we have AGAL, just that it's from Thailand rather than from China. And they have, I believe they have just won, second match for the finals today, I believe.
We also have AGAL competing in the championship weekend for
they're still at it?
finals. Yeah, we had 2 grand finals going on just now at the STC Esports Arena. And I can't wait to see if they're able to win in their own respective grand finals.
Yes, on Free Fire, we had 2 Thailand teams get the booyah. First, it was Buriram United Esports, and just now, it was AGAL. We're about to start game number 3 soon. However, we're going to have a long day, ladies and gentlemen, for Free Fire finals.
Exactly. And on my side, I'm not too sure yet, but I hope it will be a super competitive day.
Are they even going to play Silver Trade? They're on the right. It's a game 5. Surely they have the right. That's it.
If you were watching 2 hours ago, you might think that, you'd be watching something else 2 hours later. However, AGAL had other plans. They fought back and forced the series on their hands, and sometimes hands on faces if you're a Gen G fan. A reverse sweep is on the cards as AGAL have battled back like minute after minute after minute into the longest match of the tournament in that last one. It is 2-2. The LPL champs are here to try and fight and have one of the biggest comebacks in League of Legends international history. According to Stat Guy on our team, Marcus, he says this would be the first reverse sweep in an international finals. So, tall task here for AGAL. Not done yet, though, as Gen G still have an opportunity to come back. As we take a look at this gold graph, it's just wonky.
What a great game. I love how this series has evolved, where it started with Gen G having a really, really controlled, methodical, objective game, and now it has just turned into a full-on brawl, a fist fight. This is kind of what you expect when you watch like 2 teams that might not be the crispest macro teams going at it. 46 minutes. I don't think there was a Dragon Soul this game. They were just constantly fighting, and I loved it. I loved every second of it. We got to see some Blitzcrank. We got to see the Cho'Gath. I did not know which way this game was going to go until the very end.
Yeah, and I love these fights because every time you watch the fights, if you rewatch them, you feel like you notice something new. This fight, for example, Tarzan did a heroic job zoning Chovy and keeping him out of the fight. It was a chaotic fight, and the shockwave really burst down Duro, and while it looks like Gen G is now going to chase into them, Tarzan is making life so hard for Chovy here in the back, constantly stunning him into the wall, forcing the flash out, and now hitting him at the back of the head with a buckler. And these fights, they were just so clutch and amazing. There were so many moments where one guy stepped up, one guy seized the challenge and tried to be a hero, and it's just going to be such a memorable series.
Yeah, again, just like Medio said earlier, it was all of this very LCK-esque, formulaic type of League of Legends, but AGAL have found a way to drag Gen G to fistfights, who are down to do it, but AGAL are just doing it better. Flandre has come up huge. Shanks on the Orianna game-breaking shockwaves that we've seen in international stages. It has been so fun to watch here, Finn.
I mean, you say the names, but like this feast by Flandre really getting them back into the game. I'm not sure what Gen.G was doing. They just disrespected the Cho gap. Have they played against it? I have no idea. But this was so clutch by Flandre. Getting this was really the first stepping stone to the comeback that we saw.
Okay, I got a question ruler on this one. The Baron was 2,500 HP. He had all the plasma stacks, and the Call of the Void just said, hey man, hit it. You got your plasma stacked up, and it put it in range for the feast. Granted, it probably would have gotten range anyway, but it was kind of a, intrusive thought, I think, for that auto on the Baron there.
Yeah, again, if you like the pressure, but there's little to no world where you want to try and smite fight against the Feast of a Cho'Gath that's that big. It's just not necessary. The turn could have been the play there, but Gen.G battled on. They were able to get a bunch of kills there. However, this fight here sealed the deal as Canyon trying to find angles, not quite able to, and gets blown up immediately.
Canyon was really struggling in these fights, and to some extent there's not a lot he can do when he's getting Blitzcrank hooked into a feast almost every single time. But, it feels bad to be in that position where he's just, kind of the sacrificial lamb.
I feel like Ruler played his fight so well, ulting over to the chicken pit, and it was really difficult for all of Gen.G to hit him. I mean, AO to hit him, and Chovy, being untouched for so long, oversteps a little bit, tries to get the kill there, but the silence of Flandre once again shutting him down, and it's just gonna be a game of interest. When you watch these fights, you see so many people with low health bars constantly playing at the edge of danger, trying to maximize the damage, trying to squeeze water out of the stone that is these team fights.
Yeah, I actually thought Ruler might work some magic in that last fight.
Right?
It kind of felt like it. Everyone was on such low HP, but I think the problem is he didn't actually have vision. So, around all those corners in the bush, he couldn't really see everybody properly. So while we can see them on the spectator UI, it wasn't like that for him, and it just gets a little too chaotic.
Yeah, but that shows how close this game was. It was only a 2,000 gold lead at 40-something minutes, like 79,000, 81,000. It was just neck and neck throughout. Each time that there was an opportunity to possibly close the game, the other team would come back, especially in that the first Baron. They tried to push up down the top lane of Gen.G, did AGAL. They got caught, turned back around, and then we're in this stall state for another 3 minutes, but the tension continued to build. You had opportunities for picks with the Sejuani, with the Blitzcrank, to get a numbers advantage with the Shen, and it felt like both teams all of a sudden were just so tight. You could feel it in the stadium here, Finn.
Yeah, and I am just so excited for this game 5. The energy in the arena is amazing, and Gen.G has chosen blue side. And my jungler friend to the left of me was very adamant about what champion was
You know what's coming. You know what is coming. It is going to be a Canyon Italy. He has to. It's fan service. It's just required.
Yeah, I remember there was like, when you saw the Chinese comments, like when it goes game 5, all of China, all of Korea, all of the West knows what champions is coming, and there's gonna be the Nidalee. That is what we predict here. I really hope we get to see it because it's so iconic, and it's just such a confidence move to lock in that champion, because that champion requires perfection, and perfection is what signifies Gen.G.
I kind of wonder then, do you just drop that ban if you're AGL and you're like, yep, we're going to drop one and stick Nidalee in there, because we know even without a Renekton, something that traditionally that most other junglers need, some sort of CC and damage that can lead to kill threat, Canyon, can still make a massive impact. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if they're scared, sure, ban the Nidalee. Deny the fans what they want to see. I want Canyon Nidalee game 5. I'm going to get it.
I hope we get it. But I also think, looking over to the side of AGAL, I don't know why, but I feel like this team in draft game 5, I don't know what to expect. We saw the Shen this game. I thought that was the Blitzcrank by Kyle this game, I think that was a really good adaptation. The blind pick Blitzcrank just signifies so much confidence. And I feel like Flandre is also a champion that throughout his career on Snake was known for the weird champions. The Yorick has been banned most of the series. I reckon we're gonna keep that ban, and a lot of weight on these guys' shoulders right now. Whoever steps up right now gets to be the hero.
Absolutely. I mean, we got to see the Panda Yorick skin earlier and how devastating that was in their earlier series in the semifinals. I wouldn't want to see that if I was Gen G, but it does kind of feel like it's coming down to execution. It is Game 5. Gen G's been there. AL has been there. And you go back to the road to MSI for Gen G, where it was the #1 seed versus the #2 seed in Hanwha Life. They were down 0-2 and were able to pull off the reverse sweep and kind of electrify the Busan Sajik Indoor Stadium. Now they're on the opposite side, the way that Hanwha Life felt, where, man, those first 2 games, pretty easy, going to be a clean 3-0 sweep. They've got to pick themselves off the canvas one more time here, Medios.
Yeah, I'm super excited. You know, we're deep into Fearless. This is where it gets super interesting. A lot of the champion pools are pinched, right? It's like, what AD carry are we playing? What, like, are there engaged supports left? Jungle's looking weird. So I don't know what's still available. There's like Jarvan, Nidalee, for sure. We need it. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is definitely where people like reach into their pocket, deep into their pocket, and say, hey, I won a solo game with this thing one time. Let's try it out.
20 seconds, Finn. Quick thought.
I just want a last game banger. I don't want another stomp like we've seen in Game 5s. I just want this one to deliver.
2 worthy organizations for the opportunity to immortalize their name in the totem at the Esports World Cup as the 2nd title winner. Gen G and AGL. Let's send it on over to the stage to Ian and Fancy.
It's the kind of grand final a neutral fan dreams of. But I tell you now, the nervous energy in this arena, this packed out arena, is through the roof. Just one game separating our 2 teams from a potential trophy lift.
Gen G had the game, they had the glory, they had it all. But AGL refused to fall. Instead of them chasing this trophy, and now they're fighting for their lives. Gen G fans, do you think Gen G can clutch it up and win Game 5?
Does it smell like a reverse sweep? What do we think? AGL!
If Gen G's gonna take Game 5, make some noise!
If the trophy is coming home with you, make some noise!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Game 5 of the grand final of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. Let's jump right into it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and here we are. Game 5 for the grand final here at the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. Gen G, can they deny the reverse sweep? Can they once again go to 5 games but not lose a series all but one time? That has happened since the road to MSI began for them quite a few weeks ago. And we are back here yet again. They haven't lost a series in what, 25 in a row?
25
first stand.
25 series ago was the last time they lost a Game 5 to Hanwha Life Esports. They didn't go to their first international of the year in first stand. And since then, they have been able to conquer all of those lengthy series. Some a little bit less lengthy, some very one-sided series. Yeah. But we'll see if that holds water here again over AGAL. Blue side Gen G's in this final game with the 2-0 lead they had. Stopping a reverse sweep isn't easy, but at least they have that extra edge.
One thing I want to say here for AGAL is, well, the draft has disappeared. We'll be back in just a moment.
It will come back, I promise.
Well, I'm still going to say the thing is you got to ban Smolder. Don't let Jovi have Smolder. There's no more engage left. I mean, they were playing Shen and Blitzcrank in Game 4. There's really not much left. Like, there's Ornn, right? There's stuff like that, you know, maybe like a Jax. But we're really digging deep here in Game 5, right? There's just... We're getting down into the trenches. There are still a lot of big picks left available. Ardes was talking about Nidalee and stuff like that. You think about the Yorick, which, as we saw, was first ban there. That's a very good idea up against Flandre. Some big picks that are still needed to be looked at, and I think you got to ban the Smolder.
Yeah, I think Smolder's a big one. I think another one is Sylas. Silas, a big pick for Shanks, one that he has been playing throughout his career to a very high level. And I mean, Chovy needs no introduction on the champion. Plus, if your opponent has some funny business prepared that has an R button that can win you the game, you just get it as well. And so you get to take their bright idea and use it for yourself. As Chovy going for that download, going for that reset.
For me, more than any one champion, because we've got a lot. You know, you've got the Smolder, you got the Xayah, you got the Jax, you know, the Pantheon that's still up.
Yep.
More than one champion, I want to see both of these teams come up with robust, real compositions if possible, which is always challenging in Fearless Best of Fives that go the distance, because we said it many times in Game 4, neither team had a strong composition, but they were able to play to their win cons very well. That game was very back and forth. Both teams knew what their comps could do and what they were capable of doing against the enemy composition, but there were some mistakes made by Gen G, some great punishes there. Maybe in this 5th and final game, having a comp that has a strong identity may be what pushes you over the line against a team that's otherwise trying to freestyle a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very important. Looks like we're almost ready to jump right back into the draft. The compositions in Game 5s, we've seen a lot of times in Fearless where it's like one team just gets a big comp edge and it's kind of just lights out, right? And this is, I feel like, the game where it can be decided by draft the most. And that's why, especially for AGAL, from the red side, they got to really hunker down here and figure it out.
It's a really long series. You saw that illustrated by Kyle with the 5 o'clock shadow. It is getting to almost exactly that time right now, and in fact, it's an hour and a half afterwards. So Yorick and the Nico going to be banned away here. Who has the tenacity to take this Game 5 victory, especially when it's Fearless? Look at these champions that have been banned away already. 40 just from the Fearless bans.
We just keep
going to have 6 more.
Seeing the same bans here for Gen G. Unsurprisingly, the Ryze, the Gwen also gone here. First
the
pick.
deeper you are into Fearless, the more you have to ban the same stuff.
Yeah, because it becomes so much more powerful each and every game that goes by, especially some of those picks that are Game 1 banned are suddenly Z tier, like the Pantheon. But the Skarner will make its way through here, and Gen G have been able to play around Canyon Skarner so incredibly well. Domestically, he was really the only player at the end playing it as it fell off in win rate, the only one finding success. A safe pick. But again, we don't know what this comp is going to look like just yet.
And Leona is kind of the last engage in the support role that was left, and that was snapped up there by AGAL.
Yeah, that's definitely a good shout. So Lucian, Leona, not the most common duo, but certainly something that can get a lot of damage done. Would love to see just slam the Smolder, slam the Ornn. It's hard engaged.
What about
the Xayah also available? No Rakan, of course.
They could also just play like Zeri Lulu, but they're ultimately looking for the safe anti-Leona engage here with this Xayah. And even though it's very low range, so is Lucian, and you have a Skarner to kind of pull those champions into you. You could play around choke points. You could make a choke point practically with a Skarner with those fights, so it does make sense. Looking for range support here to pair with it in this Renata. Now, I understand that with the Leona on the other side, it might be more of a dive-oriented composition here for AGAL, but you can't really necessarily know that for sure. So it's a very risky Renata call, I'd say, here from Gen G.
At least it's going to be relatively low range. So, and as you mentioned, you know, the range support into the Leona. There's that Silas you were talking about, Atlas, just going to be locked in right away. And certainly a good amount of ults that he can already steal here. The hostile takeover.
There's the Smolder ban. The first champ that comes to mind, Valdez, when I see this melee Silas, especially with this low-range comp into the Renata, is Smolder. And Tabe thought about it long ago as well.
Yeah, well, we're going to be having a look at jungles. I wonder whether the Tarzan Nidalee is going to be something that Gen G will consider, as that one could be addressed. I think something like Lilia also will be pretty powerful, although there is still magic damage represented by Shanks. There's a Tarzan special in the Olaf.
I love that ban.
Yeah, that's a very smart ban. You know, that's the one thing that would actually just run all the way to the back if it gets fed through the Skarner, through the Renata, and just get straight onto the Xayah. And, you know, prio picking for Ruler, not a bad idea either. I mean, he had a fantastic game number 4, so I really like protecting him even more with this ban.
There's a few picks that, you know, Tarzan can go through. You can see Tabe was already, even though they're going to ban the Aatrox here, they use that extra time to just run through what Tarzan may want to run. I think there's a few picks like the Lilia that was mentioned earlier that are incredibly strong here with this draft. but even something like a Kindred could be something they want to draft towards with this low-range composition, and it can really help deal with the Renata Glass ultimate as well, you know, and basically force the angle to be super awkward on how they want to play it. I'll see a potential Z angle here. That would be an all-in composition here on the dive. Can avoid the Renata ultimate pretty well because you can simply jump past it.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're doing that, but I do actually like the Zed. Just a bunch of burst damage is something that Xayah can't really deal with. Like, do you Featherstorm against the Leona, or do you Featherstorm to survive against Zed? If the Zed ever gets fed in this game, Ruler's going to have a hard time.
They need a second damage threat here, Gen.G do, I think, because if you just try to protect the Xayah, it's going to be so hard.
Oh my
They disagree,
goodness.
though. They just want more engage. Who says the support has to be the engage? It's just TF Camille. We're going back in time.
No, it's not even engage. We just want a 1-3-1. We don't want to fight you ever. We're just never going to team fight. That's what we're going to do. And so Vladimir is going to come in, the team fight extraordinaire. AGAL have, what, like, how many sources of CC? 2? 3 in this game? It's kind of crazy, but there is so much damage out of the Vlad and the Zed. They could just pop a target before they can do anything, and everyone knows that death is the best form of CC.
Both the Vladimir and the Zed are really easy to play around gold cards with, and even against Camille, because the Vlad can go untargetable, the Zed could just circumvent the fight completely. But the rest of the composition is very vulnerable to this. The Lucian in particular, even the Sylas trying to engage in, if it gets Hextech Ultimatum or impaled by Canyon, is going to have a hard time. For Gen.G, I think the key, we know that this team can play 1-3-1. We know this team can play through the Camille, play through the TF, the macro. It's about Ruler making sure he's able to survive against all these threats, because you have the tools to set Ruler up for success, set up those feathers. You just have to survive long enough to do that damage, and you can win those longer fights.
This is a fascinating draft this time around, and I actually feel like the comparison between Game 4 and Game 5, even though there are less champions available in the 5th game, the identities of these drafts, I feel, are so much clearer. On the side of AL, though, I am a little bit worried by that lack of CC, that lack of lockdown that they'll have, and the fact that a Camille and a Twisted Fate will be able to pick their target and decide who dies in a lot of these fights. So we'll just have to see whether Gen.G will be able to reverse the momentum, or whether AGAL can just ride the reverse sweep towards a trophy here at the Esports World Cup, presenting League of Legends. Will bring that back for a different region for the first time, as the LCK already claimed it last year on behalf, T1 did it on behalf of the LCK. Let's just see whether AGAL can find it in themselves to win this final game and reverse sweep their way back to glory.
This is going to be an intense game number 5. After game number 4, which was just absolutely bonkers. Now we got all the weird picks coming out. You know, we listed a bunch of standard ones, but a lot of good stuff got bans too. You know, even the Jax late in the draft. And eventually we just end up with one of the old classic compositions, the TF Camille, just the we're not even going to fight you comp. Just keep you at a distance.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but was Sylas often picked into TF as a counter? I'm just trying to wonder.
It was often picked, yes, a few years ago. Back in like 2021, this was extremely common. You know, after we saw Showmaker, you know, end up getting the TF skin when he won the World Championship, and the Sylas was following TFs everywhere during that time, and Sylas was also in a really good state at that time. I'm curious about how this Vladimir Camille matchup goes, because it's not something that in my modern League of Legends we see almost ever. Vladimir obviously incredibly strong later on, but can struggle in some of these earlier phases of matchups. Not necessarily as much into melee matchups, but if they play through top side and Keen gets fed before this Andre Vladimir gets online, it could be a huge issue.
Shield of Daybreak not actually going to be utilized here by Kyle. A little bit unfortunate there for the AL bottom lane, and now with the range advantage, it's kind of big for Ruler and Duro down there. So we're having a look, Hextech sweep. This is a start of your answer here, Wolf, as we have a look at the first little salvo of trading.
I feel like especially in Game 5s, you can sometimes, you kind of have to throw some lane advantages out the window just because you need stuff that makes sense, that is tier list worthy, but also that makes sense in your composition. And so, you know, I really like the response of Zaya and Renata from the side of Gen.G. They said, okay, we're going to dominate this bottom side. The Leona's not going to have a fun time. The Lucian will not be able to farm too much. You see the other two lanes, you know, relatively even for now. Sure, you know, the melee of the Sylas will be pushed in, but that bottom lane should be dominant here early for Gen.G.
Yeah, that ward got so much value for Ruler and Duro, where they were able to chip away, push this in, deny so much farm. Great handshake there, denying the engage as well. Ruler does end up taking that extra damage there at the very end from Hope, but this has been phenomenal lane control early.
Yeah, the handshake is pretty good, I guess, against the good old Zenith Blade, as Tarzan is zipping around the jungle here on this Zed. Canyon doing his very best to keep up on the lumbering Skarner. They are just continuing to have to deal with Gen.G knocking on their door over and over again. Taking the waves decently well, but it's 7 CS to 17 right now in that bottom lane. It's kind of a disaster.
Yeah, it's the lead you're looking for. Canyon outpaced, of course, as we already mentioned. First back comes through from Tarzan on his full clear, grabs double longsword, and we'll head towards the bottom side of the map to try to help relieve some of that pressure here in this lane as Scuttle will spawn. Kyle, not quite level 3 just yet, as Canyon knows he needs to come down here and match. He's seen on this ward.
Yeah, you can see Tarzan in the area as well, and they don't have a lot of information as there is the Zenith Blade in. Kyle looking for that angle as Ruler is flashing after Hope and gets the first blood. The bailout, can they actually make it work? The answer is no, but now it's another 2v2 as both junglers have made it to the area, and the damage from this Leona is non-existent, so Ruler is able to free hit a double kill to start the game 5 for Gen.G's AD carry.
It is gigantic here for Gen.G in the bottom lane, but I left the idea from AGAL. The timing was perfect from Tarzan, but the execution, it just wasn't there.
It wasn't there. The damage was so insane from Ruler. He canceled one auto in that fight. Yeah. I thought that was actually going to be the backbreaker, as we'll watch this again. As he realizes, okay, I have to go all in. Handshake here, decent. Goes all in, actually cancels that one auto as he flashes here. Doesn't get the last one. You can see he's clicking for it desperately. Decides to kite back here, but then the peel from the Skarner is great. The miss here from the ZQ actually really huge in terms of the damage, and with this pushback, they just cannot actually get that final hit onto Ruler. He will be able to take both of these kills and a massive lead. His CS lead was already amazing. As you can see, the stress and then the relief here in the Gen.G booth is now his gold lead is 700.
Yeah, and I guess he's just reminding us all who actually came up with the skin that he's using there towards now the top side of the map. That one's his, and he makes it look real good. Is Canyon going to be taking away this Raptor camp as well, and Gen.G, I mean, this is the thing. As soon as one of these lanes cracks, Gen.G are able to push so much more aggressively. This mid lane, I mean, Chovy with a winning matchup in the early game, and he is certainly making it look difficult here for the Sylas. Yeah. Currently 600 gold in the lead.
I mean, what you said there, Atlas, is very poignant, because if that was their one opportunity, right? That was their one opportunity to get the summoners out at least, or to get the kill onto Ruler and to really punish this double range matchup in the bottom lane. But now it's just all out the window. You got a pickaxe here on Ruler. He doesn't have sums for now, but if he plays safe and they just farm it out, like, you're never touching this Zaya. And I mean, Tarzan's got that one kill at least, so maybe a little bit later on, but it's going to be a while.
And you know that basically the enemy jungler has to camp Ruler, otherwise he's going to keep building leads, so the rest of the map just opens up massively. And now we're just going to have this 3v3.
Well, Canyon's just driving in. He's going to beat Tarzan to the punch. As Kyle, where is he going to go? The Destiny is going to come forward, but it's Shanks that's stolen it away. Chovy turns up as well. I mean, everyone can be seen. The Destiny's gates all over the place. And the top laners just say hi to top lane. The mid laners, sorry, say hi to top lane, and then we leave.
Sorry, I meant to say 4v4 here in the top lane. As when someone gets this fed this early, the enemy jungler has to respond, or else that lead continues to balloon. That means Canyon also knows this, has to come up, and then the double global mid with the hijack means it turns into a 4v4. But Ruler's untouched. They engage onto Duro, eats enough damage, and then backs away. And Ruler, because he has that extra pickaxe worth of stats, the longer fight is always going to be his in these types of skirmishes, especially with this melee Sylas that isn't able to connect CC. Look at the lead that Chovy has generated, by the way, in that range matchup, plus the gold that TF gets with his passive. He's 670 gold ahead, 15 CS up, Ruler 10 CS up, has the 2 kills, and this early game is all Gen G.
Yeah, did feel like EGL just kind of reaching for a second chance opportunity there in the top lane. I was talking about how, you know, maybe this is your chance while Ruler has his sums down, but now that he's got it back, there's just going to be no touching the Xayah and the Renata, who should be sticking around. And Canyon, I love how he was just hovering around them as well, because he knew that that was the one opportunity again for EGL to go in. Now, Kyle's doing it here.
Yeah, speaking of going in, yeah, Hope is rotating down. You can see Ruler was thinking about doing the same thing, but just testing the waters. And AL, I mean, it's so hard when you fall behind like this because they have, like, Zed and Vladimir do rely on just doing damage to get rid of you, right? And if you don't have the damage, you are actually just useless. And Tarzan needs to be making plays to try and accelerate himself. He is ahead of the matchup, but Skana will always be useful. You have only CC in your entire kit. And so you can see Tarzan now heading up towards this top side as we're going to do this thirsty go again. The hijack is up, but the Destiny and Gate is not quite there yet. So Shanks should have the advantage. Oh, unless he doesn't have the Destiny cooldown. So never mind, not going to be able to head up there. I tell a lie. He could steal something else, though, and then move towards the top lane. He just won't be able to use it to teleport up there.
No, I think it's
looking for the grubs.
Gen G getting free grubs here. Unfortunately for AGAL, like, every time you fail those types of ganks, like, it gets tougher and tougher to pull it off, and this time without even the Sylas angle is just going to be so tough. And they decide not to further push into this. Instead, are going to hope for some mid to late game fights here with the Sylas. That's going to be a bigger threat later on, and this scaling Vladimir, which we haven't talked about too much in this game, but Flandre is actually laning really well here against this Camille and has generated his own mini lead here, which is important because he's now one of the biggest win cons here for AGL.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre's entire tournament has just been beautiful, right? Like back-to-back Sony MVPs 2 days in a row, and was, you know, he's even in consideration for today, right? And it's he's winning this matchup before the Vlad's even level 9, which is kind of like the key level for the Vlad, but when he levels up his Q to level 5, still doing a good job into the melee matchup of, well, the range versus melee matchup of the Camille. So having a good time there. We'll see just how much damage he can do in this game. Currently just farming up as much as possible. There are only 2 grubs taken by Canyon. Immediately just went back to farming after that. Didn't care for the third one. Maybe wanted to hang around the bottom side with this rotation coming in and look for a dragon, or maybe just another fight on the bottom side of the map.
It feels like every speck of tempo is so incredibly important. For both of these teams, Canyon has made sure that he's getting to exactly where he wants to as soon as he possibly can. Where he wanted to be just then was right on top of a ward, which is not necessarily the greatest. This dragon is going to be the next target, though, as over the wall he goes. There's the dash out from Hope, though. Still, it's feeling like even though they do manage to get out of the gank, they still lose half of the health bar on their solution, and the pressure is still mounting.
He's so patient with this Impale, too. He could have looked for the 2-man there, but he's like, no, I'd rather just have that for the objective itself. When this Sylas comes through, or even potentially the Slippery Zed, depending on the scenario, Ruler's got cleansed.
Captain Jack there from Ruler is pretty nice, but the culling softening up Duro quite a lot, and that's going to mean that Tarzan gets some control over this dragon. Mid lane is just going to be shoved in as now the Destiny comes through from Chovy. He's looking for the target. Tarzan getting taken down low as Chovy just trying to distract them as best he can. The flash forward from Kyle on top of Ruler, who's in an awkward position, but the teleport comes on down. Kyle is going to die. Tarzan gets another great smite, but there goes the Leona, and AL still not on the board when it comes to these kills in this fight. There's a hostile takeover. Shanks is extraordinarily dead in this moment, and Canyon is the one that locks down the kill, making it the 4th for Gen G.
It's so tough for these fights for AL because the running of Zed doesn't really offer any CC at all, frankly, in these moments. And even though the fight looked pretty split up and it looked like maybe Chovy was going to be left out to dry as they engage onto a Leona, he's able to kite it out. He gets another stun. He's ranged, and he can just kind of space his way out there as Gen G look for the reapproach. Duro has flash. He has ult. He's going to be able to secure the deny on Shanks' re-engage. And ultimately, Gen G, the decision to go on to Kyle, which looked so risky, does pay off.
I mean, this is a pitiful engage on a roller, but you don't really have any other option as Kyle, right? He's still at Featherstorm this whole time and Flash. And Kyle's like, well, I'm just going to sacrifice myself. Maybe my team gets the dragon and gets out. You see that Gen G, they've been doing this all night, where it's like, if there are kills in front of us, we will expend everything to get them, to get the leads, to get the tempo. As Atlas was talking about, it has been so important, especially in this game number 5. It's 2 kills, and it's definitely a large amount of tempo going the way of Gen G, who are now 2,500 gold in the lead.
I do want to give a shout out to Shanks for that hostile takeover, making these 2 little 1v1s off to the side, really distracting Gen G. It almost managed to get almost lethal damage onto Ruler as Keen was doing a bunch of work. But unfortunately, it was too little too late, right? The targets had already been taken down, and Gen G weren't under any extra threat from the rest of AL.
The TF was so important in the end of that fight, because Jovi's offering so much damage, right, and the extra CC. And if you're playing Zed, you have burst damage, but not that much this early, and you can't CC anyone. Like, nobody can lock Chovy down, so they are able to peel off the Leona and then just win the longer fight. And speaking of Leona, Kyle is going to be the target here again.
Well, shot going to come through there as Keen. Down to 50%. Hextech Ultimatum going to come in, though, as Solar Flare getting some decent work done. The culling is lying in wait, and the Hemoplague does come on down as well as Canyon just going to present Kyle as a target. He is going to go down. Hextech Sweep comes in, but now it is another gate combo, and this time it's a Silas trying to make his way in, but he doesn't actually get there. Doesn't pull the triggers. Oh, Shanks flashed for it, but it is actually Tarzan that gets the max range shuriken.
Yeah, that was a really weird fight. I mean, Gen G were like, okay, we really want to kill this Leona. Let's kill this Leona. Let's do it again. They were so close to killing Kyle so many times, and it's just a Leona. They didn't want to overextend, but they finally got him, and they did overextend a little bit. I mean, they just trade support, so it's not the biggest deal, but a lot used for that weird fight.
It's why I was so concerned about the last fight where they collapsed onto Kyle, but because it was split up and the rest of AL couldn't actually try to save him or follow up on the play while he's tanking, it did work out for Gen G a lot better the first time around than it did the second. Still a pretty good fight for Gen G at the end of the day, but I mean, this is a Leona that's going to absorb so much pressure. You know, they end up ulting her, but she's got a clip. She's walking out. The redemption has to be used here. Keen is so incredibly low, and then the suppression is used onto Kyle as well. And Zed is actually doing so much damage here in the interim, and then the follow-up does come through Tarzan. Look at how much he does. Really funny to see Shanks attempt here because he thinks the handshake is enough to get Duro out, but Tarzan actually with the shadow is able to get him. He thought the shadow wasn't going to be there in time, so he flashes for it. That's another small advantage that Gen G do end up picking up here, that the fact that Silas did flash for that even though it wasn't necessary, but at the end of the day, I think they were probably hoping Duro got out instead.
And that's the least of the Silas's worries as well. As you can see, it's a 2.1k gold lead here for Chovy. And well on his way to his next item, the Aether Wisp now setting up for the Lich Bane after the Rod of Ages has been done for a really long time. He's going to be getting that extra level, maybe sooner than is good, you know, because as you level up, you require more and more experience. Maybe he goes from levels 9, maybe like 13 to 14 instead of that 15 to 16 that you can often get with this item. He just builds it a little early. Yeah, see when it does come in. 5 stacks on it so far.
He is Jovying out of control right now, by the way.
Pretty obscene.
He is above 10 CS per minute easily. Keen in a bit of trouble in the bottom lane, though.
He is going to have to make a bit of an ultimatum here with AL, as there's the flash in for Kyle. And where did she go? This is what we were talking about. Best CC is death, and they've got a fair bit of that.
Yeah, the Vladimir pick into this feels pretty good when you can just get out of that.
So far as Hope gonna flash, and Canyon says you deserve the ultimate. He does press that button as well. As the culling not going to be able to clear out the wave, and that is going to be out of turret secured here for Gen G.
To be clear, the death on to Keen is not a trade up here for AL with that turret going down and the control choke he does have on the top side, but it is a little bit of injection of gold here to AL. Zed has all the kills right now. TP flank here is going to be interesting, let's say, in terms of catching Gen G, and they're just going to opt to avoid it entirely and look for the Herald versus Break trade.
Yeah, Dragon going to be taken here. Second one for AL.
Jovi's going to get that turret topside, it looks like. Yeah, down it goes. So he just has such a lead. So that's why I was saying, yeah, you got Camille, but you lose 2 turrets. You're going to lose a Herald, which will guarantee a third.
Is he going to hit 200 CS at like what, 17 and a half minutes? Like, what is
He is
this?
going to hit 200 CS. He's going to be very fast and very Chovy.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've talked about it a lot, the TF passive. That's going to make him almost 3,000 gold ahead 17 minutes into the game. And it's not just because his team is stomping or anything like that. That's not even really happening. It's just him. And he's already got his Lich Bane. 2 items and a dagger on top of it all. So, and, you know, I feel like in general, especially with the Cloud Soul on the way, like the 2 Drakes should feel really good for the side of AGAL, but with the amount of tempo and the 1-3-1 style of composition that Gen G have, I feel like the Rift Herald is just going to get so much value here.
Time, I think, is all AGL are praying is going to come to them. Like, they have 2 Drakes, so that buys them a ton of time. They can avoid fights for a little while here, and this Vladimir will become stronger and stronger. The burst potential of this Zed onto the Xayah, force out Featherstorm for any other reason, becomes a little bit more powerful later on. But it's just surviving. That's the hard part now, getting that extra time, living long enough. Because yes, the Sylas feels so useless when you look at the 2.6k number on your screen, when you look at the 2 items for Chovy, but he will eventually get enough gold to be a threat in this game. There's so many ways to get on top of the Xayah that 1 Featherstorm isn't enough, as Chovy just gets more money. But I'm really trying to say with so few words that AGL still have a chance in this game despite all of these deficits, but survival, that's the hardest part. Like, if they can live to see a 35-minute game, maybe we can have that conversation.
Well, you can see the shadow was set up. Tarzan had an idea that perhaps there was someone lying in wait there, so nice little defensive play. Still sacrifices a fair chunk of his health bar. There is one thing that I'm worried about, and it goes back to Double If's question earlier on in the day, and that is, you know, why the TF and the Kalista. These are 2 picks that haven't necessarily been working. TF we haven't really seen here at EWC that much, and we'll see whether Chovy can make it happen. His time is now as the Destiny does come in. But the gate will not follow, as he has found an inner turret, guys, and that is something he'd prefer to have, as the rest of AL are moving over. And a gateless TF, certainly one that is a little bit more killable, but look at the vision. Look, there's like, he's flanked by control vision everywhere right now. And so far, so good here for the TF comp. But I want to draw your minds back, right, to Chovy of another time. And he, like, when TF was meta, he would do this all the time. And then sometimes they just lose anyway, because it doesn't do as much as a lot of his pivotal picks for getting AoE CC in team fights. You're reminded of his Galio, things like that, AoE damage with his Victor and his Azir. This is a little bit more finesse, a bit more side lane, and a bit more map control. And in the past, it didn't work. I'm looking forward to seeing the evolution of Chovy as he tries to make it work here in this game number 5 for all of the marbles.
Gen G are just insane with how much they bully. Like, they got this lead, and now they're like, everything is ours. Your Raptors, your wards, your red buff, your turrets. We're taking everything. And AGAL, I mean, they got to make something happen. But again, they found an engaged champion. But
yeah.
There was still the Xayah available. There was still the Renata Glask available. And what target do you go on to here? It just feels like there's too much peel for Gen G.
There's no
They got to find
play.
something.
There's no proactive play I think you can make right now. You have to do exactly what Flandre is doing and, like, hold the wave as close to turret as possible, hold Shanks' wave as close to turret as possible, and farm minions and pray that Gen G are going to make a mistake. Pray that they're going to overextend. You have 2 extra dragons worth of time for Soul before Soul is an issue for you, right? So that's like 10 minutes of time they've arguably bought here, as long as they keep their inhibitors up. You will still have to do things like contest Otacon. You will eventually have to contest Baron in 4 minutes time here, but spend those 4 minutes getting any money on the map that Gen G will allow you, because right now, that is all that you can do.
Chovy's about to flame Horizon his top laner. This is kind of obscene. We can tell where a few of these minions are coming from. Chovy making sure that he accelerates as fast as he can. The rapid fire cannon, actually very important item here for the Twisted Fate.
Here's that Otacon take.
Yeah, they're looking for the angle here as the handshake comes in. And now they have to face check. They have to go for this.
TP.
And what are they going to be able to do? I mean, Kyle, he's seen the Destiny just gives you infinite vision. The Black Sheep wall just typed in chat, feeling pretty good as Chovy hunting for a target. with this yellow card, but AL getting into a decent position. It might even just be a 50-50 here, as it is going to be secured by Canyon, as he doesn't find the impale, but the hostile takeover is absolutely fantastic. Another handshake is good, and Chovy picks up the first kill of the fight. There is one back as Shanks gets one, and now the Vladimir might be able to get something done. Shanks finding the chains, but he then goes down as it's a double for Chovy. Could it be a triple? The answer's no, as that kill belongs to Ruler. There's the shutdown as Canyon says he wants a double, and Gen.G will win yet another fight, grab an ace, and they can take whatever they want.
I don't think it was the safe fight that Gen.G fans are looking for. I don't think it was the safe turn they were looking for, but they secure the objective and they win the fight in the end. A fantastic impale from Shanks, almost saves the day, but they still had bailout. Ruler was still alive. He was able to do massive amounts of damage in this, and unfortunately, despite a really good performance from Flandre in this fight, he just doesn't have the damage yet.
He's just not quite ready yet, and it feels so bad for him. Like, he gets in and he actually does do a lot of damage. This impale you were talking about, the stolen one, is gigantic. And then you've got the Nemomancer right in there, Flandre trying his best. He almost bursts down Ruler, and they finally get him through the bailouts as Ruler has to flash forward just to get the takedown, but immediately dies. Actually really close down to the wire, but Gen.G barely get across the line. And a huge reaction from Ruler as he knows, okay, we did it.
Look at Tarzan's face as well. Like, that fight could not have been closer. And I think given the circumstances of how much of a lead Gen.G had in this game, every Gen.G fan is like, okay, thank God it didn't go the other way, because it was a little bit risky the way they played that one out.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been allowed to be that incredibly close. Like you guys say, Shanks wrapping around and finding the angle. Is Kyle going aggressive? Another Destiny comes on in. They know exactly where everyone is. Kyle going to be the target, and he should go down pretty comfortably as a Feather Storm will be invested. It's a decently large cooldown, but Canyon is just driving around. He'll take 2 ultimates for his trouble, gets the suppression, but he does fall. Another hostile takeover. There are in fact multiple of them all over this rift right now, but the handshakes are so good, and Gen.G are just controlling this battlefield, and even though they lose Canyon, they will win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, again, another kind of close one. There were double ultimates used on the Canyon by Tarzan and Flandre, and they barely were able to chunk him down. And yet still, they almost were able to win a bit towards the end of that fight. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but like, man, Gen.G, again, they're bullies. They're getting in there. They just want to take any fight that they can.
They just have so much of a gold lead here, and this Xayah is so fed, and even Chovy does a decent amount of damage in these fights range-wise, that even if you kind of just roll in and play it very aggressively, you don't play it subtly, you don't try to kite back, and you just kind of go, yeah, maybe you got a hostile takeover, we still win, by the way. It might be enough when your Twisted Fate is 3,600 gold ahead, your Xayah is 3,000 gold ahead. Hope is often alive at the end of these fights, but he just can't offer anything, as Kyle's looking for an angle here.
Possible 2v3 here in favor of AL, as Tarzan takes so much damage. Okay, maybe it's not, as Keen will take a bit back, and Duro, he's going to turn up. Chovy looking for the angle here as Handshake brings back the Leona, and look at this. They're just holding them at bay, and down goes the Leona for the first kill in the fight. Now Canyon throwing rocks around. Hope is going to make it back to the turret and should be able to deal with this wave, as rapid fire cannon is just such a ridiculous item. Now the Destiny comes in. That's going to confirm the inner turret in this top lane, and maybe they can move to a Baron, although that sounds risky.
Shanks and Flandre do both have TP here. Hope is still alive, so I think trying to start this Baron with pretty low health bars here for Gen.G without a reset is probably not going to happen, but look at the vision control they have around the pit, in the pit, to the left of the pit. They can just reset and look for a take, as Shanks is trying to delay those resets.
Yep, gets that information that Keen is in this brush, as now it's a bit of a struggle, and he will just get taken down. That is not the information that he wanted when he pressed that Destiny button, and now the fight is going to extend. Flandre having to use that pull pretty early. They will be able to make their way out. Flandre teleporting into that is also a really big deal, because he was a big threat on that side lane, making sure that he gets as much money as he possibly can to try and do that damage, because that's what keeps him relevant.
Yeah, I love this from AGL. They're getting very scrappy. They're trying their best to find whatever angle they can, but unfortunately little mistakes here and there are just tipping the scales bit by bit towards Gen.G, and it's already really heavy on their side. They're just about to crest 50,000 gold.
Yeah, the timing of that Hextech ultimatum for Keen was so massive, because it denies the CC. He's able to get on top of Shanks, get past him there.
and then they end up getting the pick onto the Silas, who still has TP should Gen.G decide, should they have decided to immediately start up that Baron again. But they still have vision control. They don't have to force this right now. They are pretty big in terms of the 80 damage they can offer with this TF and the Xayah. There's not enough damage to rush this down before a contest here, and you just don't want to keep the game flippy. You don't want to keep the game in a volatile state here as Gen.G. You just want to push waves, keep that lead. You had choke out the Vladimir, so he can't actually get the farm he needs to get that third item online. Just make it hell for AGL to even farm on the map. Don't give them that scrappy fight they're looking for.
Certainly not looking like it's a thing they can take right now, as this inner turret going to be taken immediately. Dragon going to be up in 8 seconds time. That may distract Gen.G for a few moments, as they will send Canyon and Ruler over there. 3.3k is Ruler's lead, and we're now up to 4.5k, was approximately the advantage that Chovy had in this mid lane.
So in 18 minutes, that was when really the second Dragon was taken for AGL. You can see that extra 10 minutes of time those two Drakes have bought before now we're at Drake parity, 2 Clouds. No inhibitors have gone down. No Baron has gone over. It's a thread that 9,000 gold behind AGL hang from, but they do have a thread. The thread exists, and it is this Vladimir that now has a Shadow Flame online. If there's a fight they could take, it's going to have to be stopping Gen.G on an aggressive Baron take. One more chance, one more try for the LPL representatives to do what they could not do in Game 5 against Gen.G at MSI, what they could not do against T1 at MSI to try to take this title.
You know what they could do? They could smite Barons away from Gen.G. So hopefully Gen.G do not start this objective. I think perhaps they have learnt over the last couple of games to just not do that. And as I say it, immediately, that is not going to be the case. They do start it up. Tarzan, is going to be taking a lot of damage. Information advantage is massive with that Destiny just being thrown out. And AL will move back. That ulti is going to wear off, though, before the Baron is actually down, as into the pit goes Canyon, and can they burst this down is the question. Yes, they can, because the Blade Caller is going to be there. Now Tarzan with the death mark, but the death is his in this fight. Now Chovy just trying to kite around Flandre, who gets out of Hemoblade, but the pool's on cooldown. The flashes go forward, and Hope is the target. He's taken down, and in fact, he dies with all the hope of AL at the same time, as this should be the ace just after the Baron. And Gen.G, they may just have done it. They may have just won Game 5 and made themselves the EWC winners here for 2025.
They have absolutely done exactly that, Atlas. Gen.G will be your winners tonight.
Gen.G accomplishing what they could not with the early drop-off last year at 2024, arguably their most disappointing result of the year. And this time, they'll be the ones to crush the final key and lift the trophy. A hard-fought series despite a 2-0 lead. AL did not give up. It was a hard-fought win in Game 5, but a dominant Game 5 to close it out.
An incredible victory here for Gen.G. Like you say, the history from last year making up for that, but also the club championship, such a huge thing for this team that has already had success in 2 other titles. They will be skyrocketing themselves with all of the points that they've accrued just here today, as that trophy will be completed, and Ruler gets to lift another one alongside his teammates here for 2025.
That's it. The key is inserted. That's what this is all about. All the keys that were crushed but one, as they will put it in that trophy and say, this is my title. Gen.G, your Esports World Cup for League of Legends 2025 winners.
It just makes sense. They go from MSI, they come over here, and it's like every series is super close, but they always end up on top. Gen.G, how many titles in a row can they get?
How many series in a row? Who can stop this squad?
Well, we'll just have to find out, but it'll have to be in the LCK or at Worlds. You never know. So far, 26 series in a row for Gen.G, as they take it in turns, lifting the trophy. and they must be getting used to this by now.
He wants the crowd, and he deserves the crowd. Man, Ruler, what a fantastic night he had tonight.
And now it is time to throw it over to that beautiful stage with Ian Chambers.
The noise in here is deafening, and so it should be. Trophy, come here, let's have a chat. What a phenomenal grand final. I do want to get to talking about the victory, the celebrations, but first, how, when you were dominating so early on, did you let them back into this one?
일단 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째로 일단 경기 좀 말씀드릴게요. 일단 2대0으로 정말 압도적인 승리를 가지고 계셨는데 이렇게까지 좀 막세트까지 좀 이렇게 몰리게 됐어요. 그래서 막세트까지 이렇게 오게 된 게 좀 어떤 게 원인이었다고 생각하시는지?
재밌는 장면을 연출한 것 같네요.
Well, I think we just made a show.
You did make a show, that is for sure. Everybody here loved every second of it, and you have just led your team to the fastest ever back-to-back international trophies in League of Legends history. You must be so incredibly proud of yourself and your team.
이제 리그 오브 레전드 역사상 어떻게 보면 국제전에서 이렇게 짧은 기간 안에 2연속 우승을 해내셨는데 정말 기분이 짜릿할 것 같습니다. 기분은 어떠신가요?
일단 당연히 우승해서 너무 좋은데 저희 팀이 이렇게 좋은 성과를 거뒀다는 게 많이 뿌듯한 것 같아요.
Yes, of course I'm excited, but I'm also proud how my team has gotten into this trophy.
One of the things you must be proud of as well is this time last week, you were literally on a flight from Vancouver. I need to know how you found the mental resilience, the physical resilience to reset, start again, and be so successful at another international event in such a short space of time.
또 이렇게 짧은 시간 안에 이렇게 밴쿠버에서 또 여기까지 또 날라와서 어떻게 보면은 정신적으로나 육체적으로나 정말 많이 고된 여정이었을 텐데 그 여정을 어떻게 또 헤쳐나가셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 MSI를 우승해서 마음적으로 여유가 있었고 그리고 이렇게 힘든 일정은 여기 참가한 모든 팀이 다 힘들기 때문에 그냥 잘하면 우리가 이기지 않을까라는 생각으로 임했던 것 같아요.
The fact that we won the MSI made us mentally stable, and also for physically, I think the other teams who attended to the MSI had the same problem. So I think that's just kind of mindset we had was just let's be our way. We can play if we play in our way, what we did, and we can win.
Well, we're about to witness history. The final key to be crushed here for League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. The brutal nature of this trophy system has one final laugh. AGAL, their key is being crushed as we speak right now. You enjoying it?
지금 이제 마지막 남은 키 하나, AJAL의 키가 부서지고 있습니다. 지금 AJAL의 키를 이렇게 부수는 게 어떤 기분이신가요?
일단 저기에 있는 키가 젠지가 아닌 것에 너무 다행이고 저희가 우승했다는 걸 확실하게 증명하는 것 같아서 되게 재밌네요.
Well, I definitely feel relieved it's not our key in that key crusher. And that being said, we're very grateful that we were lifted the trophy.
Amazing. Right. Can I bring you with me around here, Trophy? Congratulations once again. I want to do this in front of the fans if possible. Gin.
긴 선수 앞으로 나와주시죠.
How much have you enjoyed yourself at this tournament because you have been absolutely phenomenal?
이번 대회에서 정말 기인 선수 정말 압도적인 경기력, 멋진 경기력 보여주셨기 때문에 이번 대회 좀 남다르실 것 같은데 이번 대회 얼마나 즐기셨나요?
사실 저희가 작년에 EWC를 왔었는데 한번 탈락을 했었기 때문에 올해만큼은 꼭 우승하고 싶었는데 우승할 수 있어서 너무 행복한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we went here last year when we got eliminated so early. So this time I wanted to lift up trophy, and I did. So I'm really, really excited.
You should be excited because I can now announce to here and you watching at home that our Sony MVP of this tournament, it's Gin!
이번 EWC 2025 리그 오브 레전드의 소니 MVP는 긴 선수입니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your League of Legends at the Esports World Cup 2025 winners, Gen.G! There is one last thing we need to do. We need to loot some of your opponent's keys. Are you ready?
And it's been a golden tournament for the team with gold in their colors. Gen.G stopped the reverse sweep bid by AGAL and make sure that all international titles in League of Legends stay in the hands of the LCK. They win MSI, and they are your second ever League of Legends titleist here at the Esports World Cup after a huge performance by Keen and the rest of the squad. You can see what it means to them as they now partake in the tradition unlike any other. They select 3 keys from crushed opponents' dreams from earlier in the tournament to seal in the game trophy that they will have and bring back home to Seoul.
I mean, just such composure by Gen.G. When you feel like it's slipping out of your fingers, the sensation to just clutch your hand and keep grabbing it and not let it go out of your hands. Just
Really
want to come back, do not let AGAL complete the reverse sweep, and they reclaim their title.
So far they've selected AGAL, they selected Hanwha, and they don't have to select teams that they beat, so they could take Head1. Should you take the key of last year's defenders?
Cloud9.
Could they take Cloud9's? What are they pointing to? There's Hanwha's, yeah. They're like, well, we've already taken Hanwha.
T1, it's gotta be T1.
And yes, they will steal T1's key in resin underneath the game trophy. AGAL, Hanwha Live Esports, and T1's keys will be inside the 2025 Esports World Cup League of Legends game trophy for Gen.G. So one bit of business now done. As the tradition continues, they will make their walk to the 2025 Esports World Cup totem and put their frame inside the totem where it will reside above all else, above all broken keys across all different esports of 2025 to say that they were indeed the best in League of Legends.
What an awesome finals. That was so fun. Started out a little slow, but it heated up for an absolute banger at the end. That game 4 and 5 were so much fun. And, ending with picks like Tarzan, Zed, we didn't get to see the Nidalee, unfortunately, but there was plenty of other awesome picks. The Vladimir coming out, the Silas, Chovy picking TF and somehow winning on it. It is a storybook ending. All he needed was the Callista as well to truly do the impossible, but I think winning with TF is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and what a fight by AGAL in the end. What a ramp up this series has been. As you say, Meteors, I fully agree that it got better game for game for game. That game 4 by AGAL, what a fight it was between the two teams in a 47-minute banger. Tried this really aggressive draft in the end. I love the confidence with Tarzan with the Zed. I love the confidence with the Vladimir. Wasn't enough this time, but AGAL, we will see you soon again.
Man, what a tournament it has been. Also, fantastic cast to our TriCast there, and all of our casters that have done work in the booth. Way to go, Finn. Great job today.
Thank you, Jigo.
Getting the cast, getting thrown there in the TriCast. It has been such a great tournament. We are holding here in the studio for just a little bit as Gen.G make their walk on over to the totem. They're going stage by stage and probably being stopped by fans across the boulevard. One of the coolest moments here at Esports World Cup, just right next to fellow esports competitors. And yes, there they are, going from the League of Legends STC Esports Arena, moving across Crossfire Dota 2's arena as well later on. And then they get across the street here in the Boulevard on over to the STC Gaming Hall where the Totem resides. And my goodness, what a journey it's been for this squad. Again, one of the most dominant teams over the last 2 years in terms of win percentage, in terms of series wins. That kid right there in the front, Duro, joining the team straight off of BNK Pyrex from last season. Half a season that was, just one split, and then saying, hey, you're the guy. We trust you with Chovy. We trust you with Canyon. We trust you with Keen as returning members. And most importantly, we trust you with the veteran Ruler. You two are going to get along. And not only has he gotten along, he's excelled and exceeded expectations.
What a great event. You know, in this winning ceremony, it's way more than just getting a trophy. You know, congrats, you won. You get to crush your opponent's key. You get to put your key up on the totem. You get all the glory that comes with it. You earn points for your club. Just awesome stuff.
What a year from Gen G, honestly. So far, winning the LCK, winning the MSI, and now winning this as well. I think there's just such a trajectory. I think the expectations, they were high, but I think they've risen one step above that. I'm just so excited to see what this team is going to be able to accomplish, and I'm so excited to see how far they will go.
And here is the moment with His Royal Highness himself, Prince Faisal, who has spearheaded the Esports World Cup and presents the frame over to Ruler, showing it off to everyone, shaking the hands of all the players. And it will be one of those players making the climb to the totem to put it in their slot as League of Legends title winners of 2025. They join T1 as the only titleists here. Again, all international tournaments have been won by the LCK, and it does not change here today at the Esports World Cup. Gen G have their moment. Ruler has yet another notch in his belt in his storied career as he puts that on in, and it locks in the legacy for Gen G for 2025 at the Esports World Cup.
Beautiful moment there, allowing Ruler to do it. Yeah, just congrats to Gen G. They played amazing the whole tournament. A lot of fun to watch them. Got to see tons of different strategies, cool picks come out. And even though they won, it wasn't all smooth sailing. You know, they had to overcome some tough opponents, getting pushed to match point multiple times. But something about Gen G, just, you know, when they have to win, they win. They look so comfortable in these game fives, and yeah, you know, that's why they're the champions.
I mean, it is just so rare to see a team with such discipline like Gen G has accumulated over the course of their many years, growing as an organization. Chovy, Canyon, Keen, staying together, rebuilding with Duro and Ruler. I think the way they play is so magical. It's like an art piece in the making.
And I mean, finally come to fruition here as Chovy. He has been the chosen one, finally given his people the silverware that they deserve, getting the tournament wins, and here yet again, etching his name in the history books as Esports World Cup title winner of League of Legends in 2025. Congratulations to all of Tiger Nation. Gen G are your 2025 Esports World Cup titleists.